The Night I Was Born. Hey guys, tonight we begin with a story that will transport you to a world where the northern winds carry more than just snow. They carry the whispers of destiny itself. Close your eyes and let me take you back to a time when the line between myth and reality was as thin as morning mist over a fjord. My name is Eric Stormson, though most knew me as Eric Ironheart, and this is the story of how a blacksmith's grandson became something far more than he ever imagined. But before I tell you of battles won and empires built, before I speak of the Mediterranean sun warming my Nordic skin, I must begin where all stories truly start, with the night I drew my first breath. It was the winter of 847, in the settlement of Ironhold, nestled deep in the valleys of Nordmark. The wind that night howled like the wolves of Fenrir himself, driving snow against our timber walls with such fury that even the strongest men pulled their furs tighter and whispered prayers to the old gods. My mother, Astrid the Wise, had been laboring since dawn, her cries mixing with the storm's voice in a symphony that seemed to shake the very foundations of our world. I can still smell that night, even now in my old age. The sharp bite of winter air that crept through every crack in our longhouse, the sweet smoke of birch wood burning in the central hearth, and underneath it all, the metallic scent of blood and birth that would follow me throughout my life. My grandfather, Olaf, worked his forge even through the storm, the rhythmic pounding of his hammer creating a counterpoint to the wind's song. Later, he would tell me that he was crafting something special that night, a small iron amulet that would one day save my life. The midwife, an ancient woman named Ragnhild, whose hands had delivered half the children in Nordmark, moved through our home like a spirit. Her weathered fingers knew secrets that younger women had forgotten, and her voice carried the authority of someone who had seen both life and death dance together countless times. "This child chooses his own moment," she murmured to my mother as another contraction seized her. "He waits for the storm to reach its peak," and indeed, as the wind reached a crescendo that seemed to threaten the very sky itself, I finally decided to join this world. Ragnhild later claimed that at the exact moment of my birth, lightning split the darkness, unusual for a winter storm, and the thunder that followed shook the snow from every roof in Ironhold. My first cry, she said, harmonized perfectly with that thunder, as if I were announcing my arrival not just to my family, but to the gods themselves. My father, Magnus the Wanderer, was not there to witness my birth. He was somewhere on the northern seas, trading amber and furs for silver and steel, following routes that took him as far as the great markets of Miklagard. This absence would define much of my early life, always waiting for a father who lived between worlds, never quite belonging to land or sea, but somehow essential to both. But my mother was there, and that was enough. Astrid was no ordinary woman, though in those days few Nordic women were ordinary by any measure. She was what we called a volva, a seer, a keeper of the old wisdom, a woman who could read the runes and speak with spirits. Her hair was the color of winter wheat, and her eyes held depths that seemed to reflect not just the present moment, but all the moments that had been and might yet be. As she held me for the first time, her exhaustion giving way to wonder, she whispered words that I would not understand until much later in life. "You are born of storm and iron, my son. The wind has claimed you, and the metal will shape you. But remember always, it is not the storm that defines the ship, but how the ship chooses to sail." The longhouse gradually filled with the sounds of celebration as word of my safe arrival spread through our small community. Despite the raging storm outside, neighbors began arriving with gifts and well wishes. Old Bjorn, the skald, brought his harp and sang ancient songs of heroes and gods. Ingvar the hunter contributed a rabbit he had snared that morning, and his wife Freydis brought bread still warm from her oven. Even Thorkel the gruff, who rarely spoke to anyone, appeared at our door with a small wooden horse he had carved, its mane flowing as if caught in an eternal wind. This was the way of our people. When a child was born, the entire community celebrated, for each new life was a victory against the harsh realities of our northern world. Infant mortality was high. Winters were long and brutal, and the sea claimed as many lives as it sustained. Every birth was a defiance of fate, a declaration that our people would endure. As the night wore on and the storm finally began to subside, my grandfather Olaf entered our home carrying something wrapped in soft leather. His beard was white with frost, and his massive hands, scarred from decades of working hot iron, moved with surprising gentleness as he unwrapped his gift. It was the amulet he had been crafting during my birth, a small iron pendant shaped like a ship, its prow pointing forward as if sailing into unknown waters. "For the boy," he said simply, his voice rough from years of breathing forge smoke. "Iron remembers, Eric. It remembers the fire that shaped it, the hammer that formed it, the hands that worked it. This iron will remember this night, this storm, this moment when you chose to join us. Let it remind you always of where you came from." My mother accepted the amulet with tears in her eyes, understanding the significance of the gift. In our culture, iron was more than mere metal. It was a connection to the gods, a symbol of strength and endurance, a bridge between the world of men and the realm of spirits. For a master smith like my grandfather to craft something during the exact hours of a birth was to imbue that object with special power, to make it a talisman that would carry the essence of that moment forever. As dawn finally broke over Ironhold, painting the snow-covered landscape in shades of gold and pink, the storm clouds began to part. The wind that had raged all night settled into a gentle whisper, and for the first time in hours, smoke rose straight up from our chimneys instead of being torn away by the gale. It was as if the world itself was taking a deep breath, preparing for whatever was to come. My mother, exhausted but radiant, held me close to her breast and looked out through the small window of our longhouse. "Look, my son," she whispered, though I was far too young to understand her words. "The storm has passed, but it has left its mark on everything. The snow lies deeper, the trees bend differently, and the very air tastes of change. This is how it will always be for you. Wherever you go, you will leave things different than you found them." And so I entered this world on a night of storm and iron, surrounded by love and community, blessed by ancient traditions and marked by the old gods themselves. I could not have known then that this birth during a winter tempest was merely the first of many storms I would weather, or that the iron amulet cooling around my tiny neck would one day be all that stood between me and death in a faraway land. But perhaps that is the beauty of beginnings. They contain within them all the potential of what is to come, while revealing none of their secrets. As I lay in my mother's arms that first morning, listening to the gentle crackle of the fire and the soft conversations of our neighbors, I was simply a child born into a loving community, protected by ancient customs and blessed with a future full of infinite possibilities. The iron had begun its work on me even then, though I would not understand its true power for many years to come. The scent of iron. The first memory that truly belongs to me, not something told to me by others, but something I experienced with my own senses, is the smell of my grandfather's forge. It was a complex aroma that seemed to contain the essence of creation itself. The sharp tang of heated metal, the sweet smoke of charcoal, the acrid bite of quenching water, and underneath it all, something that I can only describe as the scent of possibility. I was perhaps 3 years old when I first toddled into Olaf's workshop, my small legs carrying me across the threshold from our living quarters into what felt like another world entirely. The forge was built into the side of our longhouse, sharing a wall but existing as its own domain, a place where earth and fire combined to create wonders that seemed almost magical to my young eyes. Grandfather Olaf was a giant of a man, standing nearly 7 feet tall with shoulders broad enough to carry the weight of mountains. His beard, once golden like my mother's hair, had turned the color of fresh snow, but his eyes remained the clear blue of summer skies. His hands were perhaps the most remarkable thing about him. Massive, scarred, and calloused from decades of gripping hammers and handling red-hot iron, yet capable of the most delicate work when shaping a piece of jewelry or crafting the intricate patterns that decorated our finest weapons. "Come here, little Storm," he called to me that first morning, using the pet name he had given me after the night of my birth. "Come and see how we wake the sleeping iron." I approached cautiously, my child's instincts warning me about the heat and the sparks, but my curiosity proving stronger than my fear. The forge itself was a marvel of engineering that had taken Olaf years to perfect. Built from stones carefully selected for their ability to withstand extreme heat, it was designed to create the precise temperatures needed for different types of metalwork. The bellows, operated by a system of leather straps and wooden handles, could fan the coals to a heat so intense that the iron glowed white as fresh snow. "Iron is alive, Eric," my grandfather explained as he selected a piece of raw metal from his carefully organized collection. "It sleeps in the cold, dreams in the warmth, and dances when it reaches the perfect heat. Our job is not to force it into shapes it doesn't want to take, but to listen to what it wants to become and help it get there." He placed the iron into the coals with reverent care, as if handling something sacred, and perhaps he was. In our culture, smiths were considered touched by the gods, practitioners of an art that transformed base materials into objects of beauty and utility. The god Wayland himself was said to be the greatest smith who ever lived, and every man who worked iron was thought to carry a spark of his divine skill. As the metal heated, changing color from dull gray to cherry red to brilliant orange, my grandfather began to tell me stories. This was how knowledge was passed down in our world, not through written words, which few could read, but through tales told while hands worked and eyes watched. Each story contained lessons about technique, about patience, about the relationship between craftsman and material. "Long ago," he began, his voice taking on the rhythmic cadence that all good storytellers used. "There was a young smith who thought he could master iron through strength alone. He hammered harder than anyone, heated his forge hotter than anyone, and worked longer hours than anyone in his village. But every piece he made was flawed. Brittle swords that snapped in battle, horseshoes that cracked after a few days, jewelry that tarnished before it could be worn." The iron in the forge was now glowing a perfect orange yellow, and Olaf lifted it with his long-handled tongs, moving it to his anvil with practiced ease. The anvil itself was a work of art, a massive piece of steel that had been in our family for generations, its surface polished smooth by countless hours of use, its edges shaped to provide every angle a smith might need. One day, he continued, raising his hammer, an old woman came to the young smith's workshop. She was bent with age and her clothes were patched, but her eyes were bright with wisdom. "I need a simple nail," she told him. "Nothing fancy, just something to hang my cooking pot." The young smith laughed. "A nail? Any apprentice could make you a nail. I am a master craftsman." But the old woman smiled and said, "Then surely you can make me the perfect nail." The first blow of the hammer rang out like a bell, and I watched in fascination as the glowing iron began to change shape under my grandfather's skilled hands. Each strike was precise, controlled, part of a rhythm that seemed as natural as breathing. The metal stretched and flowed, gradually taking on the form of what would become a knife blade. The young smith took a piece of iron and began to work. Olaf continued, never pausing in his hammering. But, as he worked, he realized that making a perfect nail was more difficult than he had imagined. It needed to be strong enough to hold weight, but not so thick as to split the wood. It needed to be long enough to grip securely, but not so long as to poke through the other side. It needed to be straight and true, with a head large enough to distribute the load but small enough to be driven cleanly. I found myself mesmerized by the transformation taking place before my eyes. What had been a shapeless lump of metal was becoming something beautiful and functional, each hammer blow revealing more of its hidden potential. The sparks that flew with each strike seemed like tiny stars, brief and brilliant before fading into darkness. "The young smith worked on that nail for 3 days," my grandfather said, pausing to reheat the iron when it began to cool. "He made dozens of attempts, each one teaching him something new about the nature of iron, about patience, about the difference between force and skill. When he finally presented the finished nail to the old woman, it was indeed perfect. Strong, straight, and beautiful in its simplicity." As he spoke, Olaf began the delicate work of shaping the knife's edge, using lighter hammers and more precise movements. This was where true artistry lay, not in the rough shaping, but in the fine details that separated a master's work from that of a mere craftsman. The old woman examined the nail carefully, then smiled and handed it back to him. "Keep this," she said. "It will remind you that there is no such thing as simple work, only work done simply." Then she revealed herself to be Frigg, wife of Odin, and she blessed the young smith with the wisdom to see that mastery comes not from conquering the material, but from understanding it. The knife blade was nearly complete now, its edge straight and true, its surface bearing the subtle patterns that marked it as the work of a master smith. But Olaf was not finished. He moved to his grinding wheel, a large stone disc that he could spin with a foot pedal, and began the careful process of honing the blade to razor sharpness. "This is why we work iron with respect, little storm," he said, as sparks flew from the grinding wheel. "Not because we fear it, but because we understand that it has its own nature, its own desires. When we work with that nature instead of against it, we can create things of lasting beauty and strength." The sound of the grinding wheel was hypnotic, a steady whisper that seemed to speak of patience and precision. I watched as my grandfather's experienced hands guided the blade across the stone, maintaining the perfect angle needed to create an edge that would hold its sharpness through years of use. As the morning progressed, other sounds began to filter into the workshop. My mother's voice as she went about her daily tasks, the lowing of our cattle as they were led to pasture, the distant sound of children playing in the village square. But inside the forge, time seemed to move differently, measured not by the sun's passage across the sky, but by the rhythm of hammer on anvil, the hiss of hot metal meeting water, the steady whisper of stone sharpening steel. Every piece teaches you something, Olaf said, as he began work on the knife's handle, carefully shaping a piece of antler to fit perfectly in the hand. This blade has taught me about patience, how rushing the process leads to flaws that can never be corrected. The handle will teach me about balance, how the weight must be distributed just so, or the finest blade becomes clumsy in use. I spent the entire day in that workshop, absorbing lessons that went far beyond metalworking. I learned about the importance of preparation, how Olaf organized his tools so that everything was within easy reach, how he selected his materials with care, how he planned each step of the process before beginning. I learned about attention to detail, how the smallest flaw in technique could ruin hours of work, how perfection was achieved through countless small decisions made correctly. But, most importantly, I learned about the relationship between craftsman and craft, the way that working with your hands could be a form of meditation, a way of connecting with something larger than yourself. As I watched my grandfather's scarred hands shape beauty from raw materials, I began to understand that smithing was more than a trade. It was a calling, a way of participating in the ongoing creation of the world. As evening approached and the light from the forge began to compete with the fading daylight, Olaf put the finishing touches on the knife. The blade gleamed like captured moonlight, its edge sharp enough to split a hair, its balance perfect in the hand. The antler handle was carved with subtle patterns that provided both beauty and grip, and the whole piece radiated the quiet confidence that marked truly masterful work. "There," he said, holding the completed knife up to catch the last rays of sunlight streaming through the workshop window. Another piece of sleeping iron awakened to its true purpose. He handed the knife to me, and I marveled at how something so beautiful could feel so natural in my small hands. Even at 3 years old, I could sense the quality of the craftsmanship, the way every element worked together to create something greater than the sum of its parts. "This is yours now, little storm," he said, his voice carrying the weight of ceremony. "Not to play with. You're too young for that yet, but to keep, to remember this day when you first learned to listen to the iron's voice. Someday, when you're older, I'll teach you to make one yourself." That night, as I lay in my bed with the knife carefully wrapped and placed beside me, I could still smell the forge on my clothes, still hear the echo of hammer on anvil in my ears. The scent of iron had gotten into my very soul, and I knew with the certainty that only children possess that my future lay in that workshop, learning the ancient art of transforming base metal into objects of beauty and power. I dreamed that night of glowing coals and flying sparks, of the rhythm of hammers and the hiss of quenching water. In my dreams, I was already grown, my hands as skilled as my grandfather's, my understanding of iron's nature complete. I could not have known then how prophetic those dreams would prove to be, or how the lessons learned in that smoky workshop would one day save my life in lands far from home. But the iron knew. It had been whispering to me since the night of my birth, and now, finally, I was beginning to listen. Whispers in the dark. Sleep, in those early years of my life, was never a simple thing. while other children in Ironhold drifted off to dreams of games and adventures. My nights were filled with visions that seemed to come from somewhere beyond the ordinary world of childhood imagination. They began when I was around 4 years old. Vivid, detailed dreams that felt more like memories of events that had not yet occurred. In these dreams, I stood on the deck of a longship, salt spray stinging my face as we cut through waters the color of polished steel. I could feel the rhythm of the oars beneath my feet, hear the creak of the ship's timbers as we rode the swells, smell the complex mixture of tar and rope and human sweat that marked a vessel built for long voyages. But strangest of all, I could see myself as if from outside. A grown man with iron-gray hair and scars that told stories of battles fought in distant lands. The dreams were so real that I would wake with the taste of sea salt on my lips and the sound of wind-filled sails still echoing in my ears. My mother, Astrid, would find me sitting up in my small bed, staring into the darkness with eyes that seemed to hold knowledge far beyond my years. "The dreams again?" she would ask, settling beside me with the patient understanding that marked her as both mother and vulva. Her presence was always comforting. She carried with her the scent of the herbs she used in her healing work, mixed with the subtle fragrance of the rune stones she consulted when villagers came seeking guidance about their futures. I would nod, still caught between the dream world and waking reality. I was on a ship, Mama, but not like the fishing boats in the harbor. This one was longer, with a dragon's head carved on the prow. And there were many men with me, all carrying shields painted with ravens. Astrid would stroke my hair, her fingers gentle but her expression thoughtful. As a vulva, she understood that dreams could be more than simple products of a child's imagination. In our culture, the boundary between the world of the living and the realm of spirits was thin, and some people, especially children, could sometimes glimpse what was to come. "Tell me more about these dreams, my little storm," she would say, using the same pet name my grandfather favored. "What else do you see?" And so I would describe the visions that came to me in sleep. Battles fought on foreign shores, cities with walls of white stone that gleamed in the Mediterranean sun. Treasures beyond counting loaded into the holds of our ships. I spoke of men who followed me with loyalty that seemed absolute, of enemies who fell before weapons that sang as they cut through the air, of a reputation that spread like wildfire across the known world. But it was not just the grand adventures that filled my dreams. Often, the most vivid visions were of smaller, more intimate moments. The feel of a sword's grip molded perfectly to my hand. The taste of wine from grapes grown in southern vineyards. The sound of foreign languages that I somehow understood despite never having heard them before. These details were what convinced my mother that my dreams were more than mere fantasy. The spirits speak to us in many ways, she explained one night after a particularly vivid dream had left me shaking with excitement and fear. Sometimes through the runes, sometimes through the flight of birds, sometimes through the dreams of children whose souls are not yet fully anchored to this world. You have been chosen to see glimpses of what may come to pass. She rose from my bedside and moved to the wooden chest where she kept her most precious possessions, the tools of her trade as a vulva. From within, she withdrew a leather pouch that contained her rune stones, each one carved from bone and marked with symbols that held power older than memory. "Would you like to learn about the runes, Eric?" she asked, settling back beside me with the pouch in her hands. "They might help you understand what your dreams are trying to tell you." I nodded eagerly. I had always been fascinated by the mysterious symbols my mother consulted when villagers came seeking her wisdom, but she had never offered to teach me their meanings before. Perhaps she felt that my prophetic dreams marked me as ready for such knowledge. She opened the pouch and poured the rune stones into her palm, where they seemed to glow softly in the firelight from our central hearth. Each stone was smooth from years of handling, worn by countless consultations, yet the symbols carved into their surfaces remained sharp and clear. "The runes are more than just symbols," she began, her voice taking on the formal tone she used when imparting important knowledge. "They are keys that unlock the hidden patterns of existence, ways of understanding the connections between past, present, and future. Each rune contains within it a piece of the cosmic order that governs all things." She selected one stone from the group and held it up for me to see. The symbol, carved into its surface, looked like a lightning bolt frozen in bone. "This is Sowilo," she said, "the rune of the sun, of victory, of the power that drives away darkness. It appears often in the castings I do for warriors about to embark on dangerous journeys. The fact that you dream of battles and victories suggests that this rune's influence is strong in your fate." She chose another stone, this one bearing a symbol that resembled a ship's sail billowing in the wind. "And this is Raido, the rune of journeys, of movement, of the path that leads from one state of being to another. Your dreams of sailing to distant lands, of adventures far from home. These are echoes of Raido's power working in your life." As she continued to explain the meanings of different runes, I found myself fascinated not just by their individual symbolism, but by the way they seemed to connect to form a larger pattern. It was like watching my grandfather work iron. Each hammer blow seemed random by itself, but together they created something beautiful and purposeful. "The most important thing to understand," my mother continued, "is that the runes do not predict a fixed future. They show possibilities, paths that might be taken, consequences that might follow from certain choices. Your dreams are similar. They show you what could be, not necessarily what will be." She gathered the stones back into her palm and shook them gently, their soft clicking creating a rhythm that seemed almost musical. "Would you like me to cast the runes for you?" she asked, "to see what they might reveal about the path your life is meant to take?" I nodded, suddenly feeling the weight of the moment. This was not a game or a casual consultation. This was my mother, a respected vulva, offering to use her most sacred tools to glimpse my destiny. Even at 4 years old, I understood that this was an honor not lightly given. Astrid closed her eyes and whispered a prayer to the Norns, the 3 sisters who were said to weave the fates of all living things. Then she cast the runes onto the blanket that covered my bed, letting them fall where they would, trusting to the wisdom of the gods to guide their placement. When she opened her eyes and looked at the pattern the stones had formed, her expression grew thoughtful, almost troubled. She studied the runes for a long moment, her fingers tracing connections between different symbols, her lips moving silently as she interpreted their message. "What do you see, Mama?" I asked, unable to contain my curiosity. She was quiet for another moment before speaking, and when she did, her voice carried a mixture of pride and concern. "I see a life of great adventure, my son. Journeys to lands beyond the edges of our maps. Victories that will make your name known throughout the world. I see iron, so much iron, forged into weapons and tools and treasures. I see the respect of warriors and the fear of enemies." She paused, her finger hovering over one particular rune that had landed slightly apart from the others. But I also see choices, Eric. Difficult choices that will test not just your courage, but your wisdom. The path to greatness is never straight, and those who walk it must be prepared to pay prices they never expected to pay. She gathered the runes back into their pouch, but her expression remained thoughtful. "Your dreams are preparing you for this future," she said finally. "They are teaching you to see beyond the immediate moment, to understand that every action creates ripples that spread far beyond what we can imagine. This is a gift, but it is also a responsibility." From that night forward, my mother began teaching me more about the old ways, not just the meanings of the runes, but the stories behind them, the mythology that gave them power, the rituals and ceremonies that connected our people to the gods and spirits who shaped our world. I learned about Odin's sacrifice of himself to gain wisdom, about Thor's battles against the giants who threatened order, about Frigg's knowledge of fate and her choice to remain silent about what she knew. But perhaps most importantly, I learned about the concept of wired, the idea that all things are connected in a vast web of cause and effect, that every choice we make influences not just our own fate, but the fates of everyone around us. This understanding would prove crucial in the years to come, as the dreams that had begun in childhood gradually became the reality of my adult life. The dreams themselves continued, growing more detailed and specific as I aged. I began to dream of particular places, a harbor city with walls of white stone, an island where ancient treasures lay hidden, a battlefield where the fate of kingdoms would be decided. I dreamed of companions who would stand beside me through triumph and disaster, of enemies whose faces I would recognize years before I met them, of moments of decision that would echo through generations. My mother recorded these dreams in her own way, weaving their details into the stories she told and the advice she gave to those who sought her counsel. She never spoke of them directly to others. The gift of prophecy was too dangerous to reveal casually, but she used the knowledge they contained to guide her work as a vulva, helping her people prepare for the changes that were coming. As I grew older and the dreams became more frequent, I began to understand that they were not just random visions, but pieces of a larger pattern, glimpses of a destiny that was slowly taking shape around me. The iron amulet my grandfather had forged on the night of my birth seemed to grow warm against my chest whenever the dreams were particularly vivid, as if it were somehow connected to the visions that filled my sleep. Years later, when I stood on the deck of my first longship and felt the salt spray on my face for the first time in waking life, I would remember those childhood dreams and understand that they had been preparing me for this moment all along. The whispers in the dark had been the voices of the Norns themselves, weaving the threads of my fate into the great tapestry of existence. But that understanding was still years away. For now, I was simply a child learning to navigate the strange gift of prophetic dreams, guided by a mother whose wisdom ran as deep as the roots of Yggdrasil itself, preparing for a future that would exceed even the grandest visions that came to me in sleep. The iron continued to whisper its secrets, and slowly, patiently, I learned to listen. The Stranger's Gift. The autumn of my 7th year brought changes to Ironhold that none of us could have anticipated. The harvest had been good. Our storehouses were full of grain and our livestock were fat and healthy. But there was an undercurrent of unease that seemed to touch everyone in our small community. The older folk spoke in hushed tones of strange omens. Ravens gathering in unusual numbers, the northern lights appearing on nights when the sky should have been dark. Dreams that came to many people simultaneously. My mother, Astrid, was busier than usual during this time. Villagers came to her almost daily seeking guidance, their faces marked by the kind of worry that comes when familiar patterns begin to shift in unexpected ways. She would consult her runes, burn herbs to clear negative influences, and offer the kind of practical wisdom that had made her reputation as a vulva spread far beyond our settlement. It was during this unsettled time that the stranger arrived. I first saw him on a morning when frost painted intricate patterns on our windows, and the air carried the sharp bite that promised winter's approach. I was in my grandfather's forge, as had become my daily custom, learning to work the bellows and organize tools while Olaf crafted a set of horseshoes for Thorvald the merchant. The rhythmic hammering and the warm glow of the coals created a pocket of comfort against the growing cold outside. The stranger appeared in our doorway like a figure from one of the old stories, tall and lean, wrapped in a traveling cloak that had seen many miles, carrying a staff carved with symbols I didn't recognize. His hair was the color of winter clouds, neither fully gray nor fully white, and his eyes held depths that seemed to reflect far more years than his face suggested. Most striking of all was the way he moved, with the careful grace of someone who had learned to be ready for anything at any moment. "Master Olaf," he said, his voice carrying an accent I couldn't place, "I have traveled far to find you. My name is Grim, the far-traveled, and I have need of your skill." My grandfather looked up from his work, his experienced eyes taking in every detail of our visitor. In our part of the world, strangers were not uncommon. Traders, pilgrims, and wanderers passed through Ironhold regularly. But there was something about this man that commanded attention. "You are welcome in my forge, Grim far-traveled," Olaf replied, setting down his hammer and wiping his hands on his leather apron. "What brings you to our settlement, and how can my skills serve you?" The stranger stepped fully into the workshop, and I noticed that despite his travel-worn appearance, his boots made no sound on the stone floor. He moved to the central workbench and carefully unwrapped something from within his cloak, a piece of metal unlike anything I had ever seen. It was iron, but iron that seemed to hold light within its dark surface, as if tiny stars had been trapped in the metal during its forging. "This is star iron," Grim explained, his voice taking on the reverent tone that smiths used when discussing truly exceptional materials. Metal that fell from the heavens themselves, touched by the gods, and carrying within it powers that earthbound iron cannot possess. I need it forged into something specific, an amulet that will protect its wearer from forces both seen and unseen. My grandfather's eyes widened as he examined the strange metal. I had never seen him react to any material with such obvious awe, and his reverence told me that this was indeed something extraordinary. "Star iron," he murmured, running his fingers along the metal's surface. I have heard the tales of such things, but never thought to see it with my own eyes. The old stories say that weapons forged from heaven metal can cut through any earthly armor, that jewelry made from it can protect against magic itself. The stories speak truth, Grim confirmed, but working star iron requires more than ordinary skill. It must be heated to precise temperatures, shaped with specific tools, and quenched in water that has been blessed by those who understand the old ways. I have been told that you are such a smith, one who remembers the ancient techniques that most have forgotten. As they spoke, I found myself studying the stranger more closely. There was something about him that reminded me of my dreams. Not his appearance exactly, but the sense of vast distances traveled and knowledge gained through experiences that most people would never have. His staff, I noticed, was carved not just with decorative patterns, but with runes, though they were arranged in combinations I had never seen before. The boy watches with keen eyes, Grim said suddenly, turning his attention to me for the first time. He has the look of one who sees more than most. I felt heat rise in my cheeks at being noticed so directly, but the stranger's smile was kind rather than mocking. He approached me with the same careful grace he had shown when entering the forge, and I caught a scent that seemed to carry hints of distant places. Pine forests, salt air, and something else I couldn't identify, but that made me think of ancient stones and forgotten temples. "What is your name, young one?" he asked, crouching down so that his eyes were level with mine. "Eric Stormson," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady despite the strange intensity of his gaze. "Eric Stormson," he repeated, as if tasting the name. "Born in storm and claimed by iron, if I read the signs correctly. Tell me, Eric, do you dream of distant places, of ships on waters you have never seen?" My breath caught in my throat. How could this stranger know about my dreams? I glanced at my grandfather, who was watching our exchange with growing interest, then back at Grim. "Sometimes," I admitted quietly. The stranger nodded, as if my answer confirmed something he had already suspected. He reached into his cloak again and withdrew something small, wrapped in dark cloth. "Then perhaps this was meant for you, rather than for the person I originally intended to give it to," he said, beginning to unwrap the object. "The threads of fate have a way of weaving themselves into patterns we never expect." What he revealed made me gasp in wonder. It was an amulet, but not like the simple iron pendant my grandfather had made for me at birth. This piece was crafted from the same star iron he had brought to be worked, but it had already been shaped by a master's hand into something that seemed to capture the very essence of movement and power. The central design was a ship in full sail, but the metal had been worked so skillfully that the sails seemed to billow with wind that existed only in the viewer's imagination. Around the ship's hull, tiny runes were carved with such precision that they seemed to glow with their own inner light. This amulet was forged in the workshops of Miklagard, Grim explained, using the Norse name for the great city that others called Constantinople. The iron fell from the sky during a storm that lasted 3 days and 3 nights, and the smith who worked it was said to be descended from Wayland himself. It has been blessed by priests of 3 different faiths, and charged with protective powers that will endure as long as the metal itself remains unbroken. He held the amulet out to me, and I could feel warmth radiating from it even before it touched my skin. "But why would you give such a treasure to a child?" my grandfather asked, his voice carrying both wonder and concern. "Surely something of such value and power should go to a great warrior or a king." Grim smiled, and for a moment his face seemed to shift, showing glimpses of the young man he had once been and the ancient sage he might one day become. "Because, Master Olaf, I have learned that the gods care little for our human ideas about who deserves what. They place their gifts where they will do the most good, not where we think they should go. This boy carries within him the seeds of greatness. I can see it in his eyes, hear it in the way he speaks, feel it in the very air around him. The amulet will serve him better than it would serve any king." He placed the star iron pendant around my neck, and immediately I felt a change. It was subtle at first, a sense of clarity, as if a fog I hadn't realized was there had suddenly lifted. The sounds of the forge seemed sharper, the colors more vivid, and underneath it all I could swear I heard something like distant music, as if the amulet itself was singing a song too quiet for ordinary ears to detect. "There," Grim said, stepping back to admire his work. "Now you carry a piece of the heavens themselves, young Eric. Let it remind you that your destiny lies not just in this village, but in the wide world beyond. When the time comes for you to leave, and it will come, this amulet will help guide you safely through whatever dangers you may face." My grandfather was examining the amulet with professional interest, his experienced eyes taking in every detail of its construction. "The workmanship is extraordinary," he murmured. "I have never seen runes carved with such precision, or metal worked to achieve such fine detail. Whoever made this was a master beyond masters." "Indeed," Grim agreed. "And now, if you would be willing to work the star iron I brought, I would like you to create something to complement the boy's amulet. Perhaps a small knife or a piece of jewelry that will serve as a focus for the protective energies." What followed was the most remarkable display of smithing I had ever witnessed. My grandfather worked the star iron with reverent care, heating it to temperatures that made ordinary iron glow white hot, shaping it with hammers that had been blessed according to ancient rituals, quenching it in water that Grim had somehow made to shimmer with an inner light. As the work progressed, the stranger told us stories of his travels, tales of cities where towers reached toward the clouds, of deserts where the sand held memories of civilizations long forgotten, of islands where the very stones were said to sing with the voices of ancient gods. His words painted pictures so vivid that I felt as if I were seeing these wonders with my own eyes, and I found myself hungry for the kind of adventures he described. "The world is vast beyond imagining," he said, as my grandfather put the finishing touches on a small knife forged from the star iron. "There are wonders waiting to be discovered, treasures beyond counting, knowledge that could change the course of history itself. But all of these things come with prices, some that can be paid in gold or silver, others that must be paid in blood or sacrifice, or the surrender of things we thought we could never live without." The finished knife was a masterpiece of the smith's art. The blade gleamed like captured starlight, and the handle, carved from a piece of whalebone that Grim provided, fit perfectly in my small hand. Runes ran along the fuller, their meaning hidden but their power unmistakable. "This blade will never dull," Grim explained as he wrapped it in soft leather. "It will cut through any material known to man, and it will always return to your hand when thrown with true intent. But more importantly, it will serve as a reminder of this day, when the paths of fate first began to reveal themselves to you." As evening approached, and the time came for the stranger to continue his journey, he pulled me aside for a private conversation. We walked to the edge of our settlement, where the forest began and the familiar sounds of village life faded into the whisper of wind through pine boughs. "Eric," he said, his voice serious now, "I want you to understand that the gifts I have given you today come with responsibilities. The amulet and the knife are not toys. They are tools that will help shape your destiny, but only if you prove worthy of them." He pointed toward the horizon, where the first stars were beginning to appear in the darkening sky. "Out there, beyond the edges of your current world, great changes are stirring. Kingdoms will rise and fall, new trade routes will open, and opportunities will present themselves to those bold enough to seize them. You have been marked by fate to play a role in these changes, but the exact nature of that role will depend on the choices you make." I listened with the seriousness that children reserve for moments when they sense that something truly important is being shared with them. How will I know what choices to make? I asked. Grim smiled and placed a hand on my shoulder. Trust in the iron, young Eric. It has been whispering to you since birth, and it will continue to guide you if you learn to listen. The star iron you now carry will amplify that voice, making it clearer and stronger. When the time comes to make difficult decisions, hold the amulet and listen to what it tells you. He began to walk back toward the village, but paused after a few steps. One more thing, he said. Your father, Magnus the Wanderer, is not lost as some believe. He has been delayed by circumstances beyond his control, but he will return. When he does, he will bring with him opportunities that will change your life forever. Be ready. With those words, he disappeared into the gathering darkness, leaving me standing alone at the forest's edge with my mind reeling from everything that had happened. When I returned to our longhouse, I found my mother waiting for me, her expression showing that she had sensed the significance of the day's events, even without witnessing them directly. Show me, she said simply. I pulled the star iron amulet from beneath my tunic, and immediately our home seemed to fill with a soft, warm light. My mother's eyes widened as she examined the pendant, her fingers tracing the intricate runes that decorated its surface. This is work of the highest order, she whispered. I can feel the power radiating from it, protective energies woven into the very structure of the metal. Whoever gave this to you understood exactly what you would need for the path that lies ahead. She looked up at me, and I saw in her eyes the same mixture of pride and concern that had marked her expression when she cast the runes for me years earlier. Your childhood is ending, my son, she said quietly. The gifts you received today are not meant for a boy playing at being a warrior. They are tools for a man who will face real dangers in the real world. Are you ready for what that means? I thought of Grimm's words about choices and responsibilities, about the vast world waiting beyond our village, about the dreams that had been preparing me for this moment throughout my young life. I think so, I said, and meant it. That night, as I lay in my bed with the star iron amulet warm against my chest and the heaven-forged knife carefully wrapped beside me, my dreams were more vivid than they had ever been. I saw myself standing on the prow of a great longship, the wind filling our sails as we cut through waters that sparkled like jewels. I saw cities of white stone and treasures beyond counting, battles won through cunning rather than strength, and companions whose loyalty would endure through triumph and disaster alike. But most clearly of all, I saw the moment when everything would change, when a message would arrive that would set me on the path toward the destiny that the stranger's gifts had prepared me to embrace. The iron sang its ancient song, and for the first time I understood every word. When Father never came home. The winter of my 8th year was the harshest anyone in Ironhold could remember. Snow fell in quantities that buried our smaller buildings entirely, and the cold was so intense that even our well-built longhouses struggled to maintain warmth despite fires that burned day and night. The harbor froze solid for the first time in living memory, trapping the fishing boats in ice so thick that men could walk across it as if it were solid ground. But it was not the physical hardships of that winter that marked it as the turning point of my childhood. It was the message that arrived on the coldest day of the season, brought by a half-frozen merchant who had struggled through the snow for 3 days to reach our settlement. I was in the forge with my grandfather when the messenger stumbled through our door, his beard white with frost and his clothes stiff with ice. Olaf immediately set aside his work and helped the man to a seat near the fire, while I ran to fetch hot broth and dry clothes. It was only after the merchant had warmed himself and eaten that he delivered the news that would change everything. "I bring word of Magnus the Wanderer," he said, his voice still hoarse from the cold. "I'm afraid it is not the news his family would wish to hear." My heart seemed to stop beating as I waited for him to continue. My mother had joined us by then, drawn by some instinct that told her this moment was significant. She stood behind me, her hands resting on my shoulders, and I could feel the tension in her grip. "Magnus's ship was attacked by raiders off the coast of Fraja," the merchant continued. "They were returning from a successful trading voyage, their holds full of silver and amber, when they were set upon by 3 ships flying no banners. The battle was fierce, but Magnus's crew was outnumbered. Those few who survived say that Magnus fought like a berserker, standing on the prow of his ship even as it burned around him." The merchant paused, perhaps hoping that someone else would ask the question that hung in the air like smoke from a dying fire. "Is he dead?" my mother asked, her voice steady despite the pain I could hear beneath the words. "The survivors saw him fall," the merchant replied quietly. "An arrow took him in the chest and he went down fighting. His ship burned to the waterline and sank in deep water. There was no chance to recover anything." The silence that followed seemed to stretch for hours, though it could only have been moments. I felt as if the world had suddenly become unreal, as if I were watching these events happen to someone else from a great distance. My father, the man I had been waiting for my entire life, the figure who had loomed so large in my imagination despite his absence, was gone forever. My mother's hands tightened on my shoulders, and I could feel her drawing on reserves of strength that I was only beginning to understand she possessed. As a vulva, she had helped others deal with loss and grief countless times, but now she faced the challenge of managing her own sorrow while helping her son navigate his first encounter with true tragedy. "Thank you for bringing us this news," she said to the merchant, her voice carrying the formal courtesy that our people use to acknowledge difficult duties performed with honor. "You have traveled far in harsh conditions to deliver word that could not have been easy to share. You will stay with us until the weather improves. It is the least we can do." Over the following days, as the merchant recovered from his journey and shared more details about my father's final voyage, I found myself struggling with emotions I had never experienced before. Grief was there, certainly, a hollow ache that seemed to fill my chest and make it difficult to breathe. But alongside the sadness was something else, a burning anger at the unfairness of it all. My father had been a good man, an honest trader who had never harmed anyone who didn't threaten him first. He had been returning home with gifts for his family and stories of the wider world, looking forward to finally spending extended time with the son he had seen so little of during my early years. The fact that he had been killed by pirates, men who created nothing and contributed nothing, who lived by stealing the fruits of others' labor, seemed like a cosmic injustice that demanded some kind of response. But what response could an 8-year-old boy possibly make? I was too young to seek vengeance, too small to captain a ship, too inexperienced to track down the men responsible for my father's death. The helplessness I felt was almost worse than the grief itself. It was during this dark time that the star iron amulet Grimm had given me began to show its true power. Whenever the weight of my father's loss threatened to overwhelm me completely, I would feel the pendant grow warm against my chest. And with that warmth came a sense of clarity that helped me see beyond the immediate pain. The amulet seemed to whisper that this tragedy, terrible as it was not the end of my story, but the beginning of a new chapter. My father's death had created a void in my life, but it had also freed me from the expectation that I would follow in his footsteps as a peaceful trader. The path that lay ahead of me would be different, more dangerous, perhaps, but also potentially more significant. My mother, with the wisdom that had made her reputation as a vulva, seemed to understand what I was going through even when I couldn't put it into words myself. She began spending more time teaching me about the old ways, sharing knowledge that she had previously considered too advanced for someone my age. Loss is the price we pay for love, she told me one evening as we sat by our fire, the wind howling outside like the voices of the dishonored dead. The deeper the love, the greater the loss when it is taken from us. But the love itself, that remains. It becomes part of who we are, a source of strength that no enemy can steal. She pulled out her rune stones and cast them on the table between us, studying the pattern they formed with the concentration she usually reserved for her most important consultations. "Your father's death was not meaningless," she said after a long moment. "The runes show that his sacrifice, for it was a sacrifice, even if he didn't choose it, has opened pathways that would otherwise have remained closed. The anger you feel, the desire for justice, the hunger for something greater than the life you had planned, these are not weaknesses to be overcome, but strengths to be channeled." She pointed to one particular rune that had landed in the center of the pattern. "Tiwaz," she said, "the rune of justice, of righteous warfare, of the warrior who fights not for personal gain but for the protection of others. This rune has appeared in every casting I have done for you since your father's death. The gods are telling us that his loss will forge you into something you could never have become otherwise." As winter gradually gave way to spring and the harbor ice began to break up, I found myself spending more and more time at the water's edge, watching the ships that came and went with their cargoes of goods and dreams. Each vessel that arrived brought the possibility of news about the pirates who had killed my father, though no such news ever came. Each ship that departed carried with it a piece of my longing to be somewhere else, doing something that mattered. It was during one of these solitary vigils by the harbor that I encountered Bjorn the sailor, an old man who had spent his youth raiding in the western seas before settling down to a quieter life as a fisherman. He found me throwing stones into the water with more force than accuracy, working out frustrations that had no other outlet. "You throw like a boy who has something to prove," he observed, settling down on a nearby rock with the careful movements of someone whose joints had been stiffened by years of hard work and harsh weather. "Maybe I do," I replied, not particularly interested in conversation, but too well-mannered to ignore an elder completely. Bjorn studied me with eyes that had seen more of the world than most men in our village could imagine. "You're Magnus's boy," he said. It wasn't a question. I heard about what happened. "Pirates," they said. "Cowardly dogs who attack honest traders because they lack the skill to earn their own way." He picked up a stone of his own and sent it skipping across the water with an expertise that spoke of countless hours of practice. "I knew your father," he continued. "Sailed with him once, years ago, before you were born. He was a good man, brave when he needed to be, but not foolish about it. The kind of trader who could make friends in any port and enemies nowhere. That's what made his death so senseless." I felt tears threatening and tried to blink them away, not wanting to show weakness in front of this weathered veteran. "I want to find them," I said, the words coming out in a rush. "The men who killed him. I want to make them pay." Bjorn nodded as if this was exactly what he had expected to hear. "Of course you do," he said. any son worth the name would feel the same way, but wanting revenge and being able to achieve it are two very different things. The sea is vast, boy, and pirates are like wolves. They hunt in packs, they know how to disappear when pursued, and they prey on those who are weaker than themselves. He sent another stone, skipping across the water, this one traveling so far that it seemed to disappear into the distance. But, he continued, that doesn't mean justice is impossible. It just means that justice might take a different form than you expect, and it might take longer to achieve than you want. He turned to look at me directly, and I saw in his eyes the kind of knowledge that comes only from experience. Your father was killed because he was alone and outnumbered, Bjorn said. If you want to honor his memory and prevent other good men from suffering the same fate, you need to become strong enough to protect them. Not just physically strong, though that matters too, but strong in all the ways that matter. Strong in leadership, so men will follow you. Strong in strategy, so you can outthink your enemies. Strong in reputation, so your very name becomes a weapon that strikes fear into the hearts of those who would prey on the innocent. The old sailor stood up, his joints creaking audibly, and prepared to return to his own concerns. The path to that kind of strength begins with a single step, he said, and that step is the decision to leave behind the boy you were and become the man you need to be. When you're ready to take that step, come find me. I may be old, but I still remember things that could be useful to someone with the right kind of ambition. That night, I lay in my bed holding the star iron amulet and thinking about everything Bjorn had said. The pendant was warm against my palm, and I could swear I heard it humming with some kind of inner energy. My dreams, when they finally came, were different than they had been before my father's death. Instead of vague visions of adventure and glory, I saw specific scenes. Myself standing on the deck of a longship, commanding men who looked to me for leadership. Battles fought not for treasure, but for justice. Enemies who fled at the mention of my name. But most clearly of all, I saw the moment when I would finally leave Ironhold behind and set out into the wider world. It was coming soon. I could feel it approaching like a storm on the horizon. The boy, who had been content to learn smithing from his grandfather and magic from his mother, was gone, replaced by someone who hungered for something larger and more significant. My father's death had been the catalyst, but the change had been building for years. The dreams, the stranger's gifts, the growing sense that I was meant for something beyond the boundaries of our small settlement. All of these had been preparing me for this moment of transformation. When spring finally arrived in full, and the first trading ships began to appear in our harbor, I knew that my childhood was truly over. The iron had been whispering to me since birth, but now its voice had become a roar that could not be ignored. It was time to take the first step on the path that would lead me to my destiny. The path that would make me Eric Ironheart. The road to Iron Haven. The morning I left Ironhold dawned clear and bright, with the kind of crystalline air that makes every detail of the landscape stand out with unusual sharpness. I had been planning this departure for weeks, ever since the ice broke and the first merchant ships began arriving with news from the wider world. My mother knew, of course. Astrid's gifts as a vulva made it impossible to hide such momentous decisions from her. But we had agreed that the actual leaving should be done quietly, without the kind of formal farewells that might make the separation more difficult than it needed to be. I was 15 now, no longer the child who had received mysterious gifts from a stranger, but not yet the man I hoped to become. The years since my father's death had been spent in preparation, learning advanced smithing techniques from my grandfather, studying the old lore with my mother, and training with weapons under the guidance of Bjorn the sailor, who had proven to be an excellent teacher despite his advanced age. The star iron amulet that Grim had given me had grown heavier over the years, though I knew this was not a physical change but something else entirely. It seemed to pulse with energy now, especially when I was making important decisions, as if it were somehow connected to the currents of fate that flowed around all significant choices. This morning, as I prepared to leave the only home I had ever known, it felt almost alive against my chest. My traveling pack was carefully organized with the efficiency my grandfather had taught me. The heaven-forged knife rode in a sheath at my belt, its star iron blade hidden beneath leather wrapping that made it appear to be nothing more than an ordinary tool. I carried enough food for a week's journey, though I hoped to reach Ironhaven port in half that time. More importantly, I carried letters of introduction from respected members of our community, documents that would help me find work and lodging in a city where I knew no one. My mother met me at the edge of our settlement as the sun crested the eastern hills. She had been up before dawn, I knew, performing the rituals that would invoke the gods' protection for my journey. Her eyes were bright with unshed tears, but her voice was steady as she spoke the formal words of blessing that marked such partings. "May Thor's hammer clear your path of obstacles," she said, placing her hands on my shoulders in the ancient gesture of benediction. "May Odin's ravens bring you wisdom in strange places. May Frigg's love remind you always of home. And may the iron that sings in your blood guide you safely through whatever trials await." She pressed something into my hand, a small pouch made of soft leather and sealed with wax that bore the impression of her personal rune. "Do not open this until you reach a moment when all seems lost," she instructed. "Inside, you will find something that may help you remember who you are and where you come from, no matter how far you travel or how much you change." I tucked the pouch into my pack beside the other treasures I carried, then embraced my mother with the fierce intensity of someone who knows that such moments are precious beyond measure. She smelled of the herbs she used in her healing work, of the smoke from our hearth, of all the comfort and security I was leaving behind. "I will come back," I promised, though we both knew that the young man who eventually returned would be very different from the boy who was departing. "I know you will," she replied, "but do not hurry that return. The world has much to teach you, and you have much to give it in return. Take the time you need to become who you are meant to be." And so, I set out on the road that led south toward Ironhaven, my feet carrying me away from everything familiar and toward a future that existed only in dreams and possibilities. The morning was perfect for traveling, cool enough to make walking comfortable, but with the promise of warmth as the sun climbed higher. The road itself was well maintained, a testament to the importance of trade in our region, and I made good time despite the weight of my pack. For the first few hours, I encountered other travelers regularly, merchants heading north with goods from distant markets, pilgrims journeying to sacred sites, farmers taking their produce to sell in larger settlements. Each encounter was an opportunity to practice the social skills I would need in the wider world, and I found myself enjoying the brief conversations that broke up the rhythm of walking. It was from one such conversation that I learned my first important lesson about life beyond the boundaries of home. I had fallen into step with a merchant named Hakon, who was traveling with a small caravan of pack horses loaded with furs and amber. He was a man of middle years, with the kind of weathered face that spoke of countless journeys along dangerous roads. and his eyes held the wariness that came from dealing with all manner of people in all manner of circumstances. "First time away from home?" he asked after we had walked together for an hour or so, making conversation to pass the time. "Yes," I admitted, seeing no point in pretending to experience I didn't possess. Hakon nodded, as if this confirmed something he had already suspected. "I thought so. You have the look of someone who still believes that most people are fundamentally good, that honest work is always rewarded, that justice will prevail in the end. These are not bad beliefs to hold. They speak well of your upbringing, but they can be dangerous if you hold them too tightly." He gestured toward the forest that lined both sides of the road, its depths dark and mysterious even in the bright morning light. "Out here, away from the communities where everyone knows everyone else, different rules apply. There are men who will smile at you while planning to rob you, women who will offer you shelter while preparing to poison you, merchants who will cheat you while swearing on their mothers' graves that they are giving you the best possible price." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the morning air. "Are you saying I shouldn't trust anyone?" Hakon laughed, but it was not an unkind sound. "Not at all. Trust is essential. Without it, no trade would be possible, no friendships could be formed, no alliances could be built. But trust must be earned, not given freely. Watch people's actions, not just their words. Pay attention to what they do when they think no one is looking. And always, always have a plan for what you'll do if your trust proves to be misplaced." As if to illustrate his point, we crested a small hill and saw ahead of us a scene that made Hakon immediately signal for his caravan to halt. A merchant's wagon had broken down in the middle of the road, its wheel shattered and its contents scattered. The merchant himself, a fat man in expensive clothes, was calling out for help, claiming that he would pay generously for assistance in getting his goods to safety. "What do you see?" Hakon asked me quietly. I studied the scene, trying to apply the lessons he had just shared. At first glance, it appeared to be exactly what it seemed: a traveler in distress who needed help. But as I looked more carefully, details began to stand out that didn't quite fit the picture. The wheel isn't broken, I realized suddenly. It's been removed deliberately. You can see the tool marks on the axle, and his goods aren't scattered randomly. They're arranged to look scattered while actually blocking the road so that other travelers have to stop. "Very good," Hakon said approvingly. "And what else?" I looked more carefully at the forest on either side of the road, letting my eyes adjust to the shadows beneath the trees. There, movement that was too regular to be caused by wind, too purposeful to be animals. "There are men hidden in the trees," I said. "At least 4, maybe more. They're waiting for travelers to stop and help. Then they'll attack from multiple directions." Hakon nodded grimly. "A classic ambush. The merchant is probably the most expendable member of their band. If something goes wrong, they can abandon him and escape while he takes the blame. If we had approached to help, we would have found ourselves surrounded before we realized the danger." He turned his caravan around and led us back down the hill, taking a longer route that would avoid the ambush entirely. As we walked, he continued my education in the realities of travel. "The key to surviving on the roads is to think like both predator and prey," he explained. "You must be able to recognize threats before they become deadly, but you must also understand how threats think, what they look for in potential victims, how they plan their attacks. Knowledge is your best weapon, better than any sword or spear." We made camp that evening in a clearing that Hakon selected with obvious care. far enough from the road to avoid casual observation, but with multiple escape routes if trouble arose. As we sat around our small fire eating travel bread and dried meat, he shared more stories of his years on the trading routes, each tale containing lessons that no amount of theoretical instruction could have provided. "I once knew a young warrior," he said, staring into the flames as if he could see the past there, "who was convinced that courage meant never backing down from a fight, never showing fear, never admitting weakness. He was brave, I'll give him that, and skilled with weapons. But he died young because he couldn't distinguish between courage and foolishness." He looked up at me, his eyes reflecting the firelight. True courage isn't the absence of fear. It's the ability to act correctly despite fear. Sometimes that means fighting. Sometimes it means running. Sometimes it means swallowing your pride and accepting help from people you'd rather not owe favors to. The key is to choose your battles carefully, to fight only when fighting serves a purpose larger than your own ego. That night, as I lay in my bedroll looking up at stars that seemed brighter and more numerous than they ever had at home, I reflected on the lessons of my first day as a true traveler. The world beyond Ironhold was indeed more complex and dangerous than I had imagined, but it was also more interesting. Every encounter was a puzzle to be solved, every decision a test of judgment and character. The star iron amulet was warm against my chest, and I could swear I heard it humming softly in harmony with some cosmic rhythm that connected all things. My dreams that night were filled with visions of the challenges that lay ahead. Not just the immediate goal of reaching Ironhaven, but the greater journey that would take me far beyond anything I could currently imagine. When I woke the next morning, Hakon was already preparing to continue his journey northward, while I would be heading south. Before we parted ways, he gave me one final piece of advice. "Remember," he said, "that every person you meet is fighting a battle you know nothing about. Some of those battles make people desperate enough to do terrible things, while others make them generous beyond reason. Your job is to figure out which kind of battle someone is fighting before you decide how much to trust them." He clasped my shoulder in the gesture of respect that one traveler gives to another. "You have good instincts, young Eric, and the wisdom to listen when others share their knowledge. These qualities will serve you well in the years to come. May your journey be safe, and your destination everything you hope it will be." And so I continued south toward Ironhaven, carrying with me not just the physical possessions I had brought from home, but a growing collection of insights about the nature of the world and my place in it. Each mile of road taught me something new. Each encounter added to my understanding of the complex web of relationships and motivations that governed life beyond the boundaries of small communities. The iron continued to sing its ancient song, but now I was beginning to understand that its music was not just about my personal destiny. It was about the role I was meant to play in the larger symphony of events that was already beginning to unfold around me. Ironhaven lay ahead, and with it, the next chapter of my transformation from Eric Stormson of Ironhold to the man who would one day be known throughout the world as Eric Ironheart, the harbor master's daughter. The first sight of Ironhaven Port took my breath away. I had thought Ironhold was a proper settlement, but compared to this bustling maritime city, my home village seemed like little more than a collection of huts huddled around a forge. Ironhaven sprawled along the coastline for what must have been miles, its buildings rising in terraced layers from the waterfront up the hillsides, connected by a maze of streets that seemed to pulse with constant activity. The harbor itself was a marvel of engineering that spoke to centuries of gradual expansion and improvement. stone quays stretched far out into the deep water, providing berths for dozens of ships of every size and description. Longships sat alongside broad-beamed merchant vessels. Fishing boats shared space with sleek courier ships, and towering above them all were the massive trading galleys that carried goods between the far-flung corners of the known world. The sounds hit me like a physical force as I approached the city gates. The creaking of ship timbers and rope rigging. The calls of merchants hawking their wares. The rhythmic hammering from countless workshops. The multilingual babble of sailors and traders from every corner of the world. And underneath it all, like a bass note that gave foundation to the entire symphony, was the constant sound of the sea itself. Waves lapping against stone, wind singing through rigging, the deep groans of ships rising and falling with the tide. But it was the smells that truly announced that I had entered a different world entirely. The salt tang of sea air was overlaid with aromas I had never encountered before. Exotic spices from southern markets, the tar and pitch used to waterproof ships' hulls, the distinctive scent of whale oil burning in countless lamps, and stranger fragrances that spoke of lands so distant I had no names for them. I made my way through the city gates, showing my letters of introduction to guards who barely glanced at them before waving me through. The streets beyond were unlike anything I had ever experienced. Narrow passages that twisted and turned without apparent logic, lined with buildings that seemed to lean against each other for support. Every available space was utilized. Shops occupied the ground floors of residential buildings. Craftsmen worked in alcoves barely large enough to contain their tools, and vendors sold goods from carts, baskets, and even blankets spread on the ground. The diversity of the people was as overwhelming as everything else. I saw men with the pale complexion and light hair of my own people walking alongside dark-skinned traders from the southern deserts. Women in the practical wool clothing of northern settlements bargained with merchants wearing silk robes that shimmered in the sunlight. Children, who could have been my neighbors in Ironhold, played games with others whose features spoke of homelands I could not even imagine. Following the directions given to me by the guards, I made my way toward the harbor master's office, where I hoped to find both information about employment opportunities and recommendations for lodging. The building, when I finally located it, was impressive in its solid functionality. Built from the same gray stone as the harbor walls, with small windows that suggested its primary purpose was business rather than comfort. The harbor master himself was a man named Gunnar Eriksson, a grizzled veteran whose weathered hands and sun-darkened skin spoke of decades spent working around ships and sailors. His office was a controlled chaos of charts, manifests, and correspondence that somehow managed to convey both the complexity of his responsibilities and his mastery of them. "Another young man seeking his fortune in the wide world," he said after reading my letters of introduction, his tone suggesting that such arrivals were common enough to be routine. "Your grandfather's reputation as a smith has reached even here. Olaf, the Iron Singer, they call him in some circles. That's a recommendation worth having." He studied me with eyes that had learned to judge character quickly and accurately. "The question is, what exactly are you hoping to find here in Ironhaven? We get plenty of young men who think that running away to sea will solve whatever problems they're trying to escape. Most of them end up dead, drunk, or both within a year." I had prepared for this question during my journey, knowing that my answer would likely determine what opportunities might be offered to me. "I'm not running away from anything," I said, meeting his gaze directly. "I'm running toward something. My father was killed by pirates. and I want to become strong enough to ensure that other good men don't suffer the same fate. I know that strength comes from more than just skill with weapons. It requires understanding of the sea, of trade, of the way the world works beyond the boundaries of small settlements. Gunnar nodded approvingly. A better answer than most give. And you're right about strength requiring more than sword skill, though sword skill doesn't hurt either. Tell me, can you read and write? Do numbers beyond counting your fingers? Yes, to both, I replied. My mother made sure I learned letters and figures along with the old lore. Even better, literacy is rarer than it should be, especially among young men eager for adventure. He shuffled through some papers on his desk, pulling out what appeared to be a list of names and positions. I might have something that would suit you, though it's not the kind of work that leads directly to commanding your own ship. He looked up at me with an expression that suggested he was about to test my character in some way. My daughter Sigrid helps me manage the administrative side of the harbor operations. She's intelligent, educated, and unfortunately cursed with a tongue sharp enough to fillet fish and a temper that can clear a room faster than a fire. She needs an assistant, someone who can handle correspondence, maintain records, and deal with the kind of merchants who think that because she's a woman, she can be bullied or charmed into giving them favorable treatment. The way he described his daughter suggested that he was both proud of her abilities and concerned about the challenges she faced in a world that didn't always appreciate strong-willed women. The work would give you a chance to learn how maritime trade actually functions, he continued, to meet ship captains and merchants from throughout the known world, and to understand the economic forces that drive exploration and expansion. It's not glamorous work, but it's the kind of foundation that successful men build their careers on. Before I could respond, the door to the office opened and someone entered with the kind of confident stride that suggested familiarity with the space. I turned to see a young woman who was probably close to my own age, carrying an armload of documents and wearing an expression of focused concentration that transformed into curiosity when she noticed my presence. Sigrid Gunnarsdottir was not beautiful in the conventional sense. Her features were too strong, her manner too direct, her intelligence too obvious for the kind of decorative femininity that some men preferred. But there was something about her that immediately commanded attention. The way she moved with purpose and confidence, the intelligence that sparkled in her green eyes, the sense that she was fully present in every moment rather than simply going through the motions of daily life. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, braided in the practical style favored by women who worked with their hands, and her clothing was well made but chosen for function rather than fashion. She wore a belt knife that looked like it had seen actual use, and her hands showed the calluses that came from handling rope and parchment in equal measure. "Father," she said, setting her documents on his desk with careful precision. "The manifest for the Raven's Wing doesn't match their actual cargo. They're claiming to carry only grain and wool, but I can smell spices from their hold, and spices carry a much higher tariff rate." "Handle it as you see fit," Gunnar replied. "But first, let me introduce you to Eric Stormson, lately of Ironhold. He's looking for work, and I thought he might be suitable as your assistant." Sigrid turned her full attention to me, and I felt as if I were being evaluated by someone whose standards were both high and non-negotiable. Her gaze took in everything: my travel-stained clothes, the way I carried myself, the quality of my weapons, even the small details of how I had arranged my pack and gear. "Can you write clearly enough that merchants won't claim they can't read your correspondence?" she asked without preamble. "Yes." "Can you add columns of figures without making mistakes that cost us money?" Yes. Can you deal with men who will assume that because you work for a woman, you must be either weak or stupid? I considered this question more carefully, recognizing that it was probably the most important one she would ask. I can deal with men who make assumptions about other people based on their own limitations, I said finally. Whether they assume I'm weak because I work for a woman, or assume you're incompetent because you are a woman, the problem is with their thinking, not with reality. For the first time since entering the office, Sigrid smiled, and the expression transformed her entire face. "He'll do," she told her father. "When can he start?" And so began my education in the complexities of maritime commerce, under the tutelage of a young woman whose intelligence and competence would have been remarkable in anyone, but were particularly impressive in someone who had to prove herself constantly in a world dominated by men who often confused loudness with leadership and aggression with strength. The work itself was more interesting than I had expected. Each day brought new challenges: calculating tariffs on exotic cargoes, mediating disputes between ship captains and dock workers, maintaining the detailed records that kept track of everything from tide schedules to warehouse inventories. But more than the specific tasks, it was the window into the larger world of trade and exploration that fascinated me. Through the documents that crossed our desk, I learned about trade routes that connected our northern waters to markets in the Mediterranean and beyond. I discovered that goods from our region, furs, amber, iron, and preserved fish, were prized in southern cities where such things were rare and expensive. Conversely, spices, silk, wine, and worked metals from warmer climates commanded premium prices in northern markets. But it was not just the economics that captured my attention. It was the stories that came with the trade. Every ship that entered our harbor carried news from distant places, tales of political upheavals, natural disasters, military campaigns, and discoveries that expanded the boundaries of the known world. I began to understand that we lived in an interconnected web of relationships and dependencies that stretched far beyond anything I had previously imagined. Sigrid proved to be an excellent teacher, though her methods were sometimes unconventional. She had a way of presenting information that made complex concepts seem obvious, and she never hesitated to correct my mistakes or challenge my assumptions. More importantly, she treated me as an intellectual equal from the beginning, never talking down to me or assuming that my rural background made me incapable of understanding sophisticated ideas. The key to understanding trade, she explained during one of our evening discussions, is to realize that it's not really about moving goods from one place to another. It's about moving information, relationships, and opportunities. The merchants who succeed are the ones who understand that they're not just buying and selling products. They're buying and selling access to knowledge and connections that can't be obtained any other way. We were working late that evening, reconciling the day's receipts by the light of whale oil lamps, when she made this observation. The harbor office was quiet, except for the distant sounds of the port. Ships creaking at their moorings, the occasional call of a night watchman, the eternal whisper of waves against stone. Take your father, for example, she continued. Magnus the Wanderer wasn't successful just because he could navigate difficult waters or negotiate good prices. He was successful because he understood that every port he visited was an opportunity to learn something new, about market conditions, about political situations, about opportunities that others might miss. The mention of my father brought with it the familiar mixture of pride and pain that always accompanied thoughts of his death. but Sigurd's words also offered a new perspective on his life and work that I had never considered before. "You think he was gathering intelligence as well as trading goods?" I asked. "I think he was doing what all successful traders do, paying attention to everything, not just the immediate transaction. Information is often more valuable than cargo, especially if you know how to use it properly." She set down her pen and looked at me directly, her expression serious. "That's something you'll need to understand if you want to achieve the goals you've set for yourself. Revenge against the men who killed your father is all well and good, but revenge by itself is just another form of destruction. If you want to build something lasting, a reputation, a fleet, a legacy that actually matters, you need to think beyond simple vengeance." Her words struck home because they echoed thoughts I had been having myself, but hadn't quite been able to articulate. The burning desire for justice that had driven me to leave home was still there, but it was being tempered by a growing understanding of the complexity of the world I was entering. "What would you suggest?" I asked. Sigrid smiled, and I realized that she had been leading up to this moment throughout our conversation. "I suggest that you think about becoming the kind of man who makes piracy unprofitable, rather than simply punishing individual pirates. Build a reputation for protecting honest traders. Create alliances that make attacking your ships too dangerous to be worthwhile. Establish trade routes that are so well defended that raiders look for easier targets elsewhere." She gestured toward the charts that covered one wall of the office, showing the coastlines and sea routes that connected our world to distant markets. "The sea is vast, Eric, but the profitable trade routes are limited. Control those routes, protect the merchants who use them, and you can do more to reduce piracy than a dozen revenge expeditions ever could." That night, as I walked through the quiet streets of Ironhaven to the boarding house where I had taken a room, I found myself thinking about Sigrid's words and the new perspective they offered on my future. The star iron amulet was warm against my chest, and I could feel it pulsing in rhythm with my heartbeat, as if it were responding to the significance of the ideas I was contemplating. The dreams that came to me that night were different from any I had experienced before. Instead of visions of battles and conquests, I saw images of prosperity and protection. Merchant ships sailing safely under the protection of my fleet. Ports where honest traders could conduct business without fear. A network of alliances and agreements that made the seas safer for everyone who depended on them for their livelihood. When I woke the next morning, I realized that something fundamental had shifted in my understanding of my own destiny. The path forward was still unclear, but the destination had come into sharper focus. I would indeed become Eric Ironheart, but perhaps that name would come to represent something more constructive than I had originally imagined. The iron was still singing its ancient song, but now I was beginning to understand that its music was not just about personal power. It was about the responsibility that came with that power, and the ways it could be used to build rather than simply destroy. Sigrid, Gunnar's daughter, had given me more than just employment and education in the ways of maritime trade. She had given me a new vision of what strength could mean, and what it might accomplish in the right hands. Learning the blade. The training yard behind Thorvald the Weapon Master's forge was a place where dreams of glory met the harsh reality of steel and sweat. It was here, 3 months after my arrival in Ironhaven, that I began the serious study of combat that would transform me from an enthusiastic amateur into someone who could hold his own against seasoned warriors. Thorvald himself was a man who seemed to have been carved from the same iron he worked in his forge, tall and lean, with arms corded with muscle from decades of swinging hammers and swords in equal measure. He moved with the fluid grace of someone who had learned to make every motion count. His face bore the scars of countless training sessions and a few real battles, but his eyes held the patient intelligence of a born teacher. "Forget everything you think you know about fighting," he told me on my first morning in his yard. "Most young men come to me with heads full of stories about berserkers and heroes, thinking that courage and fury are all they need to become great warriors. They're wrong, dead wrong in most cases." He handed me a practice sword, a wooden blade weighted with lead to approximate the heft of steel, but safe enough to use in training without causing permanent damage to either student or instructor. "Real combat is not about rage or recklessness," he continued, taking up his own practice weapon. "It's about discipline, timing, and the ability to think clearly when your life depends on making the right decision in the space of a heartbeat." The berserkers you hear about in the old stories were effective not because they were crazy, but because they had trained so thoroughly that their responses became instinctive. What followed was the most humbling experience of my young life. Within minutes, Thorvald had demonstrated that everything I thought I knew about swordplay was not just wrong, but dangerously wrong. He disarmed me, knocked me down, and generally made it clear that in a real fight, I would have been dead several times over before I even realized I was in danger. But rather than being discouraging, this demonstration was oddly liberating. It meant that I was starting from a clean slate, with no bad habits to unlearn, and no false confidence to overcome. I was ready to be taught, and Thorvald was clearly a master of his craft. "The sword is not a club," he explained as he helped me to my feet after a particularly spectacular failure. "It's a precision instrument that requires precision in its use. Every cut, every thrust, every parry must be executed with perfect technique, or it becomes worse than useless. It becomes a liability that your opponent can exploit." He demonstrated the basic cuts: overhead, diagonal, horizontal, with movements so smooth and controlled that they seemed almost like a dance. Each strike flowed naturally into the next, creating patterns that were both beautiful and deadly. "Watch my feet," he instructed as he repeated the sequence. "Footwork is the foundation of everything else. If your feet are in the wrong position, it doesn't matter how strong your arm is or how sharp your blade is. You'll be off balance, vulnerable, and ultimately defeated." I spent the next hour learning just the basic stance, the way a warrior should stand to maintain balance while remaining ready to move in any direction. It seemed simple enough, but Thorvald's critical eye caught every small error, every moment when my weight shifted incorrectly or my feet were positioned less than optimally. "Patience," he said when I showed signs of frustration. "You're trying to learn in one morning what takes most men months to master. The body has to develop new patterns of movement, new reflexes, new ways of responding to threats. This cannot be rushed." As the days turned into weeks, I began to understand what he meant. Each lesson built upon the previous one, creating a foundation of skills that gradually became more complex and sophisticated. I learned not just how to swing a sword, but how to read an opponent's intentions from the way he held his weapon, how to create openings through feints and misdirection, how to defend against attacks from multiple directions. But Thorvald's instruction went beyond mere technique. He taught me about the psychology of combat, the way fear and adrenaline could either enhance or destroy a warrior's effectiveness, depending on how well he had prepared for their effects. "In your first real battle," he told me one afternoon as we practiced defensive techniques, "you will discover that your heart beats so hard you can hear it in your ears, that your hands shake no matter how you try to control them, that time seems to slow down and speed up randomly. These are normal reactions that every warrior experiences. The difference between the living and the dead is how well you've prepared to function despite these distractions. He had me practice basic techniques while he created various distractions. Sudden, loud noises, unexpected movements in my peripheral vision, even having other students shout insults and threats. The goal was to maintain perfect form regardless of what else was happening around me. A sword technique that only works in perfect conditions is worthless, he explained. You need to be able to execute proper cuts and parries when you're tired, scared, angry, or distracted. The only way to develop that ability is through practice under increasingly challenging conditions. It was during one of these challenging practice sessions that I first began to understand the true nature of the star iron amulet I wore. We were working on advanced footwork patterns when Thorvald suddenly attacked without warning, his practice sword moving in a complex combination that should have overwhelmed my defenses completely. Instead, I found myself responding with movements I didn't remember learning, my body flowing through defensive patterns that seemed to come from somewhere deeper than conscious thought. The amulet grew warm against my chest, and for a moment I could swear I heard the sound of distant battle. The clash of steel on steel, the shouts of warriors, the whistle of arrows through the air. When the sequence ended, both Thorvald and I stood frozen in surprise. I had not only defended successfully against his attack, but had managed to create a counterattack opportunity that would have been decisive in a real fight. "Where did you learn that combination?" he asked, his voice carrying a mixture of respect and puzzlement. I don't know," I admitted. It felt like I was remembering something rather than learning it for the first time. Thorvald studied me with new interest, his experienced eyes taking in details he had apparently missed before. "Show me your amulet," he said quietly. I pulled the star iron pendant from beneath my tunic, and immediately the training yard seemed to fill with a subtle energy that made the air itself feel charged with possibility. Thorvald's eyes widened as he recognized the quality of the workmanship and the nature of the materials. "Star iron," he breathed. "Worked by a master smith and charged with power I can feel from here. Where did you get this?" I told him about Grimm the far-traveled and the gifts he had given me years earlier. As I spoke, Thorvald's expression grew increasingly thoughtful. "I have heard stories of such things," he said when I finished. "Weapons and talismans that carry within them the memories of great warriors, that can share their knowledge with those worthy to receive it. If this is such an item, and the evidence suggests it is, then your training will progress much faster than normal." From that day forward, my lessons took on a different character. Instead of simply teaching me techniques, Thorvald began to challenge me to discover knowledge that seemed to already exist somewhere within me, waiting to be awakened. The amulet grew warm whenever I was on the verge of such a breakthrough, and the phantom sounds of ancient battles became a regular accompaniment to my training. I learned to fight with sword and shield, with spear and axe, with the long knives that were favored for close-quarters combat. But more than just weapons training, I learned about strategy and tactics, about the art of leadership that could turn a group of individual fighters into a coordinated force capable of achieving objectives that would be impossible for any single warrior. A great warrior is not just someone who can defeat any opponent in single combat, Thorvald explained during one of our evening discussions. A great warrior is someone who can inspire others to fight beyond their normal capabilities, who can see opportunities that others miss, who can turn defeat into victory through clever thinking and bold action. He told me stories of famous battles where the outcome had been decided not by superior numbers or better equipment, but by superior leadership and tactical innovation. These tales were not just entertainment. They were case studies in the application of strategic thinking to real-world situations. "Your father was killed by pirates," he said one evening as we cleaned and maintained our practice weapons. "But those pirates succeeded not because they were better fighters than Magnus and his crew, but because they chose the time and place of the battle, because they had superior numbers, and because they caught their victims by surprise. In a fair fight, honest traders would probably have prevailed." He looked at me directly, his expression serious. "If you want to prevent such tragedies in the future, you need to understand that the solution is not just better individual fighting skills, though those certainly help. The solution is better preparation, better intelligence, better coordination among those who share common interests. You need to think like a general, not just like a warrior." This perspective began to influence my training in subtle but important ways. Instead of focusing solely on personal combat skills, I began to study the broader aspects of military leadership. How to organize and supply expeditions, how to gather and analyze intelligence about enemy movements, how to coordinate the actions of multiple ships or groups of fighters. Thorvald introduced me to other aspects of warfare that most young men never considered. The importance of logistics, the role of engineering in siege warfare, the ways that weather and terrain could be used as weapons in their own right. He taught me to read maps and charts not just as navigational aids, but as strategic documents that revealed opportunities and vulnerabilities. "Knowledge is the ultimate weapon," he told me repeatedly. "A warrior who knows more about his enemy than his enemy knows about him has already won half the battle before the first blow is struck." As my skills developed and my understanding deepened, I began to attract attention from other students in the training yard. Some were young men like myself, seeking to improve their abilities before embarking on careers as warriors or ship captains. Others were experienced fighters, looking to learn new techniques or refresh skills that had grown rusty through disuse. It was among this diverse group that I began to form the relationships that would prove crucial in the years to come. There was Olaf the Young, so called to distinguish him from my grandfather, a skilled archer whose family had been displaced by raiders and who burned with a desire for justice that matched my own. There was Bjorn Ironside, no relation to the famous warrior of the same name, a massive man whose strength was matched by his gentle nature and unwavering loyalty to his friends. Most significant of all was Ragnar the Thoughtful, a man several years older than myself who had already served as a ship's officer on trading voyages to the Mediterranean. He possessed the kind of practical experience that complemented my theoretical knowledge, and his calm, analytical approach to problems made him an ideal advisor and eventual second-in-command. "You have the makings of a natural leader," he told me one evening after we had worked together on a complex tactical exercise. "Men listen when you speak, and more importantly, they trust your judgment. But leadership is not just about having good ideas. It's about being able to implement those ideas through other people, and that requires a different set of skills entirely." He began to teach me about the human side of command, how to motivate men who were tired, scared, or discouraged, how to maintain discipline without destroying morale, how to make difficult decisions when all available options carried significant risks. "The hardest part of leadership," he explained, "is accepting responsibility for the consequences of your decisions, even when those consequences are not what you intended." every choice you make as a leader affects the lives of the men who follow you, and some of those choices will inevitably lead to outcomes you regret. These lessons proved to be among the most valuable I received during my time in Iron Haven. The technical skills of combat were important, certainly, but the ability to lead and inspire others would prove to be the foundation of everything I would accomplish in the years to come. As my training progressed, and my reputation in the yard grew, Thorvald began to speak of the next phase of my education, the transition from practice to real-world application. The opportunity would come sooner than any of us expected, in the form of a conflict that would test everything I had learned and reveal whether the boy from Ironhold had truly become the warrior he aspired to be. The iron continued to sing its ancient song, but now its music was accompanied by the ring of steel on steel, the rhythm of disciplined training, and the quiet confidence that comes from knowing that when the moment of testing arrives, you will be ready. The test of courage. The trouble began, as such things often do, with a dispute over something that should have been simple to resolve. A merchant ship called the Sea Wolf had arrived in Ironhaven's harbor, carrying a cargo of furs and amber from the northern settlements. But when the captain went to pay his harbor fees, he discovered that his purse had been lightened by more than half during the night. Captain Einar was a man I had come to know well during my months working with Sigrid in the harbor master's office. He was honest, competent, and careful with his money, not the sort to lose track of his funds through carelessness or drink. When he reported the theft, his description of the men he had seen lurking near his ship matched perfectly with a group that had been causing problems throughout the port district for several weeks. The group called themselves the Red Axes, and they were led by a man named Thorek the Cruel, who had been exiled from his home settlement for crimes that no one spoke about in detail. They had taken up residence in a warehouse on the outskirts of the port district, and from there they conducted a campaign of intimidation and theft that the City Watch seemed either unable or unwilling to stop. It's not that the watch is corrupt, Gunnar explained to me and Sigrid as we discussed the situation in his office. It's that they're understaffed and dealing with problems throughout the city. The Red Axes are careful to keep their activities just below the level that would force official action, and they're smart enough to avoid targeting anyone with enough political influence to make real trouble for them. Sigrid's expression showed the frustration that had been building for weeks as reports of the Red Axe's activities accumulated. So, honest merchants like Captain Einar are supposed to simply accept being robbed because it's not convenient for the authorities to do their jobs? She asked, her voice carrying the edge that appeared whenever she encountered what she considered to be inexcusable incompetence. That's the reality of the situation, her father replied with the weary resignation of someone who had dealt with such problems many times before. Unless someone with the skill and motivation to handle the Red Axes decides to take action, they'll continue to prey on traders until they finally go too far and force an official response. As he spoke, I felt the star iron amulet grow warm against my chest, and with that warmth came a clarity of purpose that I had been waiting for without realizing it. This was the moment Thorvald had been preparing me for, the transition from training to real-world application of the skills I had been developing. What if someone were willing to take action? I asked quietly. Both Gunnar and Sigrid turned to look at me, and I could see in their expressions that they understood exactly what I was suggesting. Eric, Sigrid said carefully, these are not practice opponents in a training yard. Thorek and his men are killers who won't hesitate to use any advantage they can find. If you're thinking of confronting them, you need to understand that you'll be risking your life for the sake of people who can't repay you for the favor. Maybe that's exactly why it needs to be done, I replied. If we only help people who can repay us, then justice becomes just another form of commerce, available only to those who can afford it. Gunnar studied me with the same evaluating gaze he had used when I first arrived in Ironhaven seeking work. "You're serious about this," he said. It wasn't a question. "I am." He was quiet for a long moment, and I could see him weighing various considerations that I could only guess at. "If you're determined to do this," he said finally, "then you'll need more than just personal courage and sword skill. You'll need intelligence about their numbers, their weapons, their habits. You'll need a plan that doesn't rely on luck or heroic gestures. And you'll need backup, because even the best warrior can be overwhelmed by superior numbers." What followed was the most intensive planning session of my young life. Using the organizational skills I had learned working in the harbor master's office, we gathered every piece of information we could find about the Red Axes and their operations. We interviewed merchants who had been robbed, dock workers who had seen suspicious activities, even tavern keepers who had overheard the conversations that might provide useful intelligence. The picture that emerged was of a group that was dangerous but not particularly sophisticated. Thorek had perhaps a dozen men under his command, most of them exiles or criminals who had joined him because they had nowhere else to go. They were adequately armed and experienced in the kind of street fighting that characterized urban crime, but they lacked the discipline and coordination that marked professional warriors. More importantly, they had grown overconfident. Their success in avoiding official attention had made them careless about security, and their contempt for the merchants they preyed upon had blinded them to the possibility that someone might actually fight back effectively. "They're expecting either helpless victims or bumbling city watchmen," Ragnar the Thoughtful observed, when I shared our intelligence with him and the other friends I had made in Thorvald's training yard. "They're not prepared for a coordinated attack by people who know what they're doing." I had approached my training companions carefully, not wanting to pressure anyone into joining what was essentially a vigilante action. But when I explained the situation and asked for volunteers, the response was immediate and unanimous. Every one of them was ready to help, motivated by a combination of friendship, justice, and the desire to test their skills in a real conflict. Thorvald himself, when I informed him of our plans, was both proud and concerned. "This is exactly the kind of situation where young warriors get themselves killed through overconfidence," he warned. "You have good training and good instincts, but you've never faced an opponent who was genuinely trying to kill you. That's a very different experience from anything you can simulate in a practice yard." He studied our plan with the critical eye of someone who had survived more real battles than he cared to remember. "Your strategy is sound," he admitted. "You've identified their weaknesses, you've planned for contingencies, and you've assembled a team with complementary skills. But remember that no plan survives contact with the enemy unchanged. Be prepared to adapt when things don't go exactly as you expect." The attack was scheduled for the night of the new moon, when darkness would provide maximum concealment for our approach. We had learned that most of the Red Axes would be in their warehouse headquarters, celebrating a particularly successful day of extortion and theft. The combination of alcohol and overconfidence would work in our favor, but we couldn't count on them being completely incapacitated. As the appointed time approached, I found myself experiencing the physical symptoms that Thorvald had warned me about. Racing heart, sweaty palms, the strange sensation that time was moving both too quickly and too slowly. But underneath the nervousness was a calm certainty that this was the right thing to do. and that we were prepared to do it successfully. The warehouse district was eerily quiet as we made our final approach. The Red Axes had chosen their location well, far enough from residential areas to avoid casual observation, but close enough to the port to provide easy access to their targets. The building itself was a typical storage facility, built for function rather than defense, with multiple entrances that would work to our advantage. We had divided into 3 groups, each with a specific objective. Ragnar would lead one team to secure the back entrance and prevent anyone from escaping in that direction. Olaf the Young would position himself with his bow to cover the main entrance and provide support as needed. I would lead the main assault team through the front door, relying on speed and surprise to overwhelm the defenders before they could organize effective resistance. The star iron amulet was almost hot against my chest as we took our positions, and I could hear something that sounded like distant war drums keeping time with my heartbeat. The heaven-forged knife at my belt seemed to vibrate with anticipation, and for a moment I felt connected to something larger than myself, to the spirits of warriors who had faced similar moments of testing throughout history. The attack itself unfolded with a precision that surprised even me. We burst through the main entrance just as the Red Axes were raising toasts to their recent successes, catching them completely off guard. Most were too drunk to react quickly, and those who weren't drunk were too shocked by the sudden reversal of their expectations to mount effective resistance. Thorek himself was the exception. Despite the ale he had consumed, he recognized the danger immediately, and moved to rally his men with the kind of battlefield instincts that had probably kept him alive through previous conflicts. He was a formidable opponent, larger and stronger than me, with more experience in real combat. But he made the mistake of treating this as just another tavern brawl, rather than a carefully planned military operation. The duel between us lasted perhaps 3 minutes, though it felt like hours. He fought with the brutal efficiency of someone who had learned his skills in life-or-death situations. But his technique was crude compared to what Thorvald had taught me. More importantly, he was fighting alone while I was part of a coordinated team that could provide support and create opportunities. When the end came, it was almost anticlimactic. Thorek overextended himself in an attempt to land a decisive blow, and I was able to exploit the opening with a technique I had practiced thousands of times in the training yard. The heaven-forged knife slipped between his ribs as easily as if he were made of butter, and he fell with a look of surprise that suggested he had never really believed he could be defeated. The rest of the Red Axes surrendered immediately once their leader was down. Without Thorek's leadership, they were just a collection of individual criminals with no stomach for fighting against organized opposition. We bound them securely and sent word to the City Watch, who arrived with remarkable speed once the actual fighting was over. The aftermath was more complex than the battle itself. Captain Einar recovered most of his stolen money, along with goods that had been taken from other merchants over the previous weeks. The Red Axes were handed over to the authorities, who suddenly discovered that they had been looking for several of them in connection with other crimes. And word of our success spread through the port district with the speed that good news always travels in close-knit communities. But it was the personal aftermath that proved most significant for my future, as I cleaned Thorek's blood from my knife and reflected on the fact that I had just killed a man for the first time. I found that I felt neither the satisfaction I had expected nor the revulsion that others had warned me about. Instead, there was simply a quiet certainty that justice had been done, and that the port was safer for honest merchants and trotters. "How do you feel?" Sigrid asked me the next evening as we walked along the harbor wall. watching the sun set over waters that seemed more peaceful than they had in weeks. Different, I said, after considering the question carefully. Not worse or better exactly, just different. Like I've crossed a line that I can never uncross. She nodded as if this was exactly the answer she had expected. That's what courage really is, she said. Not the absence of fear, but the willingness to do what needs to be done despite the fear, despite the cost, despite the knowledge that you'll never be quite the same person afterward. As we stood there, watching the last light fade from the sky, I realized that she was right. The boy who had left Ironhold seeking adventure and revenge was gone, replaced by someone who understood that true strength came not from the ability to take life, but from the wisdom to know when taking life was necessary to protect something more valuable. The star iron amulet had cooled against my chest, but I could still feel its presence, not as a source of power, but as a reminder of the responsibilities that came with power. The iron had tested me and found me worthy, but that worthiness came with obligations that would shape every choice I made from this moment forward. Word of our victory over the Red Axes spread beyond Ironhaven, carried by the merchants and sailors who were the lifeblood of maritime trade. Within weeks, I began receiving visitors, ship captains who had heard that there was a young warrior in the port who could be trusted to handle problems that the authorities couldn't or wouldn't address. It was from one of these visitors that I learned of an opportunity that would take me far from the familiar waters around Ironhaven and into the wider world where my true destiny awaited. But that is a story for another night, when we have time to explore the choices that would transform Eric Stormson into the legend known throughout the world as Eric Ironheart. The iron had sung its song of testing, and I had proven worthy to hear its deeper melodies. Now it was time to learn what those melodies might teach me about the path that lay ahead. The price of victory. Victory, I discovered, was a more complicated thing than the stories had led me to believe. In the tales told by skalds around winter fires, heroes won their battles and then moved on to the next adventure without dwelling on the consequences of their actions. But real life, as I was learning, had a way of making every triumph carry its own burden of responsibility and regret. The morning after our confrontation with the Red Axes dawned gray and drizzly, matching the mood that had settled over me despite the congratulations and praise that seemed to follow me wherever I went in the port district. Captain Einar had recovered his stolen goods, the other merchants who had been victimized were getting their property back, and the City Watch was taking credit for solving a problem they had been ignoring for months. By any objective measure, our mission had been a complete success. Yet, as I sat in the harbor master's office, helping Sigrid process the paperwork that documented the recovery of stolen goods, I found myself troubled by thoughts that had nothing to do with administrative efficiency. "You're thinking about Thorak," she observed without looking up from the manifest she was reviewing. I had learned not to be surprised by her ability to read my moods. Months of working together had created a familiarity that made such insights natural, though they still occasionally caught me off guard. "How did you know?" "Because you have the look of someone who's discovering that killing a man is different from everything you imagined it would be," she replied, setting down her pen and giving me her full attention. "It's a look I've seen before, on the faces of young warriors who thought they understood what combat meant until they experienced it for themselves." She was right, of course. I had been thinking about Thorak. Not just about the moment of his death, but about the man he had been before he became the leader of a criminal gang. Someone had raised him, taught him to walk and speak, hoped for his future. Someone, somewhere, might be wondering why he hadn't sent word in so long, not knowing that he never would again. I keep wondering if there might have been another way, I admitted. Some solution that didn't require anyone to die. Sigrid considered this for a moment, her expression thoughtful rather than dismissive. There might have been, she said finally. But consider what that other way would have required. Thorek and his men would have had to decide, on their own, to stop preying on honest merchants. The City Watch would have had to suddenly develop the competence and motivation they had been lacking for months. The merchants, being victimized, would have had to find some way to protect themselves without outside help. She gestured toward the stack of recovered goods that filled one corner of the office. How likely do you think any of those things were to happen? And how many more people would have been robbed, beaten, or killed while we waited for someone else to solve the problem? Her words made sense intellectually, but they didn't entirely ease the weight I felt whenever I thought about the finality of what I had done. Taking a life was not something that could be undone, not a decision that could be revisited if better information became available later. The hardest part of leadership, she continued, is accepting that sometimes all of your choices are bad ones, and your job is to pick the least bad option available. You couldn't save Thorek from the consequences of his own actions, but you could save his future victims from becoming casualties of his choices. As if summoned by our conversation, Gunnar entered the office carrying a leather satchel that I recognized as the type used for official correspondence. His expression was serious, but not grim. The look of someone who had important business to conduct rather than bad news to deliver. "Eric," he said, "there's someone here to see you. A ship captain who says he has a proposition that might interest you." The man who followed Gunnar into the office was unlike any sea captain I had previously encountered. Where most sailors bore the weathered appearance that came from years of exposure to sun and salt spray, this man looked as if he had stepped out of a royal court. His clothes were well made but practical, his beard was neatly trimmed, and his eyes held the kind of intelligence that suggested he was accustomed to thinking several moves ahead of his opponents. "Captain Håkon Eriksson," he introduced himself, offering a handshake that was firm without being aggressive. "I command the merchant vessel Wave Dancer, currently bound for the Mediterranean markets with a cargo of northern goods." I had heard of the Wave Dancer. It was one of the largest and most successful trading ships operating out of the northern ports, known for its speed, its competent crew, and its captain's ability to find profitable opportunities in even the most challenging circumstances. "I've been hearing interesting stories about recent events here in Ironhaven," Captain Håkon continued. Stories about a young warrior who solved a problem that had been troubling the merchant community for quite some time. "Word travels fast," I replied, not sure where this conversation was leading. "In the trading business, information is often more valuable than cargo," he said with a slight smile. "And the information I've been gathering suggests that you might be exactly the kind of person I've been looking for." He settled into the chair that Gunnar offered, declining the offer of refreshment but accepting the invitation to explain his business. "The Wave Dancer is preparing for what may be the most ambitious trading voyage ever attempted by a ship from these waters," he began. "We plan to sail south through the Mediterranean, establishing new trade relationships and exploring markets that have never seen goods from the northern kingdoms. It's an opportunity to create wealth and connections that could benefit our entire region for generations to come." The scope of what he was describing was breathtaking. Most trading voyages were relatively short affairs, following established routes between familiar ports. What Captain Håkon was proposing sounded more like an expedition of exploration and discovery. The challenge, he continued, is that such a voyage will take us through waters where northern ships are unknown, where our customs and languages are foreign, where the normal protections of established trade relationships don't exist. We'll need someone aboard who can handle unusual situations with the kind of competence you demonstrated last night. I felt the star iron amulet grow warm against my chest, and with that warmth came a sudden clarity about the significance of this moment. This was the opportunity I had been preparing for without knowing it. The chance to move beyond the relatively small stage of local conflicts and onto the larger stage where my true destiny awaited. What exactly would my role be? I asked. Officially, you'd be listed as a trading assistant, learning the business while helping to manage our interactions with foreign merchants and officials, Captain Haken replied. Unofficially, you'd be our insurance against the kind of problems that can't be solved through negotiation or bribery. Pirates, corrupt officials, rival merchants who prefer violence to competition. The sorts of challenges that require a warrior's skills rather than a diplomat's. The offer was everything I had been hoping for and more. It would take me far from the familiar waters around Ironhaven, expose me to new cultures and opportunities, and provide the kind of experience that could never be gained through training alone. But it would also mean leaving behind the life I had been building, the relationships I had formed, the sense of belonging that had made Ironhaven feel like home. I looked at Sigrid, trying to read her expression, hoping for some sign of how she felt about the possibility of my departure. Her face was carefully neutral, but I could see something in her eyes that might have been sadness, or pride, or perhaps both. When would you need an answer? I asked Captain Haken. We sail with the morning tide 3 days hence, he replied. I understand that this is a significant decision that shouldn't be made hastily. Take the time you need to consider all the implications. After he left, the office fell into a silence that seemed to stretch for hours, though it was probably only minutes. Finally, Sigrid spoke, her voice carefully controlled. You're going to accept his offer, she said. It wasn't a question. I think so, I admitted. This is the kind of opportunity that might not come again. She nodded, though I could see the effort it cost her to maintain her composure. You're right, of course. You've learned everything that Ironhaven can teach you, and you're ready for challenges that can only be found in the wider world. I've known this day would come since the first week you worked here. That evening, I walked through the streets of Ironhaven with the slow deliberation of someone trying to memorize every detail of a place he might never see again. The port district that had seemed so overwhelming when I first arrived now felt familiar and comfortable. Its sounds and smells as much a part of me as the memories of my childhood home. I found myself at the training yard behind Thorvald's forge, where several of my friends were practicing their evening routines. The sight of them working through the exercises we had learned together brought home the reality of what leaving would mean. Not just the end of my time in this place, but the dissolution of the bonds I had formed with people who had become like brothers to me. So, it's true then? Ragnar the Thoughtful asked when he noticed my arrival. You're sailing south with Captain Haken? Word had spread with the same speed that had carried news of our victory over the Red Axes. In a community as close-knit as the Port District, few secrets remained secret for long. I haven't given him my answer yet, I said, though we all knew what that answer would be. But you're going, Olaf the Young observed. I can see it in your eyes. You have the look of someone who's already mentally preparing for departure. They were right, and there was no point in pretending otherwise. The decision had been made the moment Captain Haken described his planned voyage, though it had taken me several hours to fully acknowledge it to myself. What followed was one of the most difficult conversations of my young life. These men had stood beside me in battle, had shared their knowledge and friendship freely, had helped me become the person I was today. Leaving them felt like a betrayal, even though we all understood that it was necessary for my continued growth. "You'll be back," Bjorn Ironside said with the quiet confidence that characterized all his pronouncements. "Maybe not for years, maybe not as the same person who's leaving, but you'll be back. The bonds forged in training and battle don't break just because of distance. And when you do return," Ragnar added, "you'll have stories to tell that will make our local adventures seem like children's games. The Mediterranean, Eric. Can you imagine the wonders you'll see, the knowledge you'll gain?" Their support and understanding made the parting both easier and harder. Easier because I knew they approved of my choice. Harder because it emphasized how much I would be giving up by leaving. My final evening in Ironhaven was spent with Sigrid, walking along the harbor wall as we had done so many times before. The familiar rhythm of waves against stone provided a backdrop for a conversation that was both an ending and a beginning. "I want you to know," she said as we watched the last light fade from the western sky, "that these months working together have been among the happiest of my life. You've been more than just an assistant. You've been a partner, a friend, someone I could trust completely with both professional responsibilities and personal confidences." Her words carried a weight that went beyond simple friendship, and I found myself wondering what might have developed between us if circumstances had been different. If I had been content to build a life within the boundaries of this single port. "I feel the same way," I replied, meaning it completely. "You've taught me things that no amount of weapons training could have provided. About leadership, about responsibility, about the difference between strength and wisdom." We stood in comfortable silence for a while, both of us understanding that some things were better left unsaid, that the feelings we shared were real, but belonged to a future that neither of us could pursue without sacrificing other dreams that were equally important. "Promise me something," she said finally. "Promise me that you'll remember who you are, no matter how far you travel or how much you change. The world has a way of transforming people, and not always for the better. Hold on to the values that brought you to Ironhaven, the sense of justice that made you stand up to the red axes." "I promise," I said, and meant it with every fiber of my being. The next morning, I stood on the deck of the Wave Dancer as she prepared to leave Ironhaven's harbor, watching the port that had been my home for almost a year grow smaller in our wake. The star iron amulet was warm against my chest, and I could hear the iron singing a new song. Not the whisper of childhood dreams, but the bold melody of destiny finally beginning to unfold. The price of victory, I had learned, was not just the weight of the lives you took, but the weight of the lives you left behind. But sometimes, paying that price was the only way to become the person you were meant to be. As Ironhaven disappeared beyond the horizon, I turned my face toward the south and the adventures that awaited, carrying with me the lessons learned and the friendships forged in a place that would always hold a piece of my heart. The iron sang of distant shores and greater challenges, and I was finally ready to listen to its full song. The southern seas. The Mediterranean stretched before us like a vast sheet of hammered bronze, its surface catching and scattering the morning sunlight into 1,000 dancing fragments. After weeks of sailing through the familiar gray waters of the north, this southern sea seemed like something from another world entirely. Warmer, bluer, alive with possibilities that made the very air shimmer with promise. I stood at the bow of the wave dancer, watching dolphins race alongside our ship with the kind of joyful energy that seemed to characterize everything about these waters. The wind that filled our sail carried scents I had never experienced before. The dry heat of distant deserts, the perfume of flowers that bloomed in lands where winter was nothing more than a brief cooling of endless summer. The complex mixture of spices and incense that spoke of markets where treasures from across the known world changed hands daily. "First time seeing the Middle Sea?" asked Captain Haken, joining me at the rail with the easy manner that had made him such an effective leader during our voyage south. "It's nothing like what I expected," I admitted, still trying to absorb the sheer scale and beauty of what lay before us. The stories make it sound like just another body of water. But this feels alive in a way that northern seas never do. Hakon nodded with the understanding of someone who had experienced the same revelation during his own first voyage to these waters. "The Mediterranean is the crossroads of the world," he explained, gesturing toward the horizon where the hazy outlines of distant islands promised adventures yet to come. Every civilization that has ever mattered has touched these shores at some point. Egyptian pharaohs, Greek philosophers, Roman emperors, Arab traders. All of them have sailed these waters, fought battles here, built cities along these coasts. He pointed to the south, where the African coastline was just visible as a dark line against the bright sky. Over there lie the ports where merchants trade in gold and ivory from kingdoms so far inland that most people think they're myths. To the east are cities older than our oldest legends, where scholars preserve knowledge that was ancient when our ancestors were still learning to work iron. And ahead of us. He smiled with the anticipation of someone about to share a wonderful secret. Ahead of us lies Constantinople, the greatest city in the world, where will begin the real purpose of our voyage. Constantinople, even the name carried weight, conjuring images of massive walls, towering domes, markets where the wealth of 3 continents changed hands daily. It was the city that the Norse called Miklagard, the great city, and every trader who had ever sailed these waters carried stories of its wonders back to the northern ports. "What exactly are we hoping to accomplish there?" I asked. During our voyage south, Captain Haken had shared the general outline of his plans, but many of the details remained mysterious. "We're going to do something that no northern trader has ever attempted," he replied, his voice carrying the excitement of someone about to embark on a truly unprecedented venture. "Instead of simply buying goods that other merchants have already imported, we're going to establish direct relationships with the original sources. Silk from the workshops where it's actually woven, spices from the gardens where they're grown, precious stones from the mines where they're extracted." The audacity of what he was proposing was breathtaking. The trade networks that connected the Mediterranean to the distant reaches of Asia and Africa had been established for centuries, controlled by merchant families and trading houses that guarded their secrets jealously. For a northern captain to attempt to bypass these established systems and create his own direct connections was either brilliant or suicidal. Possibly both. "That's going to make us some powerful enemies," I observed. "Undoubtedly," Hakon agreed cheerfully. "Which is why I was so interested in adding someone with your particular skills to our crew. Diplomacy and negotiation will take us far, but there are always situations where a more direct approach becomes necessary." As if to illustrate his point, one of the crew members called out from the crow's nest, his voice carrying a note of concern that immediately focused everyone's attention. Ships approaching from the northeast. 3 vessels, flying no colors I can recognize. Captain Haken was moving before the lookout finished speaking, his casual manner replaced by the focused intensity of a commander facing potential danger. I followed him to the stern where we could get a better view of the approaching vessels. Even at a distance, there was something about the ships that suggested hostile intent. They moved with the purposeful coordination of a hunting pack, their courses designed to cut off our escape routes rather than simply intercept us for normal maritime communication. Most telling of all, they flew no identifying banners, a clear violation of accepted practice that usually indicated piratical intentions. Pirates? I asked, though I already knew the answer. Almost certainly, Haken confirmed, his voice grim. The waters around the major shipping routes are infested with them. Most are small-time opportunists who prey on poorly defended merchant vessels, but some are sophisticated operations that can challenge even well-armed ships. He turned to address the crew, his voice carrying clearly across the deck despite the wind and the sound of waves against our hull. All hands, prepare for possible combat. Secure the cargo, break out the weapons, and remember your training. We're not looking for a fight, but if one finds us, we'll be ready for it. The transformation that came over the wave dancer was remarkable to witness. What had been a peaceful merchant vessel moments before became something that looked far more like a warship. Shields appeared along the rails. Weapons were distributed to crew members who handled them with obvious familiarity. And the ship's ballista, a piece of artillery I hadn't even known we carried, was uncovered and prepared for action. You weren't planning to mention that we were essentially a disguised warship? I asked Captain Haken as I checked my own weapons and prepared for what was beginning to look like inevitable combat. I prefer to think of us as a merchant vessel with unusually comprehensive defensive capabilities, he replied with a grin that suggested he was actually looking forward to the coming confrontation. The Mediterranean is not a place where peaceful intentions alone are sufficient protection. The approaching ships were close enough now that we could make out details of their construction and crew. They were sleek vessels built for speed rather than cargo capacity, their decks crowded with armed men who made no attempt to conceal their hostile intentions. The lead ship flew a red banner that I didn't recognize but that caused several of our crew members to curse in languages I couldn't identify. The Crimson Brotherhood, explained Njal, our navigator, when he saw my questioning look. One of the most successful pirate organizations in the eastern Mediterranean. They're known for taking ships intact when possible. Dead crews can't reveal the locations of hidden treasure or provide information about other potential targets. This was both good news and bad news. Good because it meant they would probably try to capture rather than sink us, giving us a better chance of survival. Bad because it meant they were experienced, organized, and confident enough in their abilities to prefer the more challenging approach of taking prisoners, rather than simply destroying their targets. The battle, when it came, was unlike anything I had experienced during my training in Ironhaven. The confined space of a ship's deck, the constant motion of the vessel beneath our feet, the spray of salt water that made everything slippery. All of these factors combined to create a combat environment that was both more chaotic and more intimate than land-based fighting. The pirates' strategy was sound. Use their superior numbers and speed to overwhelm us before we could bring our defensive advantages to bear. They approached from 3 directions simultaneously, planning to board us from multiple points and divide our attention among several separate battles. What they hadn't counted on was the level of coordination and training that Captain Haken had instilled in his crew. The Wave Dancer's defenders didn't fight as individuals, but as a single organism, each person playing a specific role in a larger tactical plan that had obviously been practiced many times before. My own role in the battle was both simpler and more complex than I had expected. Simpler because Captain Haken had positioned me at the point where the enemy's main assault was most likely to focus, giving me a clear objective and plenty of targets. More complex because I found myself not just fighting for my own survival, but serving as a rallying point for the other defenders, a role I had never consciously prepared for, but that seemed to come naturally. The star iron amulet grew hot against my chest as the first pirates swung aboard our ship, and with that heat came a clarity of purpose that made every decision seem obvious. I could see the pattern of the battle unfolding, could anticipate where the next threat would come from, could position myself to maximum advantage while inspiring the men around me to fight beyond their normal capabilities. The heaven-forged knife sang as it cut through the air, its star iron blade parting pirate flesh as easily as it had cut through Thorek's ribs back in Ironhaven. But this was different. Not a single duel between individuals, but a swirling melee where survival depended on awareness of everything happening around me simultaneously. I lost track of how many opponents I faced during those chaotic minutes. Pirates came at me with swords, axes, and spears, some individually, others in coordinated groups that required different tactical responses. Each encounter was a puzzle to be solved in the space of heartbeats. Read the opponent's intentions, identify his weaknesses, exploit those weaknesses before he could exploit mine. But it was not just my personal combat that determined the outcome of the battle. The crew of the Wave Dancer fought with a discipline and coordination that gradually began to tell against the pirates' superior numbers. Our ballista crew managed to put a bolt through the hull of one attacking ship, forcing it to withdraw before it could contribute effectively to the assault. Our archers, positioned in the rigging, picked off key targets among the enemy leadership, disrupting their ability to coordinate their attacks. Most importantly, Captain Haakon proved himself to be not just a skilled trader, but a formidable warrior in his own right. He moved through the battle like a force of nature, his sword cutting down enemies, while his voice directed the defense with the kind of tactical brilliance that turned individual courage into collective victory. The turning point came when I found myself face to face with the pirate captain, a scarred veteran whose reputation for cruelty was matched only by his skill with a blade. He was everything that Thorek had been and more. Faster, stronger, more experienced, and absolutely ruthless in his willingness to use any advantage he could find. The duel between us lasted longer than any single combat I had ever experienced, each of us probing for weaknesses while defending against attacks that would have been instantly fatal if they had connected. He fought with the fluid grace of someone who had survived dozens of such encounters, his blade moving in patterns that spoke of years of practice and real-world application. But I had advantages that he couldn't see or understand. The star iron amulet was guiding my movements, helping me anticipate his attacks and find openings that wouldn't have been visible to ordinary perception. The heaven-forged knife in my hand seemed to know where it needed to be, almost moving itself to block strikes that came too fast for conscious reaction. More than that, I was fighting not just for my own survival, but for something larger, for the safety of my shipmates, for the success of our mission, for the principle that honest traders should be able to sail these waters without fear of predation. That sense of larger purpose gave me strength that mere personal motivation could never have provided. When the end came, it was with a technique that Thorvald had taught me during my final weeks of training in Ironhaven. A complex combination that used the opponent's own momentum against him, turning his strength into weakness and his aggression into vulnerability. The pirate captain's eyes widened in surprise as he realized what was happening, but by then it was too late to change the outcome. With their leader dead and their coordinated attack falling apart, the surviving pirates lost heart quickly. Those who could reach their ships fled, while those trapped aboard the Wave Dancer surrendered, rather than face certain death in continued fighting. The aftermath of the battle was a mixture of celebration and grim practicality. We had won a significant victory against experienced enemies, but the cost had been real. Several of our crew were wounded, our ship had taken damage that would need repair, and we now had prisoners to deal with in accordance with both practical necessity and moral obligation. "You fought well," Captain Haken told me as we surveyed the damage and began the process of cleaning up after the battle. "Better than well, actually. I've seen veteran warriors with less skill and composure than you showed today." It didn't feel like skill, I admitted. More like I was remembering something I had learned long ago but forgotten until the moment I needed it. He gave me a look that suggested he understood more about my situation than he had previously revealed. "The star iron you wear," he said quietly. "I've heard stories of such things, though I've never seen one before. They say that metal, which falls from the heavens, carries within it the memories of great warriors, that it can share their knowledge with those worthy to receive it." I touched the amulet through my shirt, feeling its warmth against my palm. "You knew about this when you invited me to join your crew," I realized. "I suspected," he confirmed. "The stories about your victory over the Red Axes included details that suggested you were more than just a naturally talented young warrior. When I saw how you handled yourself today, those suspicions were confirmed." He looked out over the wine-dark waters toward the distant outline of Constantinople, his expression thoughtful. "The challenges we'll face in the days ahead will make today's battle seem like a training exercise," he said. "We're entering a world where the stakes are higher, the enemies more sophisticated, and the consequences of failure more severe than anything we've experienced in northern waters. Having someone with your abilities aboard may make the difference between success and disaster." That night, as I stood watch under stars that seemed brighter and more numerous than any I had seen in northern skies, I reflected on the battle and its implications for my future. The iron had sung its song of combat, and I had proven worthy to hear its deeper melodies. But I was beginning to understand that each victory brought with it new responsibilities, new challenges, and new tests of character that would determine whether I was truly ready for the destiny that awaited. The Mediterranean stretched endlessly in all directions, its dark waters hiding secrets that had been accumulating for thousands of years. Somewhere ahead lay Constantinople and the opportunities that Captain Haken had promised. But between here and there lay adventures and dangers that would test everything I had learned about warfare, leadership, and the price of ambition. The iron continued its ancient song, but now its music was accompanied by the whisper of wind through rigging, the creak of ship timbers, and the eternal rhythm of waves against hull. The sounds of a life lived on the edge of the known world, where every dawn brought the possibility of wonders or disasters beyond imagination. Eric Stormson was becoming Eric Ironheart, but the transformation was far from complete. The greatest tests still lay ahead, in the markets and palaces of the world's greatest city. where the skills learned in northern training yards would be matched against challenges that no amount of preparation could fully anticipate. The Golden Horn. The first sight of Constantinople rising from the waters of the Bosphorus struck me speechless with wonder. No amount of description, no collection of travelers' tales, could have prepared me for the reality of the great city spread before us like something from the dreams of gods. The massive walls that protected the landward approaches stretched as far as the eye could see, their towers and battlements speaking of centuries of successful defense against armies that had thought themselves invincible. But it was the city within those walls that truly captured the imagination. A vast metropolis of domes and spires, palaces and markets, all seemingly built on a scale that dwarfed human comprehension. The Hagia Sophia dominated the skyline like a mountain of worked stone and divine ambition, its great dome catching the morning light and throwing it back in shades of gold and amber that made the entire structure seem to glow with inner fire. Around it, lesser churches and public buildings created a forest of architectural marvels, each one magnificent enough to be the crown jewel of any northern city. Yet here, serving merely as supporting players in a grander composition. Impressive, isn't it? Captain Haken said, joining me at the rail as our ship navigated the busy waters of the Golden Horn. They say that when the barbarian chieftains first saw Constantinople, they wept because they realized that all their conquests meant nothing compared to what civilized men could build when they put their minds to it. The harbor itself was a marvel of engineering and organization that spoke to the city's role as the crossroads of 3 continents. Ships from every corner of the known world crowded the anchorages. Sleek galleys from Egypt loaded with grain and papyrus. Broad-beamed vessels from the Black Sea ports carrying furs and amber. Exotic craft from distant India with holds full of spices and precious stones. And moving among them all were the local boats, ferries, fishing vessels, and small traders that served the daily needs of a city larger than most kingdoms. The sounds that reached us across the water were as diverse as the ships that filled the harbor. I could hear the calls of merchants in a dozen different languages, the rhythmic chanting of work crews loading and unloading cargo, the musical cries of vendors selling everything from fresh fish to silk scarves. Underneath it all was a constant hum of activity that spoke of a city that never truly slept, where commerce and culture flowed as continuously as the tides. How many people live here? I asked, still trying to absorb the sheer scale of what I was seeing. No one knows for certain, Haken replied. Some say 500,000. Others claim it's closer to 1 million. What's certain is that it's the largest city in the world and the richest. The amount of wealth that flows through Constantinople in a single day would be enough to buy entire kingdoms in other parts of the world. As we approached our assigned berth, I began to notice details that spoke to the city's cosmopolitan nature. The dock workers who prepared to receive our mooring lines included men whose features suggested origins from across the known world. The harbor officials who came aboard to inspect our cargo and documentation spoke Greek with accents that hinted at Egyptian, Syrian, and Italian influences. Even the beggars who called out to us from the waterfront displayed a diversity that would have been impossible in any northern port. The process of clearing our ship through the Byzantine customs system was an education in itself. The officials were efficient and professional, but their procedures were far more complex than anything I had encountered in northern waters. Every item in our cargo had to be cataloged, its origin verified, its value assessed for taxation purposes, Our crew had to provide documentation of their identities and intentions, and Captain Haken was required to post bonds guaranteeing our compliance with local laws and regulations. "Welcome to the most bureaucratic city in the world," he murmured to me as we waited for the final stamps and seals that would allow us to begin unloading our goods. The Byzantines have turned administration into an art form. They have officials to supervise other officials, and clerks to keep track of what the officials are doing. It's inefficient in some ways, but it also means that everything is documented, recorded, and traceable, which can be very useful when disputes arise. Once we were officially cleared to enter the city, Captain Haken divided our crew into 2 groups. Half would remain with the ship to oversee the unloading and sale of our cargo, while the other half would accompany us into the city to begin the more delicate work of establishing the trading relationships that were the real purpose of our voyage. "Remember," he told us as we prepared to leave the familiar environment of the ship, "we are not just traders here. We are ambassadors for all the northern kingdoms. How we conduct ourselves will determine whether future expeditions from our region are welcomed or viewed with suspicion. Be respectful, be observant, and above all, be careful. This city has survived for 1,000 years by being more clever than its enemies, and that cleverness extends to its merchants and officials." The streets of Constantinople were unlike anything I had ever experienced. Where northern cities grew organically around natural features or defensive positions, this metropolis had been planned and built according to grand designs that took into account everything from traffic flow to aesthetic harmony. The main thoroughfares were wide enough for multiple carts to pass simultaneously, paved with stones that had been fitted together with mathematical precision, and lined with buildings that displayed architectural styles from across the empire. But it was the diversity of the population that truly set Constantinople apart from any other city I had known. Within the space of a single block, I encountered Greek merchants discussing philosophy while conducting business, Arab scholars debating points of theology, Jewish craftsmen creating works of art that would have been treasured in any royal collection, and barbarian warriors from tribes I couldn't even identify serving as bodyguards for wealthy traders. The languages alone were a symphony of human diversity. Greek served as the common tongue for official business, but I heard Latin, Arabic, Hebrew, Armenian, and dialects I couldn't identify being spoken by people who seemed to understand each other perfectly despite their different origins. It was as if the entire known world had sent representatives to this single city, creating a cosmopolitan atmosphere that made provincial distinctions seem petty and irrelevant. Our first stop was the establishment of Georgios Kantakouzenos, a merchant prince whose family had been trading in luxury goods for 3 centuries. His warehouse occupied an entire city block, its interior filled with treasures that represented the finest craftsmanship from every corner of the civilized world. Silk from China hung beside carpets from Persia, while ivory from Africa shared space with amber from the Baltic shores. Georgios himself was a man who seemed to embody the sophisticated cosmopolitanism of his city. Educated, cultured, and obviously wealthy, he conducted business with a combination of shrewdness and courtesy that made even complex negotiations feel like pleasant social interactions. His knowledge of market conditions, trade routes, and political developments was encyclopedic, and his network of contacts apparently extended to every major commercial center from Britain to India. Northern goods are always welcome here, he told us as we examined samples of the furs and amber we had brought from home. Your region produces items that are highly prized by our wealthy citizens. Furs for winter clothing, amber for jewelry, iron weapons that are renowned for their quality. The challenge is not finding buyers, but ensuring that the prices reflect the true value of such rare commodities. The negotiations that followed were a masterclass in the art of commercial diplomacy. Every aspect of our potential relationship was discussed and analyzed. Quantities, prices, delivery schedules, quality standards, payment methods, and the handling of disputes. But beyond the immediate commercial details, Georgios was clearly evaluating us as potential long-term partners, assessing our reliability, competence, and understanding of the complex factors that influenced Mediterranean trade. The key to success in this market, he explained during a break in our formal discussions, is understanding that we are not just buying and selling goods. We are managing relationships that may last for generations. A merchant's reputation is his most valuable asset, more precious than gold or silver. Once lost, it can never be fully recovered. As our negotiations continued over several days, I began to understand the true sophistication of the trading networks that connected Constantinople to the rest of the world. This was not simply a matter of buying low and selling high, but a complex web of relationships, obligations, and mutual dependencies that required constant attention and careful management. The political dimensions were particularly intricate. The Byzantine Empire was simultaneously the heir to ancient Rome and a Christian state surrounded by Islamic powers, a maritime empire dependent on land-based trade routes, a Greek-speaking realm that governed peoples of dozens of different ethnicities and religions. Successful merchants had to navigate not just market conditions but diplomatic relationships, religious sensitivities, and cultural differences that could turn profitable ventures into disasters if mishandled. Your timing is particularly fortunate, Georgios told us during one of our evening meetings. The emperor has recently signed new trade agreements with several Arab states, opening routes that have been closed for decades. At the same time, our relationships with the Italian city-states are improving, creating opportunities for triangular trade that could be extremely profitable for those positioned to take advantage of them. It was during these discussions that I began to understand my own role in Captain Haken's plans. While the formal negotiations focused on the exchange of goods, there was clearly another level of activity that required different skills entirely. Several times during our meetings, Georgios made oblique references to security concerns and protection arrangements that suggested the need for services that went beyond normal commercial activities. The nature of these concerns became clearer when we were invited to attend a reception at the palace of Nikephoros Botanaites, a high-ranking official in the imperial administration whose responsibilities included oversight of foreign trade. The invitation was both an honor and a test, an opportunity to demonstrate our sophistication and reliability, but also a chance for the Byzantine authorities to evaluate our potential usefulness in matters that went beyond simple commerce. The palace itself was a showcase of imperial wealth and artistic achievement that made even Georgios's impressive warehouse seem modest by comparison. Every surface was decorated with mosaics, frescoes, or carvings that displayed the finest craftsmanship the empire could produce. The guests included not just merchants and officials, but scholars, artists, military officers, and diplomats from across the known world. It was at this reception that I first encountered the undercurrents of intrigue and competition that lay beneath Constantinople's civilized surface. Conversations that appeared to be casual social interactions were actually careful exchanges of information and influence. Alliances were being formed and dissolved, opportunities identified and claimed, threats assessed and countered, all conducted with the kind of subtle sophistication that made northern political maneuvering seem crude by comparison. "You handle yourself well in such company," observed a voice behind me as I stood on a balcony overlooking the Bosphorus, taking a break from the intensity of the social interactions inside. I turned to see a woman who appeared to be in her 30s, elegantly dressed but carrying herself with the kind of confidence that suggested she was accustomed to being taken seriously in environments where many women were treated as decorative accessories. Her dark eyes held an intelligence that seemed to take in everything while revealing nothing of her own thoughts or intentions. "Anna Komnenos," she introduced herself, offering her hand in the Roman manner. "I serve as an advisor to several merchant families on matters involving, shall we say, unconventional challenges." The name was familiar. The Komnenos family had produced several emperors and remained one of the most powerful noble houses in the empire. But there was something about this particular woman that suggested she was more than just another aristocratic socialite playing at business. "Eric Stormson," I replied, accepting her handshake and noting the calluses on her palm that spoke of familiarity with weapons or tools. "I'm traveling with Captain Hakon's expedition from the Northern Kingdoms." "Yes, I've heard about your arrival," she said with a smile that seemed to hold secrets. Word travels quickly in a city like this, especially when it concerns visitors with such interesting reputations. Before I could ask what she meant by that, she continued, "I understand you've had some experience dealing with pirates and other maritime security issues. Such experience may prove valuable in the current environment. The trade routes that make Constantinople wealthy also attract predators who view merchant ships as convenient sources of wealth and slaves." Her words carried implications that went far beyond casual conversation, and I realized that this encounter was not the social accident it appeared to be. "Are you suggesting that there might be opportunities for someone with my particular skills?" I asked carefully. "I'm suggesting that the challenges facing honest merchants in these waters are becoming more sophisticated and dangerous," she replied. "Traditional solutions, hiring a few extra guards, avoiding known trouble spots, are no longer adequate. What's needed are people who can think strategically, who understand both the maritime environment and the political factors that influence piracy and trade security." She handed me a small scroll sealed with wax that bore an intricate design I didn't recognize. "If you're interested in learning more about such opportunities, present this tomorrow evening at the address written inside. Come alone, and tell no one about this conversation until you understand what's being offered." With that, she melted back into the crowd of reception guests, leaving me standing on the balcony with more questions than answers, and the growing realization that our voyage to Constantinople was about to become far more complicated than Captain Hakon had originally described. The iron amulet was warm against my chest, and I could hear its song changing, taking on new melodies that spoke of challenges and opportunities beyond anything I had previously imagined. The boy from Ironhold was about to be tested in ways that no amount of training could have prepared him for, in a city where the stakes were measured not in individual lives, but in the rise and fall of empires. The transformation of Eric Stormson into Eric Ironheart was entering a new phase, one that would determine whether the northern warrior could survive and thrive in the most sophisticated and dangerous city in the world. The Silk Road Conspiracy. The address on Anna Komnenos' scroll led me through the winding streets of Constantinople's merchant quarter to a nondescript building that could have housed anything from a spice warehouse to a scribe's workshop. Only the quality of the guards stationed discreetly at nearby corners suggested that whatever happened within these walls was of more than ordinary importance. I presented the sealed message to a doorkeeper, who examined it with the careful attention of someone trained to detect forgeries, then gestured for me to follow him through a maze of corridors that seemed designed to confuse visitors about the building's true layout. The walls were lined with maps, charts, and documents that I glimpsed only briefly, but which seemed to detail trade routes, political boundaries, and military positions across the known world. The room I was finally led to was both elegant and functional, furnished with the kind of expensive simplicity that spoke of wealth so secure it felt no need to display itself ostentatiously. Anna Komnenos sat behind a desk covered with correspondence in multiple languages, but she rose to greet me with the courtesy due to an honored guest rather than a potential subordinate. "Thank you for coming," she said, gesturing toward a chair positioned to give me a clear view of the room's most striking feature. A massive map of the Mediterranean and its surrounding lands, marked with symbols and notations that suggested active monitoring of political and commercial developments across the entire region. "I must admit," I said as I settled into the offered seat, "that I'm not entirely sure what I'm doing here, or what you might want from a northern warrior with limited experience in Byzantine affairs." Anna smiled, and for the first time since our meeting at the reception, her expression seemed genuinely warm rather than diplomatically pleasant. "Direct honesty," she said. "How refreshing. You'd be surprised how rare that quality is in this city, where most conversations involve at least 3 layers of hidden meaning, and everyone assumes that everyone else is pursuing some secret agenda." She moved to stand beside the great map, her finger tracing routes that connected Constantinople to distant markets and political centers. "What I want from you, Eric Stormson, is exactly what you've just demonstrated. The ability to see situations clearly and respond to them honestly, without the elaborate deceptions and self-serving calculations that characterize most of the people I deal with on a daily basis." She pointed to a series of red marks scattered across the map, each one representing what appeared to be a significant commercial or political center. "The Byzantine Empire stands at the crossroads of 3 continents, and our prosperity depends on maintaining the flow of trade between East and West. But that trade is under threat from forces that are more sophisticated and dangerous than simple piracy or banditry." The red marks, she explained, represented cities and regions where established trade routes were being disrupted by what appeared to be coordinated attacks on merchant caravans and shipping. The pattern was too systematic to be the work of ordinary criminals, too widespread to be the result of local political conflicts, and too well informed to be anything other than the product of careful intelligence gathering and strategic planning. "Someone is waging economic warfare against the Empire," Anna continued, "using methods that are designed to strangle our trade networks without triggering the kind of military response that open warfare would provoke. Caravans disappear in the desert. Ships are attacked by pirates who seem to know exactly which vessels carry the most valuable cargoes, and key trading partners find themselves facing internal conflicts that make commerce impossible." The implications of what she was describing were staggering. If someone was indeed orchestrating such a campaign, they would need resources, organization, and intelligence networks that rivaled those of major governments. More troubling still, they would need detailed knowledge of Byzantine commercial operations that could only come from sources within the empire itself. "You suspect internal collaboration," I said, reading between the lines of her presentation. "I don't suspect it. I know it," she replied grimly. "The attacks are too well coordinated, too precisely timed, too perfectly informed about shipping schedules and cargo manifests to be anything other than the work of people with access to confidential information. Someone within our own commercial and governmental structures is providing intelligence to our enemies. She returned to her desk and pulled out a folder containing what appeared to be intercepted correspondence, shipping records, and intelligence reports from across the Mediterranean world. The question is not whether we have traitors in our midst. The question is identifying them before they can complete whatever larger plan they're working toward. And that's where someone with your particular combination of skills becomes valuable. I studied the documents she had spread before me, trying to understand the patterns and connections that had led her to this conclusion. The evidence was circumstantial but compelling. Too many coincidences, too many failures of security, too many instances where confidential information had somehow reached people who should never have had access to it. "What exactly would you want me to do?" I asked. "I want you to become my eyes and ears in the merchant community," Anna replied. "Your status as a foreign trader gives you access to conversations and relationships that would be closed to someone known to be working for the imperial government. Your reputation as a warrior provides you with credibility among the kind of people who might be involved in such activities. And your apparent honesty makes you someone that others might trust with confidential information." The proposal was both flattering and terrifying. She was essentially asking me to become a spy, to infiltrate the very community that Captain Hakon was trying to establish relationships with, to risk not just my own life but the success of our entire commercial venture. "I would need to discuss this with Captain Hakon," I said carefully. "Our primary mission is establishing trading relationships, and anything that might compromise that objective would need his approval." "Captain Hakon is already aware of this conversation," Anna said with a slight smile. "In fact, he's the one who suggested that you might be suitable for this kind of work. It seems that your reputation preceded you to Constantinople. Stories of your victory over the Red Axes in Ironhaven, your performance in the battle with the Crimson Brotherhood pirates, your ability to handle complex situations with both intelligence and courage. The realization that my captain had been planning this development all along was both reassuring and unsettling. Reassuring because it meant that I wasn't being asked to betray his trust. Unsettling because it suggested that our entire voyage had been planned with objectives that went far beyond simple commerce. "There's something else you should know," Anna continued, her expression becoming more serious. "The conspiracy we're investigating isn't just about disrupting Byzantine trade. It's about something much larger and more dangerous. We have reason to believe that the ultimate goal is to destabilize the entire Mediterranean economy, to create enough chaos and uncertainty that existing political structures collapse and can be replaced by something entirely different." She pulled out another map, this one showing not current political boundaries, but what appeared to be a proposed reorganization of the entire region under some kind of unified control. The evidence suggests that someone is attempting to create a new empire that would control all trade between East and West, with themselves as the ultimate authority over commerce, politics, and military affairs. If they succeed, Constantinople would become just another provincial city in someone else's domain. The scope of what she was describing was almost beyond comprehension. The Mediterranean world had been shaped by the competition and cooperation between multiple powers: the Byzantine Empire, the various Islamic states, the Italian city-states, the emerging kingdoms of Western Europe. The idea that someone might be working to replace this complex balance with a single unified authority was both audacious and terrifying. "Who do you think is behind this?" I asked. That's what we need to find out, Anna replied. The evidence points in several different directions, and it's possible that we're dealing with a coalition of interests rather than a single mastermind. What's certain is that they have resources, intelligence, and patience that make them extremely dangerous opponents. She handed me a small leather pouch containing what appeared to be gold coins, but when I examined them more closely, I realized they were actually tokens of some kind, each one bearing symbols that I didn't recognize but that seemed to carry official significance. These will identify you as someone working under my authority, she explained. They'll provide you with access to information and resources that would otherwise be unavailable. But they'll also mark you as a target if the wrong people discover your true role. Use them carefully, and only when absolutely necessary. As I prepared to leave, Anna offered one final piece of advice that would prove more valuable than all the gold and official tokens in the world. Remember that in this city, nothing is ever exactly what it appears to be, she said. The merchant who seems most helpful may be the one selling information to your enemies. The official who appears most corrupt may be the one person you can trust completely. Your survival will depend on learning to see past surface appearances to the reality beneath. I left that meeting with my head spinning from the implications of what I had learned and the magnitude of the responsibility I had accepted. The simple trading voyage that had brought me to Constantinople was revealing itself to be something far more complex and dangerous. A mission that could determine the future balance of power in the civilized world. The star iron amulet was warm against my chest as I made my way back through the darkening streets, and I could hear its song taking on new harmonies that spoke of challenges unlike any I had previously faced. The battles ahead would not be fought with swords and shields alone, but with intelligence, deception, and the kind of strategic thinking that could turn enemies into allies and apparent defeats into ultimate victories. Over the following days, I began the delicate work of establishing my cover identity while gathering the intelligence that Anna Komnenos needed. Captain Hakan proved to be an invaluable ally in this effort. His legitimate commercial activities providing perfect opportunities for me to meet and evaluate the merchants, officials, and intermediaries who formed the backbone of Constantinople's trading networks. The city's commercial district was a maze of interconnected relationships and competing interests that made northern politics seem simple by comparison. Every transaction involved multiple parties with different objectives. Every agreement required the navigation of complex legal and cultural requirements, and every successful deal created new opportunities while simultaneously generating new conflicts. It was in this environment that I began to identify the patterns that Anna had described. Certain merchants seemed to have access to information that should have been confidential. Specific shipping routes were experiencing problems that appeared random but followed suspicious patterns when viewed over time. Key officials were making decisions that benefited some traders while disadvantaging others in ways that didn't align with normal commercial logic. Most troubling of all, I began to notice that several of the people I was investigating seemed to be investigating me in return. Conversations would stop when I approached. Meetings would be rescheduled when I expressed interest in attending them, and documents that should have been available for inspection would mysteriously disappear just before I could examine them. The conspiracy that Anna had described was not just real. It was active, sophisticated, and apparently aware that someone was trying to expose it. The hunters had become the hunted, and the game was about to become far more dangerous than any of us had anticipated. The iron sang its ancient song of warning, and I began to understand that the greatest test of my life was about to begin. The skills learned in northern training yards and Mediterranean battles would soon be matched against enemies who fought with weapons more subtle and deadly than any sword. Enemies who could destroy empires without ever drawing a blade. Eric Stormson was about to discover what it truly meant to earn the name Ironheart, in a conflict where the stakes were measured not in individual lives, but in the fate of civilizations, and where victory would require not just courage and skill, but wisdom beyond his years and allies he had yet to identify. The transformation was accelerating, driven by forces that had been set in motion long before his birth. In a city where the future of the known world would be decided by the choices of a young warrior who had thought he was simply seeking his fortune in distant markets. The merchant's gambit. The breakthrough came, as such things often do, from an unexpected source, and at a moment when I was focused on entirely different matters. I was examining a shipment of silk that had arrived from the eastern provinces, ostensibly checking the quality on behalf of Captain Haken's trading interests, when I overheard a conversation between two dock workers that made the star iron amulet grow suddenly warm against my chest. Third shipment this month that's been delayed. One of them was saying in the rapid Greek that workers used when they thought no foreigners were listening. Always the same excuse. Problems with the caravan routes, bandit attacks, political troubles. But the delays are too convenient, too well-timed. "You think someone's orchestrating this?" his companion asked, his voice dropping to a whisper that I had to strain to hear over the normal sounds of harbor activity. "I think someone's making a lot of money by controlling when certain goods reach certain markets," the first worker replied. Delay a silk shipment for 2 weeks, and suddenly, the merchants who have silk in their warehouses can charge double the normal price. Arrange for a spice caravan to arrive early, and you can corner the market before your competitors know what's happening. The implications of what I was hearing were staggering. If someone was indeed manipulating the timing of shipments to create artificial scarcities and surpluses, they would need advanced knowledge of shipping schedules, the ability to influence caravan routes, and the resources to coordinate activities across vast distances. More importantly, they would need collaborators within the very trading networks they were manipulating. I made careful note of the workers' names and continued my inspection of the silk shipment. But my mind was racing with the possibilities this conversation had opened up. Market manipulation on the scale they were describing would require the kind of organization and resources that Anna Komnenos had warned me about, and it would provide the perfect cover for the larger conspiracy she was investigating. That evening, I met with Anna in a different location, a small tavern in the Artisans' Quarter, where the clientele was diverse enough that our conversation would attract no particular attention. She listened to my report with the focused intensity of someone who understood the significance of seemingly minor details. "You've identified one of the mechanisms they're using," she said when I finished describing what I had overheard. "Market manipulation provides both funding for their larger operations and a way to test their ability to coordinate activities across the trade networks. If they can control the flow of silk and spices, they can eventually control the flow of everything else." She pulled out a small notebook and began sketching what appeared to be a diagram of interconnected relationships, with lines connecting various merchants, officials, and trading houses across the Mediterranean world. "The question is whether this is a separate operation or part of the larger conspiracy we're investigating," she continued. "If it's separate, we need to decide whether to expose it immediately or use it as a way to identify the people behind the more serious threats. If it's connected, then we may have found our first real lead into the heart of their organization." The decision we reached was to investigate further before taking any action that might alert our targets to our interest in their activities. This meant that I would need to penetrate deeper into the merchant community, to establish relationships with people who might have knowledge of the manipulation schemes, and to do so without arousing suspicion about my true motives. The opportunity came sooner than expected, in the form of an invitation to join a consortium of merchants who were planning a major trading expedition to the eastern provinces. The consortium was being organized by Theodoros Laskaris, a wealthy trader whose family had been involved in the silk trade for generations, and whose connections extended throughout the Byzantine commercial network. Your captain speaks highly of your abilities, Theodoros told me when we met to discuss my potential participation in the expedition. He says you have both the commercial knowledge and the practical skills that would be valuable in dealing with the challenges we're likely to face. The expedition he was planning was ambitious in scope and potentially lucrative in outcome. A convoy of ships would sail to the eastern ports, where they would meet caravans carrying silk, spices, and other luxury goods from the distant reaches of Asia. The goods would then be transported back to Constantinople, where they would be distributed to markets throughout the Mediterranean world. The profits could be extraordinary, Theodoros explained, showing me detailed calculations of costs, risks, and potential returns. But the challenges are significant. The routes we'll be using have been experiencing increased bandit activity. Several key trading partners have been having political difficulties, and there are rumors of new competitors who are trying to establish their own networks. As he spoke, I began to recognize elements of the pattern that Anna and I had been investigating. The bandit activity, he mentioned, corresponded to some of the disruptions we had identified. The political difficulties, aligned with conflicts that seemed too convenient to be coincidental, and the new competitors might well be fronts for the conspiracy we were trying to expose. "What kind of security arrangements are you planning?" I asked, trying to sound like someone whose primary concern was protecting his investment rather than gathering intelligence. "That's one of the areas where your experience would be particularly valuable," Theodoros replied. "We'll need someone who can coordinate with local authorities, assess threats accurately, and organize effective responses to whatever problems we encounter. Your reputation for handling difficult situations makes you an ideal candidate for such responsibilities." I accepted his offer to join the expedition, knowing that it would provide unparalleled opportunities to observe the trading networks from the inside and to identify the people and mechanisms behind the market manipulation we had discovered. But I also understood that I would be placing myself in considerable danger, traveling far from Constantinople with people who might well be connected to the conspiracy I was investigating. The preparations for the expedition consumed the next several weeks, and provided insights into the complexity of Mediterranean commerce that no amount of theoretical study could have offered. Every aspect of the venture required careful coordination. The selection and provisioning of ships, the negotiation of agreements with caravan leaders, the arrangement of credit and insurance with banking houses, the procurement of official permits and safe conduct documents from multiple governments. But it was the human relationships that proved most revealing. As I worked with the other members of the consortium, I began to identify patterns of association and communication that suggested hidden connections between apparently independent traders. Certain merchants seemed to have access to information that should have been confidential. Specific individuals were consulted on decisions that seemed outside their areas of expertise, and particular trading houses were favored in ways that didn't align with normal commercial logic. Most significantly, I began to notice that several key figures in the consortium had connections to people and organizations that Anna's intelligence network had identified as potentially suspicious. The connections were subtle. Shared business associates, common financial backers, overlapping social relationships. But they formed a web of associations that was too extensive to be coincidental. "You're seeing the structure of their organization," Anna told me when I reported these observations during one of our clandestine meetings. What appears to be a legitimate trading consortium is actually a front for intelligence gathering and coordination activities. They're using commercial expeditions as cover for mapping trade routes, identifying key vulnerabilities, and establishing the relationships they'll need for their larger operations. The implications were sobering. If Anna was correct, then I was not just joining a trading expedition. I was infiltrating an enemy operation that could provide crucial intelligence about the conspiracy's methods and objectives. But I would be doing so while surrounded by people who might well be working for the very forces we were trying to expose. "The risks are significant," Anna acknowledged when I expressed my concerns about the mission. "But the potential intelligence value is enormous. If you can identify the key figures in their organization, document their methods, and discover their ultimate objectives, we might be able to prevent something that could destabilize the entire Mediterranean world." She handed me a collection of items that appeared to be ordinary trading tools, but were actually sophisticated intelligence-gathering devices. A stylus that could create invisible marks on documents, a seal that would allow me to open and reseal correspondence without detection, a small mirror that could be used for long-distance signaling, and other equipment that spoke to the advanced nature of Byzantine intelligence operations. "Remember," she said, as I prepared to leave for what might be our final meeting before the expedition departed, "your primary objective is gathering information, not taking action. No matter what you discover, no matter how tempting it might be to intervene directly, your job is to observe, document, and report. The decisions about how to use that intelligence will be made by people with access to information and resources that you don't have." The night before our departure, I stood on the deck of the Theodoros, the flagship of our small fleet, looking out over the lights of Constantinople and reflecting on the path that had brought me to this moment. Less than 2 years ago, I had been a village boy whose greatest ambition was to learn advanced smithing techniques from his grandfather. Now, I was about to embark on a mission that could determine the fate of empires, carrying secrets that could save or destroy the greatest city in the world. The star iron amulet was warm against my chest, and I could hear its song taking on new complexities that spoke of challenges and opportunities beyond anything I had previously imagined. The iron had guided me through battles with pirates and criminals, but the conflict ahead would be fought with weapons more subtle than any sword. Intelligence, deception, and the kind of strategic thinking that could turn apparent allies into deadly enemies. As our ships prepared to leave the Golden Horn and sail toward the eastern provinces, I understood that Eric Stormson was about to face the ultimate test of his transformation into Eric Ironheart. The boy who had dreamed of adventure and glory was gone, replaced by a young man who understood that true heroism sometimes required sacrificing personal desires for the greater good. That real strength lay not in the ability to take life, but in the wisdom to preserve it. And that the greatest victories were often won by those who fought battles that history would never record. The iron sang its ancient song of destiny, and I was finally ready to hear all its melodies, both the beautiful harmonies of triumph and the darker themes of sacrifice that awaited in the dangerous waters ahead. The caravan roads. The port of Trebizond clung to the Black Sea coast like a jewel set against the backdrop of mountains that rose in purple majesty toward the distant plateau of Anatolia. After 2 weeks of sailing through waters that grew progressively more exotic as we moved away from Constantinople, the sight of this ancient trading city filled me with both excitement and apprehension. Here, the maritime world I was beginning to understand would give way to the overland routes that connected the Mediterranean to the mysterious kingdoms of the East. Our small fleet, 3 ships carrying goods and personnel for the trading expedition, had made good time despite contrary winds and the constant need to avoid the pirate-infested waters around certain islands. The Theodoros had proven to be both fast and seaworthy, while her sister ships Sophia and Constantine had demonstrated the kind of reliability that made long-distance commerce possible. But it was not the ships or the voyage that occupied my thoughts as we approached Trebizond's harbor. It was the growing certainty that several members of our expedition were not what they appeared to be, and that the conspiracy Anna Komnenos had described was more extensive and sophisticated than either of us had initially realized. The evidence had accumulated gradually during our voyage. Conversations that stopped when I approached, documents that disappeared before I could examine them, and, most tellingly, a series of coded messages that I had observed being passed between certain members of the consortium. The codes themselves were beyond my ability to decipher, but their existence confirmed that some of our companions were engaged in activities that went far beyond legitimate commerce. Theodoros Lascaris himself remained an enigma. His knowledge of trade routes and market conditions was encyclopedic. His connections throughout the eastern provinces were impressive, and his ability to organize complex logistics was undeniable. But there were moments when his questions seemed designed to elicit specific information rather than simply facilitate conversation, and his interest in my background and capabilities went beyond what normal commercial concerns would justify. Trebizond is where our real work begins, he told me as we watched the harbor approach. The sea voyage was just transportation, comfortable, predictable, relatively safe. But the caravan routes we'll be following inland are where fortunes are made and lost, where a single mistake in judgment can cost everything we've invested. He gestured toward the mountains that rose beyond the city, their peaks still capped with snow despite the warmth of the late spring weather. Those mountains hide passes that have been used by traders for thousands of years, routes that connect our world to kingdoms so distant that most people think they're myths. The goods that travel those roads: silk from China, spices from India, precious stones from lands that have no names in our languages, represent wealth beyond imagination. But they also represent dangers that go far beyond simple banditry. As our ships were warped into their berths, I could see what he meant. Trebizond's harbor was filled with vessels from across the known world, but it was the caravans visible in the distance that truly captured the imagination. Long trains of camels and pack animals stretched toward the mountain passes, carrying goods that would eventually reach markets from Britain to Ethiopia. The scale of commerce represented by those caravans was staggering, and the opportunities for both legitimate profit and criminal exploitation were equally vast. The process of transferring our goods from ships to the pack animals that would carry them inland was an education in the complexities of overland trade. Every item had to be repackaged for transport across difficult terrain. Every weight had to be calculated to ensure that animals weren't overloaded, and every piece of equipment had to be selected for durability rather than convenience. But it was the human element that proved most challenging. The caravan leaders, guards, and guides who would accompany us represented a mixture of ethnicities, languages, and loyalties that made communication difficult and trust problematic. Some were clearly experienced professionals who took pride in their work, while others seemed to be opportunists attracted by the promise of easy money. The key to successful caravan travel, explained Basil the guide, a weathered veteran who had been making the journey between Trebizond and the eastern trading centers for more than 20 years, is understanding that you're not just transporting goods, you're managing relationships. Every person in the caravan has their own objectives, their own concerns, their own ideas about how things should be done. Your job is to keep all of those different interests aligned toward the common goal of reaching your destination safely and profitably. Basil himself was a fascinating character who embodied the cosmopolitan nature of the trade routes. Born in Constantinople to a Greek father and an Armenian mother, he had learned Arabic from merchants, Persian from caravan leaders, and Turkish from the nomadic tribes whose territories the caravans crossed. His knowledge of languages was matched by his understanding of the political and cultural factors that could turn routine journeys into disasters. The most dangerous enemies you'll face, he told me during one of our planning sessions, are not the bandits who attack caravans for immediate profit. They're predictable, and they can be dealt with through superior force or clever negotiations. The real threats are the people who attack trade routes for political reasons, who want to disrupt commerce itself rather than simply steal from it. His words echoed the concerns that Anna Komnenos had expressed, and I began to wonder whether his insights were based on general experience or specific knowledge of the conspiracy we were investigating. The caravan that finally departed Trebizond was an impressive sight that spoke to the ambition and complexity of our enterprise. More than 200 pack animals carried goods worth a fortune in any market, while nearly 100 men provided the security, guidance, and labor necessary for such an undertaking. The diversity of the group was remarkable. Byzantine merchants traveled alongside Arab traders. Armenian guides worked with Turkish guards, and representatives of trading houses from across the Mediterranean world shared the common goal of reaching the eastern markets safely and profitably. But as we began the long climb into the mountains that separated the Black Sea coast from the Anatolian plateau, I became increasingly aware that not everyone in our caravan shared the same definition of success. Certain groups seemed to be following their own agendas. Specific individuals were gathering information that went beyond normal commercial intelligence, and particular decisions were being made for reasons that had nothing to do with trade efficiency or security. The first real indication that our expedition was being watched and possibly infiltrated came on our third day out of Trebizond, when we encountered what appeared to be a routine checkpoint operated by local authorities. The officials who examined our documents and inspected our goods seemed competent and professional. But I noticed that certain members of our party received special attention that went beyond normal administrative procedures. More troubling still, I observed coded signals being exchanged between some of our companions and the checkpoint officials. Subtle gestures and seemingly casual comments that clearly carried hidden meanings. The star iron amulet grew warm against my chest during these exchanges, and I could hear its song taking on the warning tones that had preceded every major danger I had faced. "Did you notice anything unusual about that checkpoint?" I asked Basil later that evening, as we made camp in a mountain valley that provided shelter from the wind and good grazing for our animals. He gave me a look that suggested he had been expecting such a question. "You mean the fact that certain people in our caravan seemed to be expected?" he replied quietly. "Or the way some of our companions appeared to be reporting to the officials, rather than simply complying with their requirements?" His words confirmed my suspicions and raised new questions about his own role in the expedition. Was he simply an experienced guide who had learned to observe such things? Or was he part of the intelligence network that Anna Komnenos had described? I've been making this journey for 20 years, he continued, and I've learned to recognize the signs when a caravan is being used for purposes beyond simple commerce. The question is whether those purposes align with your interests or conflict with them. Before I could respond, he handed me a small object that I recognized immediately, a token similar to the ones Anna Komnenos had given me, bearing symbols that identified the bearer as someone working under imperial authority. Anna Dalasinos sends her regards, he said with a slight smile. She thought you might benefit from having an experienced ally during this phase of your mission. The revelation that Basil was working for Anna, using what was apparently a cover identity, was both reassuring and disturbing. Reassuring because it meant I wasn't completely alone in hostile territory. Disturbing because it suggested that the conspiracy we were investigating was so extensive that Anna had felt it necessary to place multiple agents within the expedition. How long have you known? I asked. Since before we left Constantinople, he replied. Anna briefed me on your mission and asked me to provide whatever assistance might be necessary. What she didn't tell me was how extensive the infiltration of this expedition would have proved to be. Over the following days, as our caravan wound its way through mountain passes and across high plateaus that seemed to stretch endlessly toward the eastern horizon, Basil and I began to piece together the true nature of what we were involved in. The trading expedition was indeed a front for intelligence gathering, but the intelligence being gathered was not just about commercial opportunities. It was about military capabilities, political relationships, and strategic vulnerabilities that could be exploited in a much larger conflict. They're mapping the entire trade network, Basil explained during one of our private conversations. Not just the routes and the markets, but the people who control them, the relationships that make commerce possible, the points where disruption would cause maximum damage. This isn't about making money from trade. It's about gaining the ability to destroy trade entirely if that serves their purposes. The implications were staggering. If someone was indeed creating a comprehensive intelligence map of the Mediterranean trade networks, they would have the ability to cripple the economies of entire regions, to starve the cities by cutting off their supply lines, to bring down governments by destroying their sources of revenue. But who would want to do such a thing? I asked. And what would they hope to gain from creating such chaos? That's what we need to find out, Basil replied. But I suspect the answer lies in the eastern cities we're traveling toward. Someone there is coordinating these activities. Someone with the resources and connections necessary to organize such an extensive operation. As our caravan continued its journey across the vast expanses of Anatolia, I began to understand that we were not just traveling toward distant markets. We were moving deeper into the heart of a conspiracy that threatened the entire civilized world. The star iron amulet grew warmer with each passing day, and its song took on harmonies that spoke of approaching confrontation with forces that had been gathering strength for years. The transformation of Eric Stormson into Eric Ironheart was entering its most crucial phase, in a land where ancient trade routes carried more than just goods. They carried the seeds of conflicts that could reshape the balance of power between East and West, and where the choices of a young warrior from the northern fjords might determine whether the Mediterranean world would continue to prosper or descend into chaos that could last for generations. The iron sang its song of destiny, and I finally understood that everything I had experienced, from the storm of my birth to the battles in Iron Haven's harbor, from the training yards of Constantinople to the wine-dark waters of the Mediterranean, had been preparing me for what lay ahead in the ancient cities of the East, where the greatest test of my life awaited. The city of silk and shadows. The city of Samarkand appeared on the horizon like something from the dreams of poets, its golden domes and soaring minarets catching the first light of dawn, and throwing it back in shades of amber and rose that made the entire metropolis seem to glow with inner fire. After weeks of travel across the harsh beauty of the Central Asian steppes, the sight of this legendary center of trade and learning filled me with wonder that temporarily pushed aside the darker concerns that had been growing with each mile of our journey. The Pearl of the East, Basil murmured beside me as we crested the final ridge that had hidden the city from view. They say that all the wealth of Asia passes through Samarkand at some point, that you can buy anything in its markets if you know where to look and have enough gold to pay for it. The city that spread before us was vast beyond anything I had previously imagined, its walls encompassing an area that could have contained a dozen cities the size of Ironhaven. Within those walls, I could see the evidence of centuries of prosperity, palaces that rivaled anything in Constantinople, gardens that turned the desert into paradise, and markets whose very existence spoke of trade, networks that connected this single city to kingdoms from China to Morocco. But it was not just the physical grandeur of Samarkand that impressed me. It was the realization that we had reached the heart of the conspiracy that Anna Komnenos and I had been investigating. During our long journey across the caravan routes, the evidence had continued to accumulate that our expedition was serving purposes far beyond legitimate commerce, and that those purposes were somehow connected to this ancient center of East-West trade. The final confirmation had come 3 days earlier, when I had observed Theodoros Laskaris receiving a message from a courier who had ridden hard from the direction of Samarkand. The message itself was in a code I couldn't decipher, but Theodoros's reaction to it, a mixture of satisfaction and anticipation, suggested that it contained news he had been waiting for. More troubling still, several members of our caravan had begun to exhibit behavior that suggested they were preparing for something more significant than routine trading activities. Weapons were being checked and cleaned with unusual frequency. Private conversations were being conducted in languages I didn't recognize, and certain individuals were paying far more attention to the defensive capabilities of our group than normal commercial concerns would warrant. We need to be very careful from this point forward, Basil warned me as our caravan approached the city gates. Samarkand is a place where information is as valuable as silk or spices, where a single careless word can reach the wrong ears within hours. Whatever we discover here, we need to document it carefully and transmit it back to Constantinople without alerting our targets to our activities. The process of entering Samarkand was an education in the sophistication of Central Asian administration. The city's officials were efficient, multilingual, and obviously experienced in dealing with caravans from every corner of the known world. Our goods were inspected with professional competence. Our documentation was examined with careful attention to detail, and our party was registered with the kind of thoroughness that suggested the authorities maintained detailed records of everyone who entered or left the city. But beneath the surface efficiency, I began to detect undercurrents that suggested not everything was as straightforward as it appeared. Certain members of our expedition received treatment that went beyond normal courtesy. Specific officials seemed to recognize people they should have been meeting for the first time, and particular procedures were modified in ways that suggested pre-existing arrangements. They were expected, I observed to Basil as we watched our companions being processed through the entry procedures. More than expected, he replied grimly. They were invited. This entire expedition was planned from this end as much as from Constantinople. We're not just visiting Samarkand. We're being brought here for purposes that we're only beginning to understand. The accommodations that had been arranged for our party were luxurious beyond anything I had experienced, even in Constantinople. We were housed in a caravanserai that was more like a palace than a simple traveler's inn, with gardens, fountains, and amenities that spoke of wealth and influence far beyond what normal commercial considerations would justify. But luxury came with a price that went beyond mere money. Our movements were subtly monitored. Our conversations were undoubtedly being observed, and our activities were being reported to authorities whose identities and motivations remained mysterious. We were guests, but we were also prisoners, trapped in golden cages while forces we didn't fully understand moved around us. The first indication of what those forces might be came during our second evening in Samarkand, when Theodoros Lascaris invited me to accompany him to what he described as a gathering of merchants, interested in establishing new trade relationships with the Mediterranean world. The invitation was phrased as a courtesy, but something in his manner suggested that refusal was not really an option. The gathering was held in a private residence that was clearly the home of someone with enormous wealth and influence. The building itself was a masterpiece of Central Asian architecture, with courtyards that seemed to capture and concentrate starlight, fountains that created music from flowing water, and decorative elements that spoke of artistic traditions stretching back centuries. But it was the people attending the gathering who truly revealed the significance of what we had stumbled into. These were not ordinary merchants discussing routine commercial opportunities. They were representatives of trading houses, political factions, and military organizations from across the known world, gathered for purposes that went far beyond simple business negotiations. I recognized several faces from Constantinople, people who had been present at various social and commercial functions, but whose true roles I had never fully understood. Others were clearly from the Islamic world, their dress and manner speaking of origins in Damascus, Baghdad, or Cairo. Still others appeared to be from even more distant lands, China, India, perhaps kingdoms whose names I had never heard. "Welcome to the real purpose of our expedition," Theodoros said quietly as we entered the main reception hall. "What you're about to witness is the culmination of years of planning and preparation, the beginning of changes that will reshape the entire world of commerce and politics." The formal presentations that followed were conducted in multiple languages, with the translators ensuring that everyone present could understand the proposals being discussed. But even with translation, much of what I heard was couched in euphemisms and coded language that made the true meaning difficult to decipher. What gradually became clear, however, was that we were witnessing the formation of what could only be described as a commercial and political alliance of unprecedented scope and ambition. The various representatives were discussing the creation of new trade routes that would bypass existing centers of power, the establishment of new financial institutions that would challenge traditional banking houses, and the development of new political relationships that would alter the balance of power across 3 continents. "The old order is dying," declared one speaker whose accent suggested origins in the Arab world. "The Byzantine Empire grows weaker with each passing year. The Italian city-states are consumed by their own internal conflicts, and the emerging kingdoms of Western Europe lack the resources and knowledge necessary to maintain the trade networks that connect East and West." "But nature abhors a vacuum," added another speaker, this one clearly from the Far East. "When old structures collapse, new ones must be created to take their place. The question is whether those new structures will be created by people with vision and capability, or whether they will emerge through chaos and conflict that serves no one's interests. As the evening progressed, I began to understand that what I was witnessing was not just a conspiracy to disrupt existing trade networks. It was an attempt to replace them entirely with new systems controlled by the people in this room. The scope of what they were proposing was breathtaking. A reorganization of global commerce that would concentrate unprecedented power in the hands of a relatively small group of individuals and organizations. The star iron amulet grew increasingly warm against my chest as the presentations continued, and I could hear its song taking on harmonies that spoke of approaching confrontation with forces that had been gathering strength for years. This was the heart of the conspiracy that Anna Komnenos had sent me to investigate, but it was larger and more dangerous than either of us had imagined. During a break in the formal presentations, I found myself in conversation with a man who introduced himself simply as Hassan, whose manner and bearing suggested both great intelligence and considerable authority within the group. "You seem troubled by what you're hearing," he observed, his English accented but fluent. "Perhaps you're wondering how a young warrior from the northern kingdoms came to be present at such a gathering." The fact that he knew my origins despite my attempts to maintain a cover identity was both impressive and alarming. It suggested that their intelligence network was even more extensive than Hannah and I had suspected. "I'm wondering about many things," I replied carefully. "The scope of what's being proposed here is ambitious." Hassan smiled, and the expression was not entirely pleasant. "Ambition is what separates those who shape history from those who are shaped by it," he said. "The question is whether you have the vision to see the opportunities that change creates, or whether you're content to defend systems that are already dying." Before I could respond, he continued, "Your reputation precedes you, Eric Stormson. We know about your victories in Ironhaven, your performance against the Crimson Brotherhood pirates, your work in Constantinople. Such skills could be very valuable to people with the resources and objectives to make proper use of them." The offer that followed was both tempting and terrifying. They were proposing to make me a key figure in their new order, with responsibilities and rewards that would have been unimaginable in the world I had known. But acceptance would mean betraying everything I had learned about justice, loyalty, and the difference between strength and mere power. "I'll need time to consider such an offer," I said, trying to buy time while I figured out how to extract myself from what was clearly becoming a very dangerous situation. "Of course," Hassan replied. "But don't take too long. History waits for no one, and opportunities like this don't come twice." As the gathering concluded and we returned to our luxurious prison, I realized that the game had entered a new phase. The conspiracy was no longer hidden. It was revealing itself, confident in its power and convinced that opposition was either impossible or irrelevant. The question now was whether Basil and I could gather enough intelligence to warn Constantinople before we were silenced permanently, and whether the information we had already gathered would be enough to prevent the catastrophe that was clearly being planned. The iron sang its song of approaching destiny, and I understood that the greatest test of my life was about to begin. Everything I had learned about courage, wisdom, and leadership would be put to the ultimate test in a conflict where the stakes were measured not in individual lives, but in the fate of civilizations, and where failure would mean the end of the world I had sworn to protect. Eric Stormson was about to discover what it truly meant to earn the name Ironheart, in a city where ancient trade routes had become the pathways of conspiracy, and where the choices of a young warrior from the distant north might determine whether the light of civilization would continue to shine or be extinguished by the shadows of ambition and greed. The web unravels. The revelation came at dawn, delivered by a servant who appeared to be bringing the morning meal, but whose eyes held the sharp intelligence of someone accustomed to far more dangerous work than kitchen duties. Hidden beneath the bread and fruit was a message written in the cipher that Anna Komnenos had taught me, its contents confirming my worst fears about the true nature of our situation. The web is larger than we imagined. Constantinople is compromised. Trust no one from the original expedition. Extraction impossible. Complete the mission at all costs. The Empire depends on it. I read the message twice to ensure I understood its implications, then destroyed it using the methods Anna had taught me, watching the specially treated paper dissolve completely in a cup of water that I then poured into the garden outside my window. The servant who had delivered it was already gone, vanished into the maze of corridors and courtyards that made up our luxurious prison. Basil found me an hour later, ostensibly to discuss our plans for visiting Samarkand's famous markets, but actually to share intelligence that painted an even grimmer picture of our circumstances. 3 more messages arrived during the night, he reported in the coded language we had developed for such communications. Our friends in the West are facing unexpected difficulties. Our planned departure has been indefinitely postponed, and several members of our party have developed new interests that don't align with our original objectives. The translation was chilling. Constantinople was under some form of attack or pressure. Our extraction route had been cut off, and members of our expedition were actively working against us. We were trapped in the heart of enemy territory, with a mission that had become exponentially more dangerous and complex. How much do they know about our real purpose here? I asked. Enough to be confident, not enough to be careless, Basil replied. They know we're not ordinary merchants, but they may not understand the full extent of our intelligence-gathering capabilities. That gives us a small advantage, but only if we use it wisely. The advantage he referred to was the sophisticated communication network that Anna had established, using methods that went far beyond simple coded messages. Through a combination of merchant contacts, diplomatic channels, and covert operatives, she had created a system that could transmit intelligence across vast distances with remarkable speed and security. But that network was only as strong as its weakest link, and the message I had received suggested that several of those links were under severe strain. If Constantinople was indeed compromised, then the intelligence we gathered might never reach the people who could act on it. Worse still, our own activities might be feeding information to the very conspiracy we were trying to expose. The dilemma was crystallized that afternoon, when Theodoros Lascaris invited me to join him for what he described as a private discussion of mutual interests. The invitation was delivered with the kind of courtesy that made refusal impossible. But the armed guards who escorted me to the meeting location left no doubt about the true nature of our relationship. The room where we met was a study in understated luxury, its walls lined with books in languages I couldn't identify, and maps that showed trade routes extending far beyond the boundaries of the known world. Theodoros sat behind a desk that was clearly designed to intimidate visitors, but his manner was more sorrowful than threatening. I had hoped it wouldn't come to this, he began without preamble. When I first invited you to join our expedition, I genuinely believed that you might be someone who could appreciate the vision we're working toward. Your reputation suggested a man of intelligence and ambition, someone who understood that the old ways of doing things were no longer adequate for the challenges of our time. He gestured toward one of the maps, which showed the Mediterranean world marked with symbols that I was beginning to recognize as indicators of political and economic instability. "Look at what's happening to the world we've known," he continued. "The Byzantine Empire is dying, slowly but inevitably. The Italian city-states are tearing themselves apart with internal conflicts. The Islamic world is fragmenting into competing factions that spend more energy fighting each other than addressing common challenges. And the emerging kingdoms of Western Europe lack the knowledge and resources necessary to maintain the trade networks that connect East and West." His analysis was not entirely wrong, and that made his conclusions all the more dangerous. The Mediterranean world was indeed facing unprecedented challenges, and the traditional centers of power were struggling to adapt to changing circumstances. But his proposed solution, the replacement of existing systems with new structures controlled by his conspiracy, would create more problems than it solved. "What you're proposing," I said carefully, "would cause enormous suffering and disruption. Millions of people depend on the trade networks you want to destroy and replace." "Change always involves disruption," Theodoros replied, with the calm certainty of someone who had convinced himself that his cause justified any means. "The question is whether that disruption serves a larger purpose or simply creates chaos. We're offering to manage the transition, to ensure that new systems emerge in an orderly fashion rather than through random collapse and conflict." The conversation that followed was both an interrogation and a recruitment pitch, as Theodoros attempted to determine how much I knew about their operations, while simultaneously trying to convince me to join their cause. His arguments were sophisticated and well-reasoned, based on genuine insights into the weaknesses of existing systems and the challenges facing the Mediterranean world. But underneath the intellectual discourse, I could sense the ruthless pragmatism that characterized the conspiracy. These were people who had convinced themselves that their objectives justified any methods, that the suffering they caused was acceptable if it served their vision of a better future. They had the intelligence to see problems clearly, but lacked the wisdom to understand that solutions built on deception and coercion were ultimately self-defeating. "I need time to consider what you've told me," I said when the conversation reached its natural conclusion. "Of course," Theodoros replied, "but understand that time is not unlimited. Events are moving rapidly, and decisions that might have been possible yesterday may not be available tomorrow. The opportunity to join us willingly may not remain open indefinitely." The threat was subtle but unmistakable. They were prepared to use force if persuasion failed, and my value to them was not so great that they would hesitate to eliminate me if I became more of a liability than an asset. That evening, Basil and I met in the garden of our caravanserai, ostensibly to enjoy the cool air and the sound of fountains, but actually to plan our response to the increasingly desperate situation we found ourselves in. The star iron amulet was warm against my chest, and I could hear its song taking on the urgent harmonies that preceded moments of crucial decision. "We have perhaps 2 days before they lose patience with us," Basil reported. "Our watchers are becoming less subtle. Our movements are being more closely monitored, and several members of the original expedition have been asking pointed questions about our activities." "What about our communication network?" I asked. "Still functional, but compromised," he replied grimly. "We can send messages, but we have to assume that some of them are being intercepted. And even if our intelligence reaches Constantinople, there's no guarantee that the people who receive it will be in a position to act on it. The plan we developed was desperate but necessary. We would attempt to gather as much additional intelligence as possible while preparing for an escape that would almost certainly require fighting our way out of Samarkand. The information we had already collected was valuable, but it was incomplete. We needed to understand the full scope of the conspiracy's plans and the timeline for their implementation. The opportunity came sooner than expected, in the form of another invitation to attend what was described as a celebration of new partnerships. This time, the gathering was held in the palace of the local ruler, a magnificent structure that spoke of centuries of accumulated wealth and power. But it was not the architectural splendor that captured my attention. It was the realization that we were witnessing the formal launch of the conspiracy's plans. The various representatives who had been meeting privately were now coming together publicly, announcing the creation of new trade agreements, financial institutions, and political alliances that would fundamentally alter the balance of power across 3 continents. The scope of what they had accomplished was breathtaking. In the space of a few years, they had created a network of relationships and obligations that extended from China to Morocco, from the Baltic Sea to the Indian Ocean. They had infiltrated existing institutions, corrupted key officials, and established alternative systems that could replace traditional structures when the time came for open action. "The old order ends tonight," declared Hassan, the mysterious figure who had approached me at the previous gathering. "Tomorrow, the world begins to change in ways that will be irreversible. Those who have chosen to stand with us will prosper beyond their wildest dreams. Those who have chosen to oppose us will discover that opposition is no longer possible." As the evening progressed, I began to understand that this was not just a celebration, but a point of no return. The conspiracy was moving from preparation to implementation, from covert influence to open action. Whatever they were planning would begin immediately, and the window for preventing it was closing rapidly. The intelligence I gathered that night was both comprehensive and terrifying. The conspiracy's plans included the simultaneous disruption of trade routes across the Mediterranean, the collapse of key financial institutions in Constantinople and other major cities, and the replacement of existing political structures with new systems controlled by their network of allies and agents. But most alarming of all was the revelation that the attack on Constantinople had already begun. While we had been traveling to Samarkand, agents of the conspiracy had been implementing the first phases of their plan, using their knowledge of the city's vulnerabilities to create the kind of chaos and uncertainty that would make their ultimate takeover seem like a natural and necessary response to crisis. The star iron amulet grew hot against my chest as I absorbed this information, and I could hear its song taking on the martial harmonies that preceded moments of ultimate testing. Everything I had learned about courage, leadership, and the price of justice was about to be put to the final test. In a conflict where the stakes were measured not in individual lives, but in the fate of civilizations. As the celebration reached its climax and the various conspirators toasted their approaching triumph, I caught Basil's eye across the crowded hall and saw my own determination reflected in his expression. We had the intelligence that Anna Komnenos needed, but getting it to her would require surviving the next few hours and finding a way to escape from the heart of enemy territory. The transformation of Eric Stormson into Eric Ironheart was about to reach its culmination, in a battle that would be fought not just with swords and courage, but with intelligence, deception, and the kind of strategic thinking that could turn apparent defeat into ultimate victory. The iron sang its song of destiny, and I finally understood that everything I had experienced, every lesson learned, every skill developed, every relationship forged, had been preparing me for this moment when the fate of the known world would depend on the choices of a young warrior who had thought he was simply seeking his fortune in distant lands. The greatest test was about to begin, and failure was not an option. The price of iron. The attack came at the darkest hour before dawn, when the human spirit is at its lowest ebb, and even the most vigilant guards succumb to the weight of accumulated fatigue. I was awakened not by sound, but by the sudden heat of the star iron amulet against my chest, its ancient metal singing a warning that cut through sleep like a blade through silk. Basil was already moving, his years of experience having taught him to trust such intuitions without question. We had prepared for this moment during the long hours of the night, gathering our essential gear and planning escape routes through the labyrinthine corridors of the caravanserai. But preparation, we were about to discover, was no guarantee of survival when facing enemies who had been planning their moves for years. "They're coming from 3 directions," Basil whispered, as we listened to the subtle sounds that mark the approach of armed men trying to move silently. "Professional work. They've sealed the obvious exits and are driving us toward a killing ground of their choosing." The irony was not lost on me. We had come to Samarkand to investigate a conspiracy, only to discover that we ourselves had been part of their plans from the beginning. Our entire expedition had been orchestrated to bring us to this place at this time, where we could be eliminated quietly and efficiently, far from any help, and with no witnesses who might carry word of our fate back to Constantinople. But they had made one crucial error in their calculations. They had assumed that we were ordinary agents, skilled but limited in our capabilities. They had not anticipated that one of us carried star iron forged in the ancient ways, metal that sang with the memories of warriors who had faced impossible odds and emerged victorious through courage, cunning, and the kind of desperate inspiration that comes only in moments of ultimate testing. The first group of attackers came through the main entrance to our quarters, moving with the disciplined precision of soldiers rather than the chaotic rush of common criminals. They were well armed, well trained, and clearly confident in their ability to complete their mission quickly and quietly. What they encountered instead was a young warrior whose every instinct had been honed by months of training and combat, guided by iron that had fallen from the heavens, carrying the wisdom of ages. The heaven-forged knife sang as it cut through the pre-dawn darkness, its star iron blade finding gaps in armor and weaknesses in defense with an accuracy that seemed almost supernatural. But it was not magic that guided my movements. It was the culmination of everything I had learned about combat, strategy, and the price of survival in a world where strength alone was never sufficient. The second group tried to take us from behind, using passages that they thought were unknown to us, but which Basil's years of experience had taught him to identify and prepare for. They found themselves facing not confused and desperate fugitives, but warriors who had turned their supposed trap into an ambush of their own. Basil fought with the fluid grace of someone who had survived decades in the most dangerous profession imaginable, his weapons moving in patterns that spoke of training that went far beyond what any ordinary guide would have received. Watching him, I realized that his cover identity had been even more complete than I had suspected. He was not just an agent of Anna Komnenos, but a veteran of conflicts that had shaped the Mediterranean world for generations. The third group made the mistake of trying to use fire as a weapon, assuming that the threat of burning would force us to surrender rather than face death in the flames. What they discovered instead was that star iron could cut through more than just flesh and bone. It could slice through the very fabric of their carefully laid plans, turning their advantages into vulnerabilities and their confidence into panic. The battle that followed was unlike anything I had previously experienced. This was not the straightforward combat of pirates seeking plunder, or the ritualized violence of training yards where rules provided some measure of safety. This was warfare in its purest form, a struggle for survival where every decision carried the weight of life and death, where victory would go to whoever could think fastest, fight hardest, and adapt most quickly to changing circumstances. But as we fought our way through waves of attackers, I began to understand that this was more than just an attempt to eliminate inconvenient witnesses. The assault was too well coordinated, too extensively planned, too precisely timed to be simply a matter of cleaning up loose ends. This was a test, a final evaluation of our capabilities before the conspiracy moved to the next phase of their plans. They're not trying to kill us, I realized during a brief lull in the fighting. They're trying to measure us. Basil's expression showed that he had reached the same conclusion. Which means they have something else in mind, he replied grimly. Something that requires knowing exactly what we're capable of before they proceed. The answer came with the arrival of Hassan, the mysterious figure who had tried to recruit me at the previous evening's gathering. He appeared not as a combatant, but as an observer, flanked by guards who were clearly there to protect him rather than participate in the fighting. "Impressive," he said, surveying the bodies of his fallen men with the detached interest of someone evaluating the results of an experiment. "Your reputations were not exaggerated, but this display, magnificent as it is, changes nothing about the larger situation you find yourselves in." He gestured toward the windows, where the growing light of dawn revealed that our caravanserai was surrounded by armed men in numbers that made further resistance seem futile. "You have proven your worth as warriors," Hassan continued. "Now you must prove your worth as intelligent men who understand when continued fighting serves no purpose except to add to the casualty count." The choice he was offering was stark but clear. Surrender and live to serve their purposes, or continue fighting and die in a battle that could have only one outcome. It was the kind of decision that had faced warriors throughout history. The moment when courage had to be balanced against wisdom, when the desire to fight had to be weighed against the possibility of living to fight another day. But as I stood there, surrounded by enemies and faced with what appeared to be an impossible situation, I felt the star iron amulet grow warm against my chest, and heard its song take on new harmonies that spoke not of defeat but of opportunity. The iron was telling me something that my conscious mind had not yet grasped, that apparent surrender could be transformed into ultimate victory if approached with sufficient cunning and patience. "What exactly are you offering?" I asked, lowering my weapons in a gesture that could be interpreted as either submission or negotiation. "The opportunity to serve a cause greater than yourselves," Hassan replied. "Your skills, properly directed, could help create the new order that will replace the chaos and corruption of the old. You could be part of building something magnificent rather than defending something that is already dying." The offer was seductive in its scope and ambition. They were proposing to make us key figures in their new world order, with responsibilities and rewards that would have been unimaginable under existing systems. But acceptance would mean betraying everything I had learned about justice, loyalty, and the difference between strength and mere power. "And if we refuse?" Basil asked. "Then you die here, now, having accomplished nothing except adding your names to the list of those who chose the wrong side in a conflict they couldn't understand or influence," Hassan replied, with the calm certainty of someone who held all the advantages. It was then that I made the decision that would define the rest of my life. not the choice between surrender and death. That was a false dilemma designed to limit my options. Instead, I chose a third path that the star iron had been whispering to me throughout the long night of fighting. "I accept your offer," I said, the words tasting like ashes in my mouth, but carrying a deeper truth that only I could understand. "But I have conditions." Hassan's expression showed surprise mixed with satisfaction. He had expected either defiant resistance or complete capitulation, not the kind of negotiation that suggested I understood the complexity of the situation we all found ourselves in. "Name your conditions," he said. "First, Basil comes with me as my advisor and aide. Second, we're given time to understand the full scope of what you're proposing before we commit to specific actions. Third, we're treated as allies rather than prisoners, free to move about and participate in planning rather than simply following orders." The negotiations that followed were a masterclass in the art of deception, as I attempted to secure the maximum possible freedom of movement while appearing to genuinely consider joining their cause. Hassan was no fool. He understood that my surrender might not be entirely genuine. But he was also pragmatic enough to recognize that willing cooperation would be far more valuable than forced compliance. The agreement we reached gave me exactly what I needed: access to their planning sessions, freedom to move throughout Samarkand, and, most importantly, the opportunity to gather the final pieces of intelligence that Anna Komnenos would need to counter their plans. But it also placed me in the most dangerous position of my young life. I was now operating deep within enemy territory, surrounded by people who would kill me without hesitation if they discovered my true loyalties, playing a role that required me to appear sympathetic to a cause that I found morally repugnant. The star iron amulet remained warm against my chest as I was escorted to new quarters that were luxurious, but clearly designed to facilitate observation. The iron's song had taken on new complexities that spoke of challenges ahead that would test not just my courage and fighting skills, but my ability to maintain my true identity while wearing the mask of betrayal. Eric Stormson was about to discover what it truly meant to earn the name Ironheart, in a conflict where the greatest victories would be won not through strength of arm, but through strength of character, and where the price of saving the world might be the temporary sacrifice of everything he held sacred about himself. The transformation was entering its final phase, in a city where ancient trade routes had become the pathways of conspiracy, and where a young warrior from the distant north would either prove worthy of his destiny or be consumed by forces that had been gathering strength for generations. The iron sang its song of ultimate testing, and I finally understood that the greatest battles were not always fought on fields of honor, but sometimes in shadows and silence, where the only witnesses were the stars, and the only judges were the choices that defined who we truly were when everything else was stripped away. The heart of darkness. The weeks that followed my apparent surrender were among the most challenging of my life, requiring me to maintain a facade of conversion while gathering the intelligence that could save Constantinople and the entire Mediterranean world. Each day brought new tests of my ability to appear genuinely committed to their cause, while secretly documenting their plans and searching for weaknesses that could be exploited. The conspiracy, I discovered, was even more extensive and sophisticated than Anna Komnenos and I had initially suspected. What we had thought was primarily a commercial and political alliance was actually a comprehensive system for reshaping the entire known world according to principles that would concentrate unprecedented power in the hands of a relatively small group of individuals. Hassan proved to be an excellent teacher, whether he intended to be or not. During our daily conversations, Ostensibly designed to educate me about their vision and objectives, he revealed details about their organization that painted a picture of planning and coordination that had been decades in the making. The key insight, he explained during one of our sessions, is that the old distinctions between commerce, politics, and warfare are artificial constructs that limit effectiveness. True power comes from understanding that these are simply different aspects of the same fundamental activity, the organization and direction of human energy toward specific objectives. Their network extended far beyond what I had previously imagined. They had agents and allies in every major city from London to Beijing, operatives who had spent years establishing themselves in positions where they could influence key decisions. More troubling still, they had infiltrated not just commercial and political institutions, but religious and scholarly organizations that shaped the beliefs and knowledge of entire populations. Information is the ultimate weapon, Hassan continued. Control what people know and believe, and you control what they do. Control what they do, and you control everything else. The crude methods of the past, armies and navies, sieges and battles, are expensive, unpredictable, and ultimately unnecessary when more elegant approaches are available. The elegance he referred to was a systematic campaign of manipulation that would create the conditions for their takeover without the need for open warfare. Economic disruption would weaken existing governments. Social unrest would create demand for new leadership, and carefully orchestrated crises would provide opportunities for their agents to assume positions of authority as apparent saviors rather than obvious conquerors. But it was the timeline that made their plans most urgently dangerous. The attack on Constantinople that had already begun was not a separate operation, but the opening move in a coordinated campaign that would unfold across the entire Mediterranean world over the following months. By the time anyone understood what was happening, it would be too late to organize effective resistance. The beauty of the approach, Hassan said with obvious satisfaction, is that each individual crisis will seem like a natural response to local conditions. No one will realize that they're all connected until the pattern is complete, and the old order has been replaced by something more efficient and effective. During these conversations, I was careful to ask the kinds of questions that someone genuinely interested in joining their cause might ask, while avoiding inquiries that might reveal my true purpose. But I was also gathering information with the systematic thoroughness that Anna Komnenos had taught me, building a comprehensive picture of their organization, methods, and objectives. The intelligence I collected was both detailed and damning. I learned the identities of key agents in major cities, the methods they used to communicate across vast distances, the financial mechanisms that funded their operations, and, most importantly, the specific plans for each phase of their campaign against the existing order. But gathering intelligence was only half of my mission. I also needed to find a way to transmit what I had learned back to Constantinople, and to do so without alerting my hosts to my true activities. This proved to be far more challenging than I had anticipated, given the sophisticated surveillance systems they had in place and their obvious suspicion about my motivations. The solution came from an unexpected source, a young woman named Yasmin, who worked as a servant in the compound where I was housed. At first glance, she appeared to be nothing more than what she claimed to be, a local girl from a poor family who had found employment in service to wealthy foreigners. But there were small details about her behavior that suggested she might be more than she appeared. The confirmation came when she approached me in the garden one evening, ostensibly to offer refreshments, but actually to pass me a message written in the same cipher that Anna Komnenos used. Network intact. Ready to transmit. Prepare for extraction. Time is running short. The revelation that Yasmin was part of Anna's intelligence network was both reassuring and alarming. Reassuring because it meant I was not completely alone in enemy territory. Alarming because it suggested that the situation in Constantinople was desperate enough to justify risking valuable assets on what might prove to be a futile rescue attempt. Over the following days, Yasmin and I developed a system for communicating that allowed me to transmit the intelligence I had gathered while maintaining the appearance of normal interaction between a foreign guest and a local servant. The information flowed back toward Constantinople through channels that I didn't fully understand, but which clearly represented years of careful preparation and investment. But even as I worked to complete my intelligence mission, I was becoming increasingly aware that my position was growing more precarious. Hassan and his associates were not fools. They understood that my conversion might not be entirely genuine, and they were conducting their own evaluation of my reliability and commitment. The test came in the form of an assignment that was clearly designed to determine whether I was truly willing to work against the interests I had previously served. They wanted me to participate in an operation that would directly harm Byzantine interests, to prove my loyalty through actions rather than words. There is a caravan approaching Samarkand, Hassan told me during one of our meetings. It carries not just goods, but intelligence. Reports from agents in Constantinople about the current situation there, plans for countering our operations, perhaps even information about the activities of certain individuals who have been causing us concern. The implication was clear. They knew or suspected that Anna Komnenos was operating an intelligence network, and they wanted to intercept communications that might reveal the extent of her knowledge about their plans. Your task, Hassan continued, is to ensure that this caravan never reaches its destination. The goods can be redistributed as you see fit, but the intelligence materials must be brought to us intact. Consider it a final examination of your commitment to our cause. The assignment was diabolical in its simplicity. If I refused, it would confirm their suspicions about my true loyalties. If I accepted but failed to complete the mission, it would suggest that I was either incompetent or deliberately sabotaging their operations. But if I succeeded, I would be directly responsible for harming the very network that was trying to save Constantinople and the Mediterranean world. The star iron amulet grew warm against my chest as I considered my options, and I could hear its song taking on the complex harmonies that preceded moments of crucial decision. The iron was telling me something that my conscious mind was struggling to accept. That sometimes the path to ultimate victory required accepting temporary defeats. That apparent betrayal could serve deeper loyalties if approached with sufficient wisdom and courage. I accept the assignment, I said, the words feeling like poison in my mouth but carrying a deeper truth that only I could understand. The plan I developed over the following days was perhaps the most complex and morally ambiguous undertaking of my young life. I would indeed intercept the caravan, but in a way that would serve Anna's interests rather than Hassan's. The challenge was accomplishing this while maintaining my cover and avoiding actions that would expose the broader intelligence network to retaliation. The key insight came from understanding that Hassan and his associates, for all their sophistication, were thinking like conspirators, rather than like the intelligence professionals they were facing. They assumed that intercepting communications meant simply stealing documents and interrogating messengers. They didn't understand that the most important intelligence was often transmitted through methods that left no physical evidence. The caravan I was assigned to intercept was indeed carrying intelligence, but not in the form that Hassan expected. The documents in the caravan leader's possession were carefully prepared deceptions, designed to mislead anyone who intercepted them. The real intelligence was being transmitted through methods that would survive even the complete destruction of the caravan itself. My task, therefore, was not to prevent the intelligence from reaching its destination, but to ensure that it did so while appearing to have failed in my mission. This required a level of deception and misdirection that tested every skill I had learned about strategy, psychology, and the art of making enemies believe they had won when they had actually lost. The operation I conducted was a masterpiece of controlled failure. The caravan was indeed attacked, and its goods seized, but in a way that allowed the real intelligence to continue toward its destination through alternative channels. The documents that Hassan received were the carefully prepared deceptions, which would actually serve Anna's purposes by misleading the conspiracy about the true extent of her knowledge and capabilities. But the personal cost of the operation was enormous. I had been forced to attack people who were ultimately on the same side I was, to steal goods that belonged to honest merchants, and to appear genuinely pleased about serving a cause that I found morally repugnant. The star iron amulet had remained warm throughout the entire operation, its song providing the strength I needed to complete actions that went against every instinct I possessed. Hassan's reaction to my success was everything I had hoped for and dreaded. He was clearly pleased with my performance, satisfied that I had proven my commitment to their cause, and ready to trust me with more significant responsibilities. But his satisfaction came at the cost of my own sense of integrity, forcing me to accept praise for actions that I knew were fundamentally wrong. "Excellent work," he said, as we reviewed the intelligence materials I had delivered. "You have demonstrated both competence and commitment. I believe you're ready for the next phase of our operations." The next phase, it turned out, involved my direct participation in the final assault on Constantinople. They wanted me to return to the Byzantine capital as part of an advance team that would prepare the way for the conspiracy's ultimate takeover. My knowledge of the city, my connections within the merchant community, and my proven loyalty to their cause made me an ideal agent for such a mission. The irony was perfect and terrible. I would indeed return to Constantinople, but as a double agent carrying intelligence that could save the city rather than destroy it. The conspiracy that had tried to corrupt me would instead become the instrument of its own exposure and defeat. But first, I had to survive the journey back to the Mediterranean world, surrounded by people who would kill me without hesitation if they discovered my true loyalties. The greatest test of my life was about to begin, in a conflict where victory would require not just courage and skill, but the kind of moral strength that could maintain true identity while wearing the mask of betrayal. The star iron sang its song of approaching destiny, and I understood that Eric Stormson was about to discover what it truly meant to earn the name Ironheart. Not through glorious combat or obvious heroism, but through the quiet courage of doing what was right when no one was watching, and the only reward was the knowledge that duty had been served regardless of personal cost. The transformation was nearly complete, but the final test would determine whether the young warrior from the northern fjords had truly learned the difference between strength and power, between victory and mere conquest, between the iron that breaks under pressure and the iron that becomes stronger through testing, the Iron Heart. The journey back to Constantinople was a study in controlled tension, as I traveled with people who trusted me just enough to include me in their plans, but not enough to ignore the possibility that I might betray them. Every conversation was a careful dance of revelation and concealment. Every decision a calculated risk that could either advance my mission or expose me to deadly retaliation. Hassan had assigned me to work directly with Marcus Aurelius Komnenos, a distant relative of Anna's family, who had apparently been recruited to their cause years earlier. Marcus was everything that made the conspiracy so dangerous: intelligent, cultured, genuinely concerned about the problems facing the Mediterranean world, and absolutely convinced that their methods were justified by the magnitude of the crisis they were addressing. "The Empire is dying," he told me during one of our private conversations as our ship sailed through the familiar waters of the Black Sea. Not from external enemies or military defeats, but from internal corruption and systemic failures that make effective governance impossible. The bureaucracy has become so complex that nothing can be accomplished quickly. The military has become so politicized that strategic decisions are made for personal advantage rather than imperial security. And the economy has become so dependent on trade networks that we've lost the ability to be self-sufficient. His analysis was not entirely wrong, which made his conclusions all the more dangerous. The Byzantine Empire was indeed facing serious challenges, and the traditional methods of addressing those challenges were proving inadequate. But the solution he and his associates proposed, the replacement of existing systems with new structures controlled by their network, would create more problems than it solved. "What you're describing," I said carefully, "sounds like it would require enormous changes in how people live and work. How do you plan to implement such transformations without causing the kind of social disruption that could be worse than the problems you're trying to solve?" Marcus smiled with the confidence of someone who had spent years thinking through such questions. "The key is gradual implementation combined with crisis management," he replied. "People resist change when it's imposed arbitrarily, but they welcome it when it appears to be a natural response to circumstances they can see and understand. Create the right conditions, and populations will actually demand the changes you want to make." The sophistication of their approach was both impressive and terrifying. They weren't planning to conquer the Mediterranean world through military force. They were planning to inherit it by making themselves indispensable during a series of carefully orchestrated crises. By the time anyone realized what was happening, the old order would have been replaced by something entirely different, and resistance would be both impossible and pointless. As we approached Constantinople, I could see evidence of the first phase of their plan already taking effect. The harbor that should have been bustling with commercial activity was noticeably quieter, with fewer ships and less cargo than I remembered from my previous visit. The city's skyline, while still magnificent, seemed somehow diminished, as if the confidence and prosperity that had defined the great metropolis were being slowly drained away. "The economic pressure is working exactly as predicted," Marcus observed with satisfaction as we watched the city approach. "Trade disruptions have created shortages of key commodities. Financial manipulations have destabilized several major banking houses, and political uncertainties have made long-term planning impossible. The population is beginning to understand that the old systems are failing, and they're becoming receptive to alternatives." The intelligence I had gathered in Samarkand had prepared me for what I was seeing, but the reality was still shocking. The conspiracy's plans were not theoretical possibilities, but active operations that were already reshaping the economic and political landscape of the Mediterranean world. The question was whether the information I carried would reach Anna Komnenos in time to organize effective countermeasures. Our ship was met at the harbor by officials who processed our arrival with the kind of efficiency that suggested they had been expecting us. But I noticed subtle signs that the normal procedures had been modified in ways that would facilitate the movement of people and goods that might not bear close scrutiny. The conspiracy's infiltration of the imperial administration was more extensive than even Anna had suspected. The accommodations that had been arranged for our party were luxurious and strategically located, providing easy access to both the commercial district and the governmental quarter. But they were also positioned in ways that would allow our activities to be monitored and our communications to be intercepted if necessary. We were guests, but we were also potential prisoners, depending on how events unfolded. My first priority was re-establishing contact with Anna Komnenos, but this proved to be far more challenging than I had anticipated. The communication networks we had established before my departure had been compromised or disrupted. The safe houses I knew about were under surveillance, and several of the people I had worked with were no longer available for reasons that were not explained, but were easy to imagine. The breakthrough came through Yasmin, who had somehow managed to reach Constantinople ahead of our party and establish herself in a position where she could observe our activities without attracting attention. The message she passed to me was brief but urgent. Network compromised but functional. Anna alive but under pressure. Immediate meeting essential. Trust no one else. The meeting was arranged for the following evening, in a location that demonstrated both the sophistication of Anna's remaining network and the desperate nature of our circumstances. We met in the underground chambers beneath the Hagia Sophia, ancient spaces that had been forgotten by most of the city's inhabitants, but which provided perfect cover for clandestine activities. Anna herself looked older than I remembered, marked by the strain of months of operating under conditions of extreme danger and uncertainty. But her eyes still held the sharp intelligence that had made her such an effective spy master, and her manner suggested that she had not been defeated by the challenges she faced. "The situation is worse than we feared," she told me without preamble. "The conspiracy has agents at the highest levels of the imperial administration. They've corrupted key military commanders, and they've established alternative systems that could replace imperial institutions if those institutions were to collapse suddenly." The intelligence I provided filled in crucial gaps in her understanding of the conspiracy's organization and objectives. The information about their plans for coordinated attacks across the Mediterranean world was particularly valuable, as it allowed her to understand patterns of activity that had previously seemed random and unconnected. "This explains everything," she said as she reviewed the documents I had prepared. "The trade disruptions, the financial manipulations, the political crises. They're all part of a single coordinated campaign designed to create the conditions for their takeover. But knowing their plans gives us the opportunity to counter them, if we act quickly and decisively." The plan she outlined was as audacious as it was dangerous. Instead of trying to expose the conspiracy through normal channels, which were compromised, we would use their own methods against them. We would create our own crisis, one that would force them to reveal themselves prematurely and provide the evidence needed to rally effective opposition to their plans. "The key is timing," Anna explained. "They're planning to move during the Festival of the Assumption, when the city will be crowded with visitors and normal security procedures will be disrupted. If we can anticipate their actions and prepare appropriate responses, we can turn their moment of triumph into their moment of defeat." But the plan required resources and personnel that Anna no longer had reliable access to. The conspiracy's infiltration of imperial institutions had made it impossible to trust normal channels of authority, and their surveillance networks had compromised most of the independent operatives she had previously relied upon. That's where you become crucial, she told me. Your apparent conversion to their cause gives you access to information and opportunities that no one else can obtain. You'll need to work from within their organization, gathering intelligence about their specific plans while positioning yourself to disrupt their operations at the critical moment. The role she was asking me to play was perhaps the most dangerous and morally complex assignment of my life. I would need to maintain my cover as a converted agent while actually working to destroy the organization I appeared to serve. I would need to gain the trust of people I was planning to betray, and I would need to do so while surrounded by individuals who would kill me without hesitation if they discovered my true loyalties. But the star iron amulet was warm against my chest, and I could hear its song taking on the harmonies that spoke of approaching triumph through sacrifice and suffering. The iron was telling me that this was the moment everything had been leading toward, the final test that would determine whether Eric Stormson had truly earned the right to be called Ironheart. "I accept the mission," I said, knowing that the words committed me to a path that might well end in death. But that was the only way to save the city and the world I had sworn to protect. The weeks that followed were among the most challenging of my life. As I worked to gather intelligence about the conspiracy's final plans while maintaining the facade of loyalty that kept me alive and useful to them. The star iron guided me through conversations that were minefields of potential exposure, helped me identify opportunities to gather crucial information, and gave me the strength to maintain my true identity while wearing the mask of betrayal. The conspiracy's plans for the Festival of the Assumption were even more comprehensive and devastating than Anna had feared. They intended to use the celebration as cover for a coordinated series of attacks that would cripple the imperial government, destroy key economic institutions, and create the kind of chaos that would make their takeover seem like a natural and necessary response to crisis. But they had made one crucial error in their calculations. They had assumed that their infiltration of imperial institutions was complete, that their surveillance networks had identified all potential threats, and that their psychological manipulation of the population had eliminated the possibility of effective resistance. What they had not anticipated was the existence of people like Anna Komnenos, who understood that the greatest strength often came from appearing weak, that the most effective networks were those that remained invisible until the moment of action, and that the deepest loyalties were those that could not be corrupted by promises of power or threats of destruction. The counter-operation that Anna and I planned was a masterpiece of deception and misdirection, designed to use the conspiracy's own methods against them while appearing to be nothing more than a series of unrelated incidents. We would create our own crisis, one that would force them to reveal themselves prematurely and provide the evidence needed to rally the population against them. But success would require perfect timing, absolute coordination, and the kind of courage that could maintain hope in the face of overwhelming odds. The fate of Constantinople, and perhaps the entire Mediterranean world, would depend on the choices made by a small group of individuals who understood that some things were worth dying for, and that the greatest victories were often won by those who were willing to sacrifice everything for principles that transcended personal interest. The star iron sang its song of ultimate testing, and I finally understood that Eric Stormson was about to discover what it truly meant to be Ironheart, not through glorious combat or obvious heroism, but through the quiet courage of doing what was right when the cost was everything, and the only reward was the knowledge that duty had been served regardless of personal sacrifice. The transformation was complete, but the final battle was about to begin. The Festival of Shadows. The morning of the festival of the Assumption dawned clear and bright over Constantinople, with golden sunlight streaming across the Bosphorus and illuminating the great dome of the Hagia Sophia in ways that made the entire city seem blessed by divine favor. But beneath the surface beauty and religious celebration, forces were moving that would determine whether this ancient center of civilization would survive to see another dawn. I stood on the balcony of the house where the conspiracy had established its final command center, watching the crowds beginning to gather in the streets below while listening to the final briefings being conducted in the rooms behind me. Everything I had learned during months of infiltration and deception had led to this moment, when the conspiracy would either achieve its ultimate triumph or face complete destruction. The beauty of the timing, Marcus was explaining to the assembled team leaders, is that the festival provides perfect cover for all of our operations. The crowds will mask the movement of our people. The religious ceremonies will distract the authorities from secular concerns, and the general atmosphere of celebration will make it difficult for anyone to recognize that they're witnessing the end of one era and the beginning of another. The plan they had developed was elegant in its simplicity and devastating in its scope. While the population was focused on religious observances, carefully positioned agents would simultaneously attack key government buildings, financial institutions, and communication centers. The attacks would be coordinated to appear random and unconnected, but their cumulative effect would be to paralyze the imperial administration and create the kind of chaos that would make their takeover seem like a natural response to crisis. By sunset, Hassan added with obvious satisfaction, the old order will have collapsed, and we will be in position to restore stability under new leadership. The population will welcome us as saviors rather than conquerors, and the transition will be accomplished with minimal resistance and maximum legitimacy. But what they didn't know was that Anna Komnenos and I had spent weeks preparing for this moment, using their own intelligence to develop countermeasures that would turn their moment of triumph into their moment of exposure and defeat. The star iron amulet was warm against my chest, and I could hear its song taking on the martial harmonies that preceded moments of ultimate testing. The first phase of our counter-operation began at dawn, with seemingly routine activities that were actually carefully coordinated preparations for the battle to come. Anna's remaining network of loyal agents moved into position throughout the city, while imperial forces that had not been compromised prepared for actions that would appear to be responses to the conspiracy's attacks, but were actually preemptive strikes designed to neutralize their key capabilities. My own role was perhaps the most dangerous and complex of all. I needed to remain with the conspiracy's leadership team, gathering final intelligence about their operations while preparing to act at the crucial moment when their plans could be most effectively disrupted. But I also needed to do so without alerting them to the fact that their entire operation had been compromised. The tension was almost unbearable as the morning progressed and the festival celebrations began in earnest. The streets filled with pilgrims and celebrants. The churches resonated with ancient hymns and prayers, and the entire city took on the atmosphere of joyous reverence that had characterized this holy day for centuries. But beneath the surface, two different groups of people were preparing for a conflict that would determine the future of the civilized world. The first targets will be activated at noon, Marcus announced as we reviewed the final operational details. The financial district attacks will create immediate economic panic. The government building seizures will paralyze administrative functions, and the communication center disruptions will prevent coordinated responses. By the time anyone understands what's happening, it will be too late to organize effective resistance. But what Marcus didn't know was that Anna's people were already in position at each of those targets, ready to counter the attacks before they could achieve their objectives. The conspiracy's agents would find themselves walking into traps rather than executing unopposed operations, and their moment of triumph would become their moment of maximum vulnerability. The signal for action came at precisely noon, as the great bells of the Hagia Sophia began to toll the hour and the festival celebrations reached their peak intensity. Throughout the city, the conspiracy's agents moved toward their assigned targets, confident in their planning and certain of their success. What they encountered instead was the most sophisticated counterintelligence operation in Byzantine history. As Anna's network revealed itself for the first time and demonstrated that the empire's defensive capabilities had been far from destroyed, the attacks that were supposed to cripple Constantinople's institutions instead became opportunities to identify and capture the conspiracy's key operatives, while their leadership watched in growing horror as their carefully laid plans collapsed into chaos and failure. "Something's wrong," Hassan said, as the first reports of failed operations began to reach our command center. "The resistance is too organized, too well informed, too perfectly positioned. This isn't random opposition. This is coordinated counteraction based on advanced knowledge of our plans." The realization that they had been betrayed spread through the conspiracy's leadership like wildfire, and suspicion immediately fell on the newest members of their organization. I found myself under intense scrutiny as Marcus and Hassan tried to determine whether I was the source of the intelligence leak that had doomed their operation. "You were the last person to join our inner circle," Marcus said, his voice carrying the cold fury of someone who had seen years of planning destroyed in a matter of hours. "You had access to all of our operational details. You knew the timing and targets of every attack, and you were in a position to communicate with outside parties without our knowledge." The accusation was accurate, but proving it would require evidence that they didn't have and couldn't obtain quickly enough to salvage their failing operation. I maintained my facade of shocked innocence while preparing for the moment when subterfuge would give way to open conflict. "If there's a traitor among us," I replied with carefully calculated indignation, "then we need to identify them quickly and deal with the situation. But we also need to focus on salvaging what we can from the current crisis and regrouping for future operations." The debate that followed was interrupted by the arrival of news that transformed the situation from disaster into catastrophe for the conspiracy. Anna Komnenos herself had appeared publicly, accompanied by imperial forces and carrying documented evidence of the conspiracy's plans and activities. She was not just countering their operation. She was exposing it to the entire population of Constantinople. "Citizens of the Empire," her voice carried clearly across the city as she spoke from the steps of the Hagia Sophia. "You have been witness today to an attempt to destroy your government, your economy, and your way of life. The attacks you have seen were not random acts of violence, but coordinated operations designed to create chaos that would allow foreign agents to seize control of your city and your empire." The evidence she presented was comprehensive and damning, based on the intelligence I had gathered during months of infiltration combined with documents captured during the failed attacks. The conspiracy's plans were laid bare for all to see, their methods exposed, their objectives revealed, and their key personnel identified. The enemies of our empire thought they could manipulate us through deception and fear. Anna continued. They thought they could convince us that our institutions were failing, that our traditions were obsolete, that our independence was impossible to maintain. They were wrong. The strength of Byzantium lies not in our buildings or our armies, but in our people and our principles, and those cannot be conquered by any enemy, no matter how clever or ruthless. The reaction of the crowd was everything that Anna and I had hoped for, and everything that the conspiracy had feared. Instead of panic and confusion, there was anger and determination. Instead of calls for new leadership, there were demands for justice against those who had tried to destroy their city. The psychological manipulation that was supposed to make the population welcome their conquerors had instead united them in opposition to the conspiracy. In the command center, where I stood with the conspiracy's leadership, the atmosphere had shifted from confidence to desperation. Hassan and Marcus were no longer planning victory. They were planning escape, trying to salvage what they could from the wreckage of their operation and preserve their network for future attempts. "We need to evacuate immediately," Hassan said as he began destroying documents and preparing to abandon their base of operations. "The operation has failed, but the organization can survive if we act quickly enough to avoid capture." It was at this moment that I finally revealed my true identity and purpose, drawing the star iron knife that had been concealed beneath my robes and positioning myself between the conspiracy's leaders and their escape routes. "I'm afraid that won't be possible," I said, my voice carrying the authority of someone who had finally cast aside all pretense and deception. Eric Stormson, agent of Anna Komnenos and loyal servant of the Byzantine Empire. "You're all under arrest for treason, conspiracy, and crimes against the state." The battle that followed was brief but intense, as the conspiracy's leaders realized that their only hope of survival lay in fighting their way past me and escaping into the chaos of the city streets. But they had made the crucial error of underestimating what they were facing. Not just a young warrior with exceptional skills, but someone who had been transformed by months of testing into something far more dangerous than they had imagined. The star iron sang as it cut through the air, its ancient metal guided by everything I had learned about combat, strategy, and the price of justice. But this was not just a physical battle. It was a spiritual one, as I fought to prove that the principles I had sworn to defend were stronger than the corruption and ambition that had driven my enemies. Marcus fell first, his sword no match for star iron forged in the ancient ways, and wielded by someone who understood that true strength came not from the desire to dominate, but from the willingness to sacrifice. Hassan lasted longer, his desperation making him dangerous even as his cause became hopeless. But in the end, he too was overcome by the inexorable justice of iron that had fallen from the heavens carrying the wisdom of ages. As the sounds of battle faded and the conspiracy's command center fell silent, I could hear the bells of Constantinople ringing in celebration of victory over enemies who had thought themselves invincible. The Festival of the Assumption had become something more than a religious observance. It had become the day when the empire proved that its strength lay not in its institutions, but in its people, and that those people would not be conquered by any enemy, no matter how clever or ruthless. The star iron amulet was warm against my chest as I stood among the bodies of those who had tried to destroy everything I held sacred. And I could hear its song taking on new harmonies that spoke of transformation complete and destiny fulfilled. Eric Stormson had finally earned the right to be called Ironheart, not through glorious combat or obvious heroism, but through the quiet courage of doing what was right when the cost was everything, and the only reward was the knowledge that duty had been served. But even as I savored the moment of victory, I understood that this was not an ending, but a beginning. The conspiracy I had helped to defeat was only one manifestation of the forces that threatened the civilized world. And there would be other battles to fight, other enemies to face, other tests of the principles that defined who I was and what I stood for. The iron sang its song of eternal vigilance, and I finally understood that the transformation from Eric Stormson to Eric Ironheart was not a destination but a journey, one that would continue for as long as there were people who needed protection, principles that needed defending, and choices that needed to be made between what was easy and what was right. The greatest adventure was just beginning. The Song of Iron. 5 years later. The harbor of Ironhaven looked much as it had when I first left it as a young man seeking adventure in distant lands. But I saw it now with eyes that had been changed by everything I had experienced in the years between. The familiar sights, the fishing boats bobbing at their moorings, the merchants' warehouses lining the waterfront, the children playing in the streets, filled me with a peace that I had not felt since those early days when the world seemed full of infinite possibilities. But I had returned not as the boy who had left, but as Eric Ironheart, bearer of star iron and defender of the principles that made civilization possible. The years since the defeat of the conspiracy in Constantinople had been filled with adventures that would have seemed impossible to imagine when I first set foot aboard Captain Haken's ship. But they had also been years of learning what it truly meant to carry the responsibilities that came with power and reputation. Anna Komnenos had offered me a permanent position in her intelligence network, with responsibilities that would have made me one of the most influential people in the Byzantine Empire. The emperor himself had granted me lands and titles that would have ensured wealth and comfort for the rest of my life. But I had declined both offers, understanding that my true calling lay not in the accumulation of power or wealth, but in the protection of those who could not protect themselves. The star iron amulet was warm against my chest as I walked through the streets of my childhood, and I could hear its song taking on the gentle harmonies that spoke of homecoming and peace. But beneath those peaceful melodies, I could also hear the deeper themes that reminded me that vigilance was the price of freedom, and that the forces I had fought in Constantinople were only sleeping, not dead. Eric Ironheart, old Magnus the blacksmith called out as I passed his forge, using the name that had followed me back from the Mediterranean world. The whole town's been talking about your return. They say you've become quite the hero in foreign lands. The stories that had preceded my return were a mixture of truth and legend, growing with each telling until they bore only passing resemblance to the actual events they purported to describe. But I had learned that sometimes legends served purposes that mere facts could not, inspiring people to believe in possibilities that might otherwise seem impossible. "I've learned a few things," I replied, with the kind of understatement that had become my preferred way of dealing with such attention. "But mostly, I've learned that there's no place like home, and no people like the ones who knew you before you thought you were important." The reunion with my family was everything I had hoped for and dreaded. My parents had aged in the years of my absence, marked by worry about a son who had vanished into the wider world with no guarantee of return. But they had also grown in ways that spoke of pride in what I had accomplished, even if they didn't fully understand the nature of the challenges I had faced. "You've changed," my mother said, as we sat together in the kitchen where I had spent so many hours as a child, listening to stories of heroes and adventures that had seemed impossibly distant and exotic. "You carry yourself differently, speak differently, see things differently. The boy who left us has become a man, but more than that, he's become someone who understands what it means to bear responsibility for others. The insight was accurate and painful. The years of adventure and conflict had indeed changed me, stripping away the innocence and certainty of youth and replacing them with the kind of hard-won wisdom that came only through experience of the world's complexities and contradictions. I had learned that heroes were not born but made, forged in the fires of testing, and tempered by the choices they made when everything they valued was at stake. But I had also learned that the greatest adventures were not always the ones that took you farthest from home, but the ones that taught you what home truly meant. The star iron that had guided me through battles in distant lands was the same iron that had been forged in the mountains above Ironhaven, and the principles that had sustained me through the darkest moments of my journey were the same ones I had learned at my grandfather's knee. The decision to remain in Ironhaven, at least for a time, was not an easy one. The wider world was full of challenges that called to the part of me that had learned to find purpose in conflict and meaning in struggle. Anna Komnenos continued to send messages describing threats that required attention, opportunities that demanded action, and responsibilities that seemed to have no end. But I had also learned that sometimes the most important battles were the ones fought close to home, and that the most significant victories were the ones that protected the simple pleasures and ordinary virtues that made life worth living. The star iron sang its song of contentment as I worked in my grandfather's forge, teaching young apprentices the ancient arts of metalworking, while sharing stories of the wider world that lay beyond the mountains. The forge itself had become something of a pilgrimage site for young people from throughout the northern kingdoms, drawn by stories of the star iron and the adventures it had made possible. They came seeking weapons that would make them invincible, amulets that would bring them luck, or simply the chance to touch metal that had fallen from the heavens carrying the wisdom of ages. What they found instead was a craftsman who understood that the greatest iron was not that which cut deepest or shone brightest, but that which held firmest when everything else gave way. The weapons I forged were indeed exceptional, but their true power lay not in their physical properties, but in the principles they embodied. Strength tempered by wisdom, courage balanced by compassion, and the understanding that true victory was measured not by what you conquered, but by what you protected. The iron teaches us. I would tell my apprentices as we worked together at the forge, the star iron singing its ancient songs as it was shaped and tempered, that strength without purpose is meaningless, that power without restraint is destructive, and that the greatest warriors are those who fight not because they love battle, but because they love what battle can protect. The lessons I had learned in distant lands found new expression in the familiar rhythms of village life. The skills I had developed as a spy and warrior were transformed into the abilities of a teacher and protector, someone who could prepare others for challenges they might face while helping them understand the principles that would guide them through those challenges. But even as I found peace in the routines of home, I remained aware that the wider world continued to need people who understood the difference between strength and power, between victory and mere conquest. The star iron amulet would grow warm at unexpected moments, its song taking on harmonies that spoke of distant troubles and approaching challenges that might require my attention. The letters that arrived from Anna Komnenos painted a picture of a Mediterranean world that had been changed by our victory over the conspiracy, but not perfected by it. New threats were emerging, old enemies were regrouping, and the eternal struggle between those who would build and those who would destroy continued in forms that were both familiar and novel. The work is never finished, one of her letters observed. Each victory creates new possibilities, but also new responsibilities. The question is not whether there will be other battles to fight, but whether there will be people prepared to fight them when the time comes. The question haunted me during the quiet hours when the forge was cold and the village slept, when the star iron sang its songs of distant places and ancient purposes. I had found peace in Iron Haven, but I had also found the understanding that peace was not a permanent condition but a temporary respite between challenges, and that the price of preserving it was eternal vigilance against those who would destroy it. The decision, when it came, was not really a decision at all, but a recognition of what I had always known. The star iron had not chosen me to be a village blacksmith, no matter how skilled or respected. It had chosen me to be a guardian of the principles that made civilization possible, a protector of those who could not protect themselves, a warrior in the eternal struggle between light and darkness. The morning I prepared to leave Iron Haven once again, the star iron amulet was warm against my chest, and its song filled with harmonies that spoke of new adventures and ancient purposes. But this time, I left not as a boy seeking glory in distant lands, but as a man who understood that true heroism lay not in the pursuit of personal advancement, but in the service of something greater than oneself. My parents understood, as I had known they would. They had raised a son who could not be content with safety when others faced danger, who could not find peace when the world was threatened by those who would destroy everything good and decent about human civilization. "The iron calls," my father said simply, as he embraced me at the harbor where Captain Haken's ship waited to carry me back to the Mediterranean world. And when iron calls, iron must answer. The star iron sang its song of eternal purpose as the ship pulled away from the familiar shores of home, carrying me toward challenges that would test everything I had learned about courage, wisdom, and the price of justice. But I sailed now not as Eric Stormson seeking his fortune, but as Eric Ironheart, bearer of star iron and guardian of the principles that made the light of civilization possible in a world that was always threatened by darkness. The greatest adventures lay ahead, and I was finally ready for them.